Okay. I'm not going to do that anymore. Sorry, people. I had to actually go along with the joke, but it did not playing to lose a whole year. Too risky at all. So thank you for everyone who's come in. And of course, my phone always alerts me that I am streaming that whenever I do. At least I assume. So tonight, I decide to ask Gray Poupée to help me sort of go over at least this final arc in my sort of EFAP MauLer. This one's MauLer Can't Grow Up, based off of MauLer's Star Wars Can't Grow Up from good old organized chaos. So, what's your thoughts on the general thing? You haven't covered organized chaos in a while. You think?
Yeah, it's been a minute. I haven't really kept up with too much of what those guys are doing, but yeah, I am familiar with this video. So, and I am familiar with Bob's critique style, if you will. So I would be interested in his kind of reaction review of that video. It's kind of an interesting video from MauLer. So I'm not 100% caught up on all of your coverage of it. Unfortunately, I
Don't
was
need
doing
to
a
be.
stream during
Don't
part
need
of
to.
it, but yeah, I should have caught up. But I am familiar with MauLer's video, and it does have millions of views. I think it's like 1.3. So I guess technically not millions, but a million plus views. But he's got a certain point, and I like the juxtaposition, but I'm not sure that I agree with everything that he has in there. But my criticism might be slightly different than Bob's, so it would be kind of interesting to see where he's going to go with it, because he's got a pattern, if you will, and it doesn't seem to be for really good criticism. But maybe I'm biased.
Maybe. We all have a bias. We have to admit the bias. We probably don't even know our own bias. I definitely don't. Oh, look, Jeremy. You remember this guy?
Oh yeah, Jeremy's awesome, man. It's been
Just
a
to
while
let you
since
know,
I've
Jeremy, I
seen him.
recently saw a comment from you on a Birdman video. Quite interesting. Okay, so let's just get this party started. I'm going to actually speed it up at a certain point because this really pushes the boundaries of fair use with what Bob does for the first two examples. I'll get into it. So here we have good old Bob. It's been a while.
45 minutes long, and it's making the rounds as well. Star Wars cannot grow up. And, I know he didn't like how I didn't cover his entire 6-hour Doctor Strange video. So, you know what? We can probably go ahead and cover his whole Star Wars video.
See, this is one of the points I brought up, is since it's so short, it's going to be more accessible. And definitely Bob is the most normie of the normies, most consumerist of the consumers. So
yeah, that's true. He doesn't exactly have like a deep knowledge or a well that he goes to
much of an
talk
attention
about
span, it seems, but maybe I'm being unfair to him.
yeah. Well, in his defense, he is trying to do multiple things at the same time. He is looking at chat and trying to answer correctly for them. I'm pretty sure Dane's usually giving him secret messages behind the scenes, telling him his orders. So, he's busy. He's not just reacting here. He's multitasking. But I agree with you. I think he's very consumer-esque.
Okay, so yep. As I figured, I didn't watch this beforehand, but after all that fun stuff, my two first sort of streams on it, I'm like, okay, this is interesting.
Although we should give him credit where credit is due. He did used to be a reviewer, I believe, for a newspaper. He used to review movies. So he does have slight background in, review.
Nice.
So,
what newspaper?
It would be interesting. I cannot remember, and I don't know if he actually put it out there. I think he said he's in Ohio, and it's some paper out there. It sounded like it was a local paper, but still, he does have some bona fides, and that he used to review movies for them. So You know,
Well,
that's better than me. I didn't used to do that for a newspaper.
also something I hate about writers, they tend to decline in quality as they get older in years, like Stephen King. All the writers that I used to like,
Ooh.
oh,
I don't know,
some
man.
us.
Stephen King has some awesome ones. He is just, he puts out so much material. There are definitely things that
Yeah,
aren't
but
great,
nothing
but,
beats him when he was in his early years, especially his
I don't
Bachman
know,
books.
man.
You really
So I
think?
do love those, like, The Running Man is just, like, amazing, but
Yeah.
I don't know, once you get up to, like, the whole Dark Tower thing, and then I love the way that he was able to kind of go back to the world of The Shining, with Doctor Sleep. The book is way better than the movie, and I actually
Mm.
kinda dig the movie as, like, a spiritual sequel.
Yeah,
Again,
that's what
Mike,
he was
I
going
guess we're
for,
going, like,
Michael
way off
Flanagan.
into this, but yeah.
Yeah,
I
maybe we
Mike
shouldn't get too
Flanagan is
off
also
topic.
hit or miss with me, but sorry, just
Uh,
what you were saying about Stephen King. The more I know about, like, his politics and his opinions and stuff, I like that aspect of him less, but I've really enjoyed some of the stuff that he's put out in recent years. But
maybe
he
it's
is
just
kinda
not
hit or
within
miss.
my genre because it
Fair
used to be a
enough.
lot more cool and it got more esoteric and more down to earth and quite odd. I jumped over to his son, Joe Hill, Moro.
Mm,
Reminded me of a young
yeah,
Stephen King. But yeah, let's not get
some
off
of his
too
are
much.
cool. He had that really fun series, I now I'm
Oh,
blanking on the name
Lock
of it,
and
but yeah, I
Key.
like the Joe Hill stuff too.
Yeah, the
Was that a Joe
comic
Hill one
book
too?
that was
I
turned
meant
into
the
a
other
TV
one that
show.
was, it was like a vampire one, but I did like that Lock and Key one. I didn't realize that was a Joe Hill one. But yeah,
Eh,
I agree with you. I like Joe Hill, but, what can I say? I like writers a lot.
way off base, but yeah.
It sells a lot, but it's not as bad. And I know, I mean, it seemed like we got some MauLer fans in here. I'm just gonna go ahead and say, hey, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and watch this, and I will be as fair as possible. I do not like his review methods, but we'll see. We will see.
It would be awesome if he expanded upon that, like, I guess we're
If
just
I was
supposed
just
to
about to
know,
say that. What does he
like,
not like about Mulder's review methods? Can he
so
identify?
previously, I've seen those guys kinda go over why they don't think that there is such a thing as an objective, critique of, like, a film since it's art
Yeah,
and
and that's
art
the
is
biggest straw
subjective.
man for
But
Muller
it's
almost.
yeah, it's just 2 people, using different definitions of the same thing. They're not willing to say, "Oh, if that's what he means by objective, okay, I can see why he's saying that." Like, they're not saying their opinion is, like, the law of the land, but, that seems to be the way they're straw manning it, like you're saying, this objective. So that's the only thing that I can think of is that they hate the term objective criticism because I haven't
A
heard him
lot of
actually
people
go through
do.
the method.
Yeah, they use objective qualities of the film to add to other qualities. So it's more objective based criticism. And they're a little hit or miss with that sometimes, but not really what we're here for.
if it just like
Mhm.
disagreements and like points of view, I'm not gonna have a whole lot to say. It's possible gonna have bad takes. If it has any bullying or something like that, I'm gonna have to point it out. And also, like, I know a lot of the EFAP fans that like to hang out on this channel. Guys, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. You like to act like I bring up Mahler all the time when this is literally the second time I've covered one of his videos. This is
And you again back to the why do you assume? I think he's just taken everything everyone says about Mueller and just running with that narrative. That's
Well, it
my
just
thoughts
seems
on the
so
matter.
disingenuous as well, because, like, okay, but how many videos do you have on rags? Like, okay, so if he just took my career as well, okay, how many videos did I do on Bob specifically? But he's gonna classify it as I did it on him as well. Um, Mahler made appearances in there, and then they also did streams on objective criticism. It's just disingenuous the way that he's framing it.
Yeah, but when you get your he probably just took a look at actual fandom boys video about objective criticism and formed his opinion primarily around that. But that's just speculation on my behalf.
it's not that much. He doesn't pop up that much. He occasionally pops up in like a group stream or something like Friday Night Tights or something. But that's about it. But anyways, Star Wars cannot grow up. I'm assuming he's just gonna crap on the sequel trilogy, but I don't know. I don't know. And I'll also be blunt. There are things that I dislike about the sequel trilogy. I really like Last Jedi, but if he doesn't, which I assume he doesn't, because he's
Again, there's things you
Why
don't
does
like
he?
about the sequel trilogy. Why
And
not
what
go
does he
into them
really
a little
like
more?
about Last Jedi? I've heard Dane kind of argue for it, but I haven't heard Bob specifically say what he likes about TLJ. I would be interested because I don't know. I don't see a lot to love in that, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems like he's downplaying the
Maybe if
mistakes
we
of the
could view
sequels
it
if he
through
likes
Bob's eyes, if he
TLJ.
could enlighten us to exactly what wonderful qualities the sequel trilogy does have, along with what sort of draws that back, be very helpful for understanding his sort of perspective on why he thinks the sequel trilogy is actually good. But if he doesn't put that out there, we can only make assumptions of why he would think about this stuff.
done like 50 billion hours on it. I'm sure like there's some fair
Are
criticism
you
to
seeing
throw
cuts
at
in
it.
here?
I'll probably disagree.
Yeah,
Let's see.
I'm
Let's
seeing
see.
cuts, and
Let's
he's also
see.
saying Long Man
Season
Bad.
5, Episode 9 of Futurama is called The
Okay. Gonna bump this up because Bob doesn't talk exactly fast. This speed won't exactly disrupt what
But
Muller's
we're
saying.
transforming this so much. We're
Sting.
being
Unfortunately,
so
they captured
transformative.
Yeah, see, I actually made an edit there.
Queen Bee
Oh,
I mean, we'll see. Is this going to actually play into the Star Wars critique? Let's see.
wakes up and attacks them. With her
That's
grief,
what he
decides
pauses
to eat
for.
space
Another
honey,
cut from
falls
me.
asleep, and dreams about Fry. He says he can prove he's real by telling her where he hid a gift for her before the mission.
There's just one thing I want you to do.
I don't remember this one. I wonder if I've seen it. I like Futurama, but my viewing habits of it are very spotty.
What? I want you to wake up.
Wake up, but I'm not.
In her neck,
I think most Futurama, I haven't seen like box sets and stuff, so most stuff I've seen is actually from TV, and I remember the schedule on it changing all the fucking time.
And frankly, he's wasting his sort of time here. He's seen it. You haven't
yeah.
watched much of it, mostly TV. Muller's talking all about this Futurama episode. Why not share your perspective on Futurama as a whole? He
Oh,
doesn't
no,
think
you
that
just
stuff's
roboted,
necessary,
sir.
I guess. I'm roboting.
It's going pretty bad, robotic.
Mr.
But
Roboto. Talk for a bit. I'll be
very
sad.
much so.
Your thoughts?
Very much so, Roboto. But yeah, it is kind of interesting that he's just going off of like the scheduling of Futurama and saying like I mainly remember it on TV. It's like, yeah, that's what it was. I mean, they've had a couple of specials, but it's a TV show. I don't know. It would be better if he actually mentioned, like I saw a couple of seasons of this, or there was a time that I watched it, and then the schedule changed. Like it would be nice if he elaborated on anything that he's like trying to bring to this. They just seem vague, and it's like, how is that helpful to say like, yeah, mostly TV stuff, but the schedule moved around a lot. I don't know.
Fry takes her down.
What I was pretty much saying, am I still Mr. Roboto
Sweet, you're
or
back to human.
Bender? Okay,
Nope,
no
you're
longer
good.
Bender, but still asshole probably. But
Red Shot
played to my
called it
strengths.
Q-Bird, so
Good question. Qbert, Dobert, whatever. But I was saying mostly the same thing. He wastes time talking about his experience with Futurama instead of actually talking about what he thinks about Futurama as a whole. That really is a waste of time. I think that's what you were generally saying while I was replugging and plugging back in.
yeah, like just basically talking about like the scheduling and then of the actual show, and just that he hasn't seen it that much. Like it would be nice if he elaborated on any part of that. Like, have you not seen it just because of the scheduling? How much of it do you think you've seen? But he seemed to hint that it's mainly TV, and it's like, yeah, it was a TV show. They had a couple of specials.
So
but,
much.
yeah, I don't know. It's just interesting. It's not adding to anything, but
Well,
thanks,
I
Bob.
think that does perform his worldview. It might be a little hint into his worldview. It's not about the media. That's all subjective. Why even criticize it? It's all the objective things are how much it makes, where it played, blah, blah, blah. But I could be wrong there.
Dancing in a Venusian garden and drinks hot chocolate with her on Hyperion.
So yeah, you could probably get 45 minutes out easy if you'd spend the first half on Futurama. Let's see. There might be a point to this. I'm still waiting.
Here, take my check.
Yeah, as I predicted, a lot of people are going to be lost by Muller just starting off with these two examples and not doing a proper setup to sort of lead people in, even just a really short one. What do you
Yeah.
think about that?
I mean, in his defense, that is kind of like his style for doing it. I've heard it explained kind of like evidence, theory, and then trying to tie it all together. So, like, he kind of does it after he gives you the evidence. So, I've heard that it is an attempt to make you make the connection, so that he's not like spoon feeding it to you, telling you make this connection. It's a style. I don't know.
Yes, but
He's
he
got
generally
again like
does that when he's
1.3
focused
million
on,
views
like,
on
one
this.
thing. When he focuses on one thing, that's a little bit better, I think.
Fair enough. And you know, I don't know if it's my place to tell him that he's doing it wrong when
No.
he's got like 1.3 million views on this. And I get the point that he's trying to make.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of dig the idea of not like spoon feeding the audience, but kind of curating clips. I don't know. It's a different style, but I
But,
get your point. I think I would do it differently too, but again, I'm not getting like
same
1.3 million views on my reviews.
no, you're really hyping up the numbers, learning much from Bob. It's about the
Hey, that's
numbers,
a
how much
lower one
sale.
than, a lot of his more recent ones, but, to be fair, he takes a while to do these.
Yeah, absolutely, I'm not discrediting him based on Long Man Bad. It's just, I don't like really playing the number game. Some people do to try to gauge how influence it is, how much people can recommend, blah, blah, blah. Also, maybe his sort of talk with Star Wars theory recently might have bumped it up. Don't know. As I said, don't know much about the numbers, but Bob is missing a complete thing. I want you to think about it while we're going through this first section, what he's missing out on before, I give my own thoughts. Okay, great.
Humor? I'm thinking comedy.
Leela begins to crack up, seeing the crew sing "Don't Worry."
Okay, I don't have much to say right now. I'm sure I will later, but it's like, okay, we're literally recapping Futurama. Okay.
Yeah.
We're waiting for
I
it,
mean, I
Bob.
assume this relates to Star Wars fan base wanting it to come back. I'm not sure. Beat like Star
If
Wars died, and then
only
it
it
came
would
back
tell
when
you.
Disney bought it, and let's see.
Worry, be happy, while gradually all blowing up as a result of bee stings until coming to terms with losing her mind. Fry continuously asks Leela to wake up throughout the episode.
Okay, we're 4 minutes in. 4 minutes in. Okay. Better be a point.
We eventually
And he pauses to just say the number for Christ's sake.
No, that's
Okay?
transformation, okay? The
And
fact
you
that,
know
you know,
what?
you pause this to say that he did that, that's transformation. If you
And I
just,
cut this
say
up.
what you just saw, recap it, that would be fine, and if you say, "Hey, I hope he has a point at some point," that's transformation, apparently. Yeah, I wish Bob would actually add something of substance. I don't think he's as good off the top of the dome as he thinks he is, but
Maybe he
it
thinks that
seems like
smirky
it is that issue
smile
that you
is the
mentioned.
add into it. Look at that smirk.
Yeah, oh,
Epic
no, it
pause
is. It's
moment.
transformative. You don't understand. He's
Yeah, just
over
like
the
Jinx.
bar. You can't tell just how far the progress is once it gets to Bob's little, corner.
Yeah, he
But
has to spoon feed that
it's
to you, like
interesting, and
MauLer.
I think it does kind of go off of what you were saying before that I don't know, like he just doesn't add anything of substance to it. It's just it really comes off hollow. I don't think he's putting previous thoughts together with new thoughts. He's not really paying attention. I don't know if he has the attention span to understand what the point is. Like his main criticism now is we're 4 minutes in and I don't know his entire point. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, this is a 44-minute video. So for someone like Bob, your criticism would be perfect. Like if you did do a quick recap, like, hey, here's 3 examples of the same type of scene. Here's how 2 of them are done well, in my opinion, and here's how Star Wars really fumbled it. Like, you're right. You could put an intro to it like that on there, and then Bob would know the point that he's trying to make. But Bob doesn't seem to be one of those that's going to follow like the crumb trail. He's not going to actually like do his investigative work. He
Yeah,
just wants to be spoon-fed, like you mentioned, consumer.
you don't even need to actually watch the video. You can sort of go through, look at the scenes, see what they're talking about. Look at me do this. Oh, they're talking about Star Wars finally at this point. And blah, 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 blah. Here they're talking about Buffy, Star Wars, blah, 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 blah. Get an idea. He didn't even watch Ahsoka at this point, and that we're gonna get to that. He puts no effort into research or what I was talking about. This is a video where there's cuts, obviously for a speech, but when it comes to actually MauLer's video, no, he'll leave that in entire chunks. And I cut it up just because I have a belief in fair use. And I actually have substance to showing this earlier part. We both had criticisms of Bob here. Just how far are we in? We're at the 20
Definitely
minute
not
mark.
his background though. That popcorn bucket is yeah,
Oh,
pretty
you're
legendary.
gonna hyper focus on that bucket. It is a famous bucket. From what I know.
It is like the biggest thing in the background, that or Wally. But that's beside the point. I'm looking for the substance of his argument, and he has yet to show any of it.
Yep. Spoiler, I don't think he has much, but this is
No,
enlightening
come
in
on.
any
Bob
case.
definitely would do that. He's
Well,
got to
if
come with an
Bob
actual argument.
watches this in the
Bob.
future, please learn from us. I'll even give you some pointers. I'm giving Gray a bit so he's not biased by this, but we're going to get to it.
We hear him breaking down as he says it behind the sound of hospital beeping.
Yeah, no, I'm assuming it's some sort of like relation to Star Wars Disney, like, you know, Star Wars died and then it came back, and Mila kind of wants it back, but you know, like
this
she's wanted
is
to die
really
and get
odd
back, and
theory.
then she gets back a facsimile. We'll see. We will see.
Yeah, this
Okay, so he's not good at assumptions. Like you mentioned, that is a really weird way of saying, I'm assuming this is, it's like, wow, that is a really poor assumption. I would assume, so when I was shown this, I wasn't told any of the connection. I thought I was missing like the intro to it. A friend of ours actually kind of showed it to me, and another friend. But he didn't show me the middle section, the now I'm blanking, Buffy section. So it was just kind of this, and then the Star Wars thing. But I kind of knew where he was going from this because I had just watched Ahsoka, and Bob is familiar with Ahsoka, so you think he might understand once he realizes what's going on, that this person is like in a world within a world, that you know, they're kind of teetering. It's interesting. I'm not sure if I agree with everything that MauLer asserts, but wow, that is just a weird assumption that Bob went down. I don't know. It's baffling to me how he could have gotten to that conclusion.
Well, he might be getting notes on his phone. He's probably looking at something. Maybe it's his phone. Maybe it's not. Who knows? Maybe he's reading a fanfic, Star Wars
Like,
fanfic
this
at the
being
same time.
the life and death of Star Wars, like the franchise. It's like, okay, you think this is all like an attack on, like, I don't know. Like, it's just weird. Like, I would assume it's the way that they're doing the actual arc, but again, I kind of look at what Mahler's talking about. He doesn't talk about like the strategic decision of this company is not the great, like, it's not like he's giving advice to, like, you know, mega corporations on what movies to release next. It's more like he's breaking down the story and consistency within it. I would have thought he would have assumed he was talking about the story and the consistency within it, but I don't know. I don't think he understands the objective criticism. Uh, you know, even if you don't agree with it, you should understand what he's trying to talk about.
Yeah, about his best understanding is long man, objective criticism, blah, blah, blah. That's about right. Well, that's my interpretation from Bob.
Leela wakes up. Get back to those you love and who love you. Everything in the episode is now recontextualized as Leela's point of view on the characters instead of them being themselves. On top of that, you see absurd realities of the world being treated as normal, like the stinger being left in Fry's corpse, or Bender immediately selling Fry's possessions, or the professor chopping someone's head off to analyze it. It's not that these things wouldn't happen, it's that this is what Leela would expect to simply be the case in her world, and as the episode continues, we get more and more abstract representations of her mental state. The episode sheds light on Fry's commitment to Leela, giving us clues that he did indeed put his jacket on her because she was cold. He did get her the gift, and his speaking to her is very likely what managed to bring her back, to pull her from the brink. It showed us how she felt about Fry. It showed us...
There was another cut. Okay. But
well, he's at least watching the screen now.
Yeah,
for the first half of it,
paying
he was
attention.
looking down at what I'm assuming was his phone. But
Yeah.
yeah, at least he started watching the screen now. So maybe he'll kind of understand what he's going off of. He's about to kind of bring it around, and hopefully he'll then make the connection to Ahsoka. But let's see.
Oh, well, we will see. He's paying attention now. Okay. I did a cut. He should have done a cut for this video a little bit, but I guess he didn't want, I guess he fat fans, assuming he took it out of context. You know, he could have left off left up the live stream and did a cut for just his reactions, but who would watch that given his reactions with a little bit of context like I led with?
It's what she loved about Fry, what he acts as in her life. It told us the effect she believes Fry's death would have on the world, and it told us that she blamed herself for everything.
So maybe MauLer should just do a Futurama fan channel. I don't know. This is fun.
Oh, that is rough. He's like, I'm finding this interesting, but obviously he's a fan of Futurama. That's a little mean, especially for Bob. Sheesh.
Yeah, but that's him transforming this video. No, don't you understand? Him
Well,
saying that, like, well, if you like it, then why don't you marry it? Like, I don't know.
oh, yes, that's
it
sort of
just
juvenile logic.
it feels like it's that same logic.
Oh,
Um,
I can see it
I
now that
don't
you
know.
pointed out. Thank you, expert
It,
on.
oh, trust me, I know childhood bullying. Yeah, it's just interesting. I don't like the way that he's not like actually engaging with it or trying to see like, oh, he appreciates this. He's trying to walk us through why he thinks this is better, but he's not holding your hand through it. And I guess that's what Bob needs because he's not going to make this connection on his own.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
I'm hoping once he realizes, once he ties this around and shows that this is kind of the world between worlds, it's kind of a dream world, if you will. Is he going to make that connection that that's what he's criticizing about Ahsoka, and it's just the one element of it?
I mean,
While I don't agree with everything that MauLer's saying, it's hard to disagree that it was handled much better, and it's a different show, Futurama for sure.
yeah, it's a
But
sitcom
I don't know. I felt
formula.
so many more.
The relationships
I felt so many more emotions in the
yeah,
Futurama one,
it
and it
definitely.
actually seemed to connect. And I understood what they were doing, and it seemed to work for me. Where the Ahsoka one, it felt so forced to me, and we'll get to it when we get to it, but I don't know. I think I could understand that that's where he's going with this,
Yes, I know
but
how that's how
I don't know.
Muller feels. Yes.
He's making a few assumptions that MauLer. I wish I had kind of like written them down as he was going, but he was saying like what Layla is feeling and those things. It might be. That is definitely one interpretation of it. I had a slightly different interpretation. But that being said, like I still get what he's talking about, and I do agree. And maybe, I am a Futurama stan or whatever. I loved that show. I thought it
Oh,
was done very
absolutely.
well. And
Don't you
for a
like how that
cartoon, like,
relationship
God,
translate episode to episode? Wait, they
yeah.
sort of do the
Well, like,
sitcom,
there's nothing as tear jerking as the dog episode. Like, oh my God, that gets me every time. There is just like some amazing writing that went on in Futurama, and part of that is, like you do have the added, I don't know what you'd call it, flexibility of a cartoon world. So that is amazing, and
yeah,
maybe you could get
flexibility
away
of
with
the
it a little bit
cartoon
more,
logic.
like in Rebels. So maybe it's not. Hey. What's up, Patrick? It's been way too long.
Oh, a base life in
Uh,
the house.
but
Welcome, a base life. Don't mind Timon fighting with people. Timon.
yeah, but yeah, it's just kind of amazing. I lost my train of thought, but yeah,
Yeah, I
it
definitely
just seems
think
like
for
it
the
is
first few
done way
seasons,
better. In
Futurama. And yeah, we're going to get to it when we get to it. But I will point out
fair
the
enough,
fact that this is a cartoon, over dramatic. You have the divorce from reality within it. Keep that in mind. Cartoon. And for a sitcom formula, they sort of keep the relationship consistency up, but it sort of gets reset for Fry and Leela. But hell, they did that in most sitcoms for a lot of its time. Fresh start. At least
for
it's not
sure.
as
But
bad as something like
they had
a
even more
Family Guy,
time,
where
and
no
they don't have
continuity.
the fair enough. But, like, they've got the whole, like, idea that, it is continuity, so, like, hey, I don't know, it seems like that could help for this whole idea, and then they've got a longer time frame as well, like, they didn't have to do it necessarily over one episode for Ahsoka. In fact, they kind of make it, at least a cliffhanger from the last episode and then this episode. So it seems like it is more of an episode that, at least more time spent with Ahsoka. So in
Uh,
theory, you could get a much deeper version of it, but
In
yeah,
Ahsoka, yes.
uh, mhm.
I will agree. They could have took their time more. Well, probably not with budgets as they are. And Futurama did this all in one episode, and then they would reset and do something stupid. There was some really impactful things like this, but heralding this as exception of good writing, smart move. But you can definitely say this is an oddity out of Futurama. There was how many episodes do you think that was this emotionally impacting in Futurama? Probably like 2 or 3 a season.
There's Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say in total. I was like, no,
No,
man. I
it,
can
it
think of
actually
like,
pulls off
but
this
yeah,
quite
I'd say
well.
2 or 3 a season. I
Yeah,
think so too. Yeah, I think I could definitely get behind that. There were some seasons that hit a little bit harder than others, but yeah, for
yeah.
sure.
Until the reboot where it was sort of limping along, and I haven't even tried the Hulu. Look how much we just talked about Futurama just in
Well,
this.
Bob's not a fan, the
But he's
time
watched
has
it
moved
as a
around a few
critic. Shouldn't he
times,
have
so
some
well, only on
thoughts?
TV. You don't understand.
Oh, so TV, you can't really criticize something if you just watched on TV. Oh, of
That was
course
what I
not.
got from his earlier statements, yeah.
Okay, fine. Fair enough. Fair enough. It would add a transformative element that would make sort of a this React style. Maybe I'm not being fair. Let's go.
Fine.
Her hubris, it's bloody brilliant. In season 5, episode 21 of Buffy the Vampire.
We're doing another one.
See, I do like that reaction there because that is going to be weird to a lot of people. And again, normie of normie, consumer of consumerism. And why I think he should have done some research. We're getting the raw, I don't know anything about anything, Bob. So it does have some value, but it still sucks for a critic to go about like this. Your thoughts on that, Gray, or you're going to sustain for now?
Yeah. Oh, no, sorry. I was just reading along in the chat. It's quite fun. Yeah,
Oh,
no,
God.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
I don't
love me
know. I
some
guess
Buffy till season 5.
I don't know, man. There's elements, like there's shiny bits out of like every season.
Oh, I hated
But it feels like
Riley.
there's some
Okay, Riley and
filler.
Buffy, hated it. It did not work.
I'm just saying, almost every season to me feels like there's filler. That being
Yep.
said, it's got a nostalgic, I don't know, place in my heart, if you will.
Buffy,
There's room enough
yeah,
for Buffy in there.
yeah. Buffy was
But yeah,
definitely
I would hope that he's more familiar with Buffy, and perhaps now that he's seen all of the Futurama thing and understood what MauLer was saying, because he can definitely,
Mhm.
you know, understand things, keep that in his mind, and then move on to the next thing. He can definitely put things in order. He's got a good memory. I'll put it that way, and he can definitely track with what people are saying. So now that he's heard the entire thing on Futurama, I'm sure he'll understand where he's going with Buffy, and I'm sure we'll get
Oh, of
very
course.
insightful commentary from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's good faith reading. Let's go in assuming he's got some really hard hitting stuff here.
Well, I guess I'll be in our 6 minutes. Of course, Buffy is longer than Buffy episode is like twice length of a Futurama. Okay, let's
I'm curious. He is actually sort of right here. Interesting.
see. Wow. Okay. Better have a point.
Vampire Slayer, the weight of the world, but all glory will kill Dawn and Buffy will lose
Another cut
everything.
of me.
Instead of her usual reaction
could
to
have
create
easily
a new
done this.
plan, to act fast, to give a speech about this new evil being defeated once and for all, she stops, she sinks, and she is frozen as the
I mean, what commentary do you guys want when he just does a recap? Like, I'm waiting for him to actually give commentary for me to react to, because he hasn't really said anything. He is just recapping this stuff. It's really a like, what do you want me to freak out because he's recapping stuff? Because it's like, okay, so a lot of the EFAP fans like to
Why is that
yell
your only
that I'm
choice?
being bad faith.
Yeah.
His only choice is to freak out. He could say, "Oh, I think this could be where he's going," and give another prediction. He did that earlier. That was about the most insightful he's been. That was about the most information he's dumped on any of us as to what he's actually thinking about any
It
of
was
this.
entertaining, even if it
It's
was
completely
insane.
wrong. But I would think you could add that to it. Like, okay, well, now he's talking about this one. I'm not sure exactly what he would have to do, but he could mention, his style of recapping could be done a lot quicker. He keeps using the same clips and they keep looping. perhaps he could make this shorter and make the clips not loop. I don't know. There's something you could actually give as a criticism to what you're seeing on screen. He
Yeah.
seems to be thinking that 4 minutes is too long. So I don't know. Maybe he could, or 6 minutes is too long. I can't remember exactly where he's at in the video.
Well,
Oh, sorry, 7 minutes, 21 seconds. It's
6
right on
minutes
the
for
screen. I
Futurama.
should
He
have looked up it.
predicted there's 6 more for Buffy, and
Yeah.
he's roughly right.
So he could have gotten into that, like, hey, I think you could have told that a lot more concise and given your criticisms a lot more concisely. I don't think you needed 6 minutes. I think you could have done that in 3 and without having the background pictures loop. I don't know, something like that. There is criticism you could give to somebody.
Oh, there's absolutely. He uses a lot of
he
time to
doesn't
sort
seem
of
to be doing that.
praise this. I mean, he could have just gone in completely objectively and let everything out, but there's definitely a sort of framing that this writing is great. And I can't actually argue with the Futurama one. I can argue a little bit with this. This is the one I think falls a little bit more flat because, frankly, I need to refresh my memory. Let's go on because, for context, what MauLer says and see if Bob picks up on it. Spoiler: I watched this. Unless my memory's completely shot, I don't think he does.
I'm literally sitting here
No, I'm sure Bob's
trying
got it.
to absorb what he's telling me. He's trying to do a setup. I'm like, okay, let's do your setup. It is long, but you know what? I'll say he's decent at
Long
recaps.
man
I'll
back.
go ahead and say that.
The episode closes out.
Buffy.
We discover
I mean, he's a lot better than Gary at the recaps. I'll say that.
in The Weight of the World that Buffy
to
has
bring
entered a
in Gary.
catatonic state. This season has absolutely destroyed her. At least that's the obvious interpretation one would have, considering all.
Wouldn't it actually be kind of funny if it's like Star Wars cannot grow and he never actually talks about Star Wars? That would be kind of hilarious.
It
He
would
just
be.
recaps stuff he likes.
That would actually be very beautiful. But you know what? He's not a troll. There are many trolls out there. But Muller doesn't intentionally do it, except for his April Fool's Day video.
What's happened.
Losing Dawn after all that Buffy's been through. I think it's pushed her too far to some sort of catatonia.
Yeah, okay. I have this big black spot in my
And the
editing
team
because I'm a
decides to
moron.
enter Buffy's mind
No,
to get
you
her back.
proved
Upon
that
entry,
you
Willow
would,
sees, as we
you know,
do, that
transform
Buffy
this.
is in her childhood home.
Oh,
She's
thank you
reverted
for
back
making me
safely
feel-
and comfortably to a child.
Hi, Willow. Hello, Buffy.
That's giving me a sort of a whoa. I didn't notice this before, but that scene just now reminded me give me what's that? Stephen King. We were just talking about it. Red Room, The Shining feel. Give me a very Shining feel. Giving you a Shining feel?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what they're going for. But yeah, I think it does kind of have that vibe. But it is kind of, throwback. It's supposed to be vintage, like her as a kid. So yeah.
Yeah, frankly, throwing this in is a little weird just because the setup is. Nah, I'm not going to get into it. But yeah, I think this is a bad example. Let's see if he picks up on this. I'm trying to give him some advice here. But yeah, you can just bring up that felt not even focusing on MauLer's actual commentary or setup here to actually remark things about what he's showing the audience. Simple enough, React content might be hard, but standing there staring at the camera, that's some people might consider that transformative. Some people even consider freaking chat transformative. But you know what?
Well,
I don't
he
think this would
hasn't
hold
been
up in
given
court.
his orders yet. He's still waiting for like the next move that he's supposed to do. It's not on
There
him.
is both actual fandom and GM Morgan in the chat now, so maybe he's waiting for
his
everyone
orders.
else to jump in. But that might be unfair. We might be really mean about this.
Willow opens with explaining how much Buffy is needed, how much she needs to come back. But Buffy is reliving memories, and one that we see is that of
Okay, so we're dealing with another story where like somebody dies, but like we have a person having trouble with them.
And he can't
He's
follow this
starting to get it.
correctly.
He's kind of starting to get it. So he is thinking
But he's
dies,
still
which
framing
is
that
fair enough.
incorrect. She's in a state
Well,
of catatonia.
People are on the verge of death, like Layla was in a coma or whatever, and Ahsoka's in the in-between. So I don't know. I could kind of get where he's going with this, and
And the fact he didn't
He
watch
said that he's not the
fifth
biggest fan
episode.
of Buffy or anything like that. So maybe he,
He said
just
that?
maybe he is assuming that, well, I'm assuming he's not a Buffy stan. Otherwise, he would have been happy to go through this episode, right?
Yeah, it
Maybe
would
I'm
be
making too
awesome.
many assumptions, but
Yeah,
maybe he's assuming that she died. So he's at least kind of trying to piece it together. This would be transformative. That's awesome. Thanks for doing that, Bob.
yeah, he is
But
making an effort.
this is Bob's thinking face.
Okay. I'm glad I brought you along. I would have never known about all these facial expressions.
I'm gone.
Meeting her sister for the first time, we
Oh,
then
back
see a
down
visual of Buffy
after my
placing a
cut.
book on a shelf. Strange, but whatever, when the team decides to enter Buffy's mind to get her back.
In the strange, but whatever, he sort of waves over some of the weird writing of this. But I guess it's the world between worlds, the afterlife, Willow going into the brain of a comatose. And,
Yeah.
Bob's eyes are glazing over down at the phone, I assume again. Maybe chat.
Yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the phone. I think this is the special chat. Yeah, but perhaps
Okay.
I'm wrong.
From the special Discord. But we shouldn't make so many assumptions. But it's funny to actually bring them up still.
Upon entry, Willow sees, as we do, that Buffy is in her childhood home. She's reverted back safely and comfortably to a child.
Hi, Willow.
Yeah, MauLer definitely could have cut this down to stream. Could have probably cut this in half.
I would say Johnny DB does have a pretty good thing, pretty good comment there. It's right at the bottom, right next to the thing. But he said, I wouldn't say he's recapping. I'd say it's more of an in-depth analysis. Fair enough. I wouldn't say all he's doing is recapping. That again would be a really shitty framing of it, and we did kind of accept that earlier when he was saying that. I just kind of was saying there is something of criticism that you could give to a recap, but he is also giving a whole bunch of analysis. Layla's thinking this. She's thinking that he's going to give what Buffy is thinking and what Willow is thinking in a moment. He is giving his analysis on it.
Or he can get, the better way of saying it is his interpretation of that. I think he even made a comment about that. Well, that's what the viewer can assume of that based on what he talked about the other episodes. Everything beforehand, that's what the person can assume from everything. So yeah, there is definitely some assumptions in here, even though he didn't go over all the events in the season, like the sister actually not really being the sister. So just for me, this feels like that made this feel weird, that the actual solution for it, but it doesn't actually undermine MauLer's actually description of how it plays out. His description of how it's playing out, perfect, not perfect. It has a slightly good framing to it, while dismissing all the criticisms. It's not quite an in-depth, is what I'm saying. It's sort of given the positive quality of this. This is why I thought.
Would you give it more charity than actual fandom is? He said they're used to someone pausing every few seconds and picking things apart, Bob. Would you say that he's doing more than that? Is it more of an analysis than that? Even if it's not in-depth, would it be an analysis versus picking something apart?
Yeah, he's not picking it apart. He's given his reading on this in a very positive way because he really admires the writing of this episode here. So, actual fandom as normal, not the most good faith actor.
What are you talking about?
Willow opens with explaining how much Buffy is needed, how much she needs to come back. But Buffy is reliving memories, and one that we see is that of...
Okay, so we're dealing with another story where like somebody dies, but like we have a person having trouble with them gone.
Meeting her sister for the first time, we then see a visual of Buffy placing a book on a shelf. Strange, but whatever.
Yeah, it's a little weird. I wonder if I really actually should have watched this, but I didn't want to go in with too much context. But Buffy meeting her sister for the first time, and the sister was someone inserted
a representation of it. Yeah, but it's like a memory. I feel like
MauLer. It would have been nice if MauLer would have given us some context about the sister not actually being the sister and being the key. That might actually.
He does. He mentions it in a moment that it's an inserted memory, if I remember correctly. Sorry, I just watched
Okay.
the middle part of this. But I
Okay.
think he does mention that it's like an inserted memory. Yeah, it's just
Does
Bob
he
seems
account for how
unwilling to
that
kind
goes
of
into
go
it?
down this road.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
definitely
think he goes
something
into
worth
it in depth,
mentioning
but he
and
does mention
criticizing
it for
MauLer
sure.
over. It's definitely something worth. Not a major criticism, just like, just sort of bringing that up and just leaving it behind is, a little odd, okay? Not factoring in all the events around this episode, especially since MauLer goes into the lead up of the Ahsoka episode that he really picks apart. Not going into the more details of but he was trying to keep it short, trying to just explain the writing of the episode, and he does do a focus on the writing, so I can understand that. As I'm saying, I'm giving Bob more in case he watches this in the future. Don't mind our sort of, banter here. Giving you quite solid advice, I think, in my opinion. And man, if you're going to do this, you really need to cut it up like I did for this. When, like, I gave a few minutes lead in and out from each one of Bob's comments or reactions to this video. You can do a little bit of that. You're not going to miss too much.
Willow opens with explaining how much Buffy is needed, how much she needs to come back. But Buffy is reliving memories, and one that we see is that of...
Okay, so we're dealing with another story where like somebody dies, but like we have a person having trouble with them gone.
Meeting her sister for the first time. We then see a visual of Buffy placing a book on a shelf.
Death is your gift.
That was, again, an interesting
On that notion, we
interpretation of it.
backslide again to...
What was a interesting interpretation?
Well, he's saying that, again, we have a story of someone dying and somebody, like, not being okay with it, essentially. It's like, that's all you got out of
Yeah,
the
it's
Futurama
about
thing, that it was just one person not being okay with it.
it's about
Um,
someone reaching out.
He's not, like,
trying to-
putting the... Well, where could that fit into Star Wars? It really thinks, like... I don't know. I assumed that he was going with Ahsoka, and also, I believe Ahsoka is in a thumbnail of it, but I kind of made that connection almost instantly. I was assuming he would as well, but
Well,
I don't know.
media literacy research,
It seems interesting. I
definitely.
don't know. It's a weird, very simple interpretation of what happened in that Futurama episode. But okay, I guess that's what he thinks is happening here. Fair enough. Perhaps he's not as familiar with Buffy and doesn't know that the character has not died in this moment, even though he's kind of explaining that. But fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough. At least he's trying here. Okay.
Buffy as a child visiting Dawn for the first time. She's looping on specific memories, that of meeting Dawn, learning the Slayer legacy, and killing Dawn. Only there's that one extra visual. Willow then starts to get a bit more desperate.
This never happened. You never killed your sister. None of this is real.
Willow explains it's entirely normal to want a break, to want out of this life for even a second to release the weight of the...
Yeah, but most of these memories are false. Okay. If freaking organized chaos here, Bob, had any commentary, he would probably call out that sort of thing within the story if he had any clue about this episode, like I do.
I was gonna say he might not be familiar.
Okay.
I want to give him the charity of it that maybe he doesn't know that she didn't kill Dawn, that is like a different memory, and that this isn't actually memories playing out, but it's more of like a dream-like state.
Yeah.
Things can change. Things are not reality-based, which was exactly what he was pointing out with the whole Futurama episode. And that's why I don't think it's the greatest comparison against the Star Wars one. There are comparisons that you can make with that Ahsoka thing, but it doesn't appear to be dream-based. It appears to be more like a memory, unless I'm wrong. My interpretation could be incorrect on that. They don't make it crystal clear.
Yeah, there's a
So
certain
I
amount
don't
of
know. We'll
vagueness
get to
here.
that when we get to it.
Yep,
but
as we always are.
It's
We're
definitely
sort
not
of,
one for one.
mind
Yeah, I just see the similarity between
Like
Buffy and Futurama a lot more, since they're kind of a dream-like, not reality, where it's a little unclear exactly what Ahsoka's going through. But again, he'll get to that next. So
Yeah, and I'm just pointing out a criticism. If Bob was informed and did his research, he could have definitely brought out that what Willow said there, and MauLer doesn't really point out himself, is meeting his sister, who was really the key, who just came in the season, at the beginning of the season. Also, got to be weird for the audience to sort of come in seeing Buffy have such an emotional reaction. But yeah,
fair enough. I do want to give Bob some charity because, yeah, even if he hasn't like pre-watched this video, I haven't pre-watched Bob's reaction, so I'm just going off the top of my dome. So fair enough. I don't want to give him any crap for not pre-watching this and coming up with like points to say. I just wish you'd flesh out the points that he is making more.
and I wish if he took this from a stream that he would have cut it down a little bit more to in line with fair use. As we pointed out earlier, there was cuts when in his little speech. So why not cut out some of the MauLer parts and just leave in the parts like I did for the actual context around the barely passable commentary organized chaos is trying to pull off.
I can get the urge to not actually do the pre-work and actually edit it and everything. Just react to something that exists. I can understand the ease of doing that as opposed to what you did. What can I say? You put a little bit more effort into what we're reviewing than he did.
Yeah, did a little bit more research. But you know what? I don't stream every day or every other day, whatever sort of schedule Bob keeps. But you know what? I think it's worth the effort to give good, solid criticism to something. And if you pre-watch something, I know watching something really long sucks and cutting it down to address the points you want to. Something I've done many times, and my YouTube channel is much smaller than Bob's here. But you know what? I couldn't stream every day if I pre-watched and sort of did a little bit of research into what I'm talking about. But you know what? Bigger people than me, my betters, I guess. Bob here's my better, if you're going by numbers alone.
World, but the fact is, Dawn isn't
10 minutes in.
dead, and for every second
Oh,
Buffy chooses to give up, she will
insightful.
make Dawn's
He's
death a reality.
has
She has a
excitement
choice to
of a
make, and she
counter.
must make it now. Willow reaches her, and Buffy
Heads
is
back
ready to
down.
lead. This episode deftly guides you through a rather layered and complex bit of trauma, with visual metaphors and dialogue being blended out of time.
Like Giga Chat there. Like, what are you doing? Like, okay, I'm fine with disagreements in the chat, guys, but like that shit's not cool. Stop it.
Time and space.
That
while
is a
Willow
little
acts
bit
as the
of.
only anchor to the
So have you noticed
Stop
Giga
what?
Chat is saying actual fandom? Hey, your butt buddy is the one molding over MauLer, setting up the premise. That does seem a little weird. You don't have to call him that. But that being said, these guys have definitely called people worse. So
Oh,
I don't know if you're gonna have that rule, you should live up to it too.
Well, rules for thee, not for me. But you know what? Bob doesn't really speak for actual fandom, but he does defend him in chat. Probably because it's his chat. Guess he wouldn't defend him other places, I would assume. But you know what? Each to their own. I get weird comments, I address them or something like that.
real world. Buffy begins by hiding in her very own childhood memories, metaphorically removing herself from the weight of all responsibility. Dawn is alive, and she's waiting to be rescued just like always. The one thing that would ensure her death is to give up. Buffy is realizing that she killed Dawn the second she didn't want to protect her anymore, even for a second. She then believes she's lost.
Yeah, I really wish I would have watched this episode because it seems weird that she would place so much emotional emphasis. She knows Dawn isn't really her sister. She's pretty much a supernatural being who just inserted her into her life because she felt Buffy could protect her. So that's definitely something if Bob did research and not looking down on his phone, he could say about a criticism of Bob. I meant of MauLer, sorry. Whew. But would you think that's a fair criticism to bring up, even if it sort of would be missing the point? I mean, if you're being good
Yeah.
faith about it, what MauLer's talking about is what emotional impact. Can't call him just an
Yeah.
objective critic after this, because he puts a lot of faith into the actual emotions expressed here. Probably a little bit too much, as you said, and
Yeah.
I
I think
probably
there's
would
some
agree with
assumptions that
is
he's making.
I think that's one of MauLer's biggest weaknesses. He has a interpretation and he goes with that, but that's fair enough. He gets a lot of his interpretations based on what he thinks would be good storytelling in the scene.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's objectively wrong or anything like that. I'm not sure that's the only
It,
interpretation or the correct interpretation, but I can
it's just
see where you'd get
proof
that
that
interpretation.
MauLer is not an objective critic. And that seems like such an unfair thing, and Bob should that would be something good for Bob to comment on. Look at all the emotion MauLer has put in, so all the emphasis on this. None of this is objective. Maybe
Yeah.
he's not as objective as some people led me to believe he is. Definitely something he could comment instead of looking down at his phone or whatever.
Well, he's multitasking, give him
Oh
credit.
yeah,
He's doing like 3 things at once and, Giga Chad just got deleted, so he probably
yeah.
has to look into that
I
and send
actual
out a
fan.
thanks for but
Yeah,
yeah, I do wish he would kinda go into it more rather than just kind of saying like a phrase and then moving on. Um, I don't know. I would like to know where Bob is coming from on a lot of his assertions as well.
Hmm.
And
What
it
do you
feels
think
like
of
there's a
this?
lot that you could disagree.
Does he have
I don't
bad
know.
lighting?
He's got the lights in the back. It's got kinda like a Stranger Things, like, trailer with the Christmas lights nailed to the wall vibe.
And
I don't
frankly, I
know.
can't
It's
do
a thing
anything
he's
about
going
his
for.
audio. His voice is just why even bother with the audio with his voice? Sort of like with my voice. Okay. There's some voices that are just better distorted or even roboto. But yeah, maybe the voice and the lighting is
I mean, we could
subjective.
all improve a lot of things, I
We're
don't know.
just
It
trying
was
to be
weird. My
fair to
old
Bob
computer
here.
was
I do understand your
my old
concern,
computer, like,
Miracle
changed
Molly.
audio for no reason, yeah. So I wanna give him some credit, like, sometimes you can't do anything about it, like, it just is kinda crap. Also, it kinda depends where you live, like, whether you can get any sort of sound isolation, but,
Hmm,
I think there's things he could do to make his voice more pleasant, for sure.
probably voice exercises, practice. Many things he could do, but maybe he has the best mic he can. Okay, let me not get into all that. But yeah, I just didn't want to point out the comment and see what we
Tangents,
thought
but,
about the lighting in his voice.
they're not
I
necessarily wrong. It's always nice to get feedback and, to make improvements.
Yep, you
I
always
would
want to
agree that
strive
he
to be
hasn't
better.
made many upgrades to his background or, his, visuals in quite a while. So,
Oh, I think that
Bob, you could always step it up a little bit.
that Black Widow a popcorn bucket is like a point of pride for him now since it was such a focus of rags. Still
Oh, yeah,
is
it's
in
got
some place.
Taskmaster on it,
Oh,
it's a
yes.
classic.
Master of all.
Not because she failed a particular battle, but because she doesn't have the drive to win anymore. Buffy gave up. Whether true or not, whether reason.
I mean, I kind of feel like the point of all this is to just kind of numb you, and then when you get to the actual like bad takes, well, listen, I've seen enough MauLer to know he does bad takes. But let's see. You know what?
Yeah.
That's his interpretation. Okay, so all he's trying to do, again, long man bad, he's done 11 minutes, or excuse me, 11 minutes, 49 seconds. I keep looking at our time as opposed to the one up above in his
Okay.
video. But yeah,
It's
okay, so
messing up really
12
well.
minutes is just MauLer trying to go ahead and numb you to the really bad
Oh,
takes that are
yes.
gonna come soon. I don't know, that's just a weird assertion. I would hope that he's gonna back it up, but instead he just says, "I know MauLer has a lot of bad takes." I
Yeah,
wish
I
he
mean,
would give
he's
us an
definitely hyping
example of a
these
bad
2
take.
shows up, but saying he's numbing people? What the hell? I don't even know what he's talking about. Maybe he's just assuming everyone just gets zoned out when they're looking for the Star Wars content, and we have about 11 minutes of nothing talking about Star Wars. It's fair enough, but his interpretation of numbing, I wish he would explain this instead of
I
but then
think
he
once he's heard more than 5 minutes of somebody talking, he goes numb. Like, look at him. He definitely has a numbed effect if you look at his picture there.
I think that's a
That does
personal
not
problem
look
of
to me
Bob.
like somebody. Maybe, and maybe I'm being very uncharitable to him right now. But
Maybe.
the only thing I can kind of interpret from saying that his goal is to numb you. I don't know. That's just I
Yeah.
don't find anything that Mahler has done like numbing or boring. I don't necessarily agree with everything that he's saying, but that I just wish he would back up any of his criticism with any sort of points, and I just don't see him doing that. But
Logic,
this is such a weird
reason.
accusation that I think deserves some sort of like explanation on, okay, you think he's numbing you? How is he numbing you by explaining here are two? So I understand he doesn't understand his style. You know, give
Yeah, you would
evidence,
actually have to
evidence,
do
then make your
research and
claim, then make your conclusion.
understand, but
But it just,
yeah.
I don't know. It feels like he could kind of make that connection now, and it's not, oh, he's just trying to numb me so that when he makes his stupid points,
I
you're
know
not
it's
going to
stupid
react
because I
because
know
you're too
so much
bored.
about him also. I know he has bad takes. Okay, what are his bad takes? Has he even pointed out his bad takes? This is the second video he went over.
Not yet.
And from what I remember of his sort of coverage of, I think it was Multiverse of Madness was the other one. He was searching around to find a bad take, which in reality was probably him searching for racism from Muller or something of equivalent thing in that, and not actually go against his bad point.
But I don't want to assume, but this is kind of numbing right now.
Reasonable or not, she thought it, she believed it, and that destroyed
skill
her.
issue,
Buffy
Bob.
killed Dawn. Making a difference is standing up
Another
and
cut for
fighting.
me.
It's bloody brilliant. Ahsoka has been airing
Another
recently.
cut.
Is this going to be in our 6 minutes?
The first 4 episodes were a cluster.
Oh, we're finally into it. Okay,
Well,
beautiful.
it's again the way that I was trying to
Please.
respond to Miracle Molly in the chat, but yeah,
understand.
let's just talk about it now. Yeah, so this is supposed to be an Ahsoka video, but the way that Mahler's setting it up, he's doing 2 examples of what he sees as a better version of this same type of idea. So he wanted to set it up with evidence, and then the one that he's actually talking about, then he'll make his assertion. That's kind
that's
of
what we
his
keep
style,
saying.
but
Bob
I can
do his
definitely
research.
understand and I can understand anybody's like desire to say, okay, well, give me your assertion first, like, hey, this scene was done better in these other 2 things, and let me explain how they could have done it better this way. You could intro it that way, and then everyone would know kind of what you're doing. Mahler's style is a little bit different. He's trying to make you make those connections. It's a different way of doing it. I don't know that it's necessarily how I would do it, but
Yeah,
it
but
seems to be
he's also
effective for
given it a
him.
certain framing. If he was just leading people
For
with
sure.
this, he was like at the very end of Buffy, and I might have cut it off. Maybe people are going to say he says it's bloody brilliant. Then he goes into the Ahsoka. Definitely something Bob could have commented on. I'm pretty sure I didn't cut out any of Bob commentary. Let's just go back just a little bit to make sure I didn't miss anything and just listen.
Reasonable or not, she thought it, she believed it, and that destroyed her. Buffy killed Dawn. Making a difference is standing up and fighting. It's bloody brilliant.
Yeah.
Ahsoka has been airing recently.
Is this going to be in our 6 minutes?
The first 4 episodes were a clusterfuck of abysmal writing
Such
with the
good
primary.
commentary.
First 4 episodes were awesome, but okay. You know what? Sure.
You're not going to even comment on the fact he ended with a bloody brilliant. Then he went extremely quickly into savaging Ahsoka. I think that would be obvious. But you know what? Maybe
I
I'm
wish
giving
you
him
would explain why the first few episodes were amazing as well. I think Mahler's just about to say that the first part of it was horrible, or at least the first 4 episodes. I'm hoping Bob will take that as a time to explain why he thinks the first 4 episodes were awesome.
Yeah, even if he hasn't
I
watched
think
the 5th
when
episode to comment on this very well.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe he will. Good faith.
Disaster
I
being a
hope so.
complete lack of anything close to effective characterization for the main cast. I struggle to know just who the fuck any of these cardboard cutouts are or why I should care. And
You mean the unique, like, what I like about the series is that they all have, like, unique motivations.
Okay,
Like,
cool.
the first 4 episodes kind of set up
Yeah.
that they all have motivations that brought them together, but then you start seeing how their motivations are not 100% aligned. Like, Sabine would rather bring back Ezra, while Ahsoka would rather stop Thawne. Like, they're working together because those two seem like they align, but then at the end of episodes 4, you see, like, they don't align, and then that's where differences start. I think the series does a good job.
Yes, but he doesn't actually
That's an
address what
interesting
Mahler's
interpretation.
saying. Yeah, go on.
There's, like, so many more layers on that too, that, like, she used to train, Sabine, like, she is, like, her, Padawan or whatever, but, there was the whole Anakin situation, and that has, like, soured her entire thing. Like, I don't know, there is more to it, and there are more layers, and they even went into that in, like, the first part of it. It's not just later. You do learn more about it from the dream episode, which I believe is 4, and I believe that was one of them that he was talking about. Um, I probably should have looked up which episode was which, but either way, they're going to talk about this dream episode, so he should
Yes, the
come up with that.
focus.
But I do want to praise him for actually coming up with some ideas, some examples of why he thought that Ahsoka was good. For me, the pacing was really off, and I didn't get the
Oh.
motivations, and it seemed to nerf like what lightsabers do, and somebody getting pierced through their body with a lightsaber.
Oh, at
I
least
think
it's
there are better
better than
ways.
the spine stuff from, Kenobi. So many fake outs through the
And
spine. You think they're dead.
fair
Sorry, I
enough.
have to defend that scene.
I
It's
also
very
hate, like,
clear.
the intro of, like, Sabine, for instance. Like, all of a sudden, you've got this
Oh,
rock music, and she's, like, on a motorcycle on the freeway, and this like, I don't
well,
know,
that is
it's so
how
not
they
Star
wanted
Wars
to
to me.
do
It's just
that is how they
well,
wanted
I
to sort of
understand that.
characterize him. It was stupid
I
completely.
don't
They should have done something more down to earth with her in a combat situation instead to show her rebellious streak. They were trying to establish she's a rebel without a
no, they
cause.
established it with the motorcycle and the rock
Yeah,
music that she is a rebel.
they do
Yeah, I'm sorry, man,
characterize her with those certain elements. Was it good
I
storytelling?
just
No. No, it was completely
yeah,
stupid. It seems like, why is she going through all this trouble? They could have done the same thing by having her, like, in a training exercise, and someone's like, "Okay, everyone get ready. Sabine, come on." The senator, and it would have characterized the senator also before we got introduction to him. You could have done so much more with that, but they had to go with the cool motorcycle thing, which, yeah, does characterize her without saying very much. It just, frankly, it was really, I understood what they were trying to do with that. I just think it was stupid. Your thoughts on that exactly? What do you agree with
I
me
probably should have listened to you, but I
instead of
was
typing?
looking at the chat and
Fair enough.
and I was, looking at Miracle Molly's comment of, she just got stabbed through the abdomen, not a vital
Yeah.
organ, and that's perfectly fine to me, but
Hey,
then
I was
she
bringing
shows,
that
like,
up.
no sign of injury or
No,
anything like
there
that.
is a
Well, I
sign of
wasn't paying
injury.
attention, sir.
Okay,
Uh,
there was a
Not
sign of
a
injury.
ton. Like, the next episode, she's, like, running yeah, she touches her side, like, twice. I
Yeah.
would think if I, impaled you, you would show more, I don't know,
Right.
effect from that wound than, we
Okay.
got out of that. I understand it would, in theory, be cauterized, so perhaps you don't need surgery, you just need to heal back or whatever, but
Yeah,
I
super
don't know.
science,
It
okay.
seemed to nerf what a
No, it
lightsaber could
went
do,
through
and
her, but you can say that
no,
maybe the
her, but then there were also additional fighting, so I think this would be getting into later episodes, like, especially with, like, the zombie troopers or whatever. I don't
okay,
know, people were getting hit or, also the ones on the planet.
okay.
Just people are getting hit with a lightsaber full on, and it's just barely armor, where, like, we've shown them, like, open giant doors with it before. The very first one, people's limbs were flying around the cantina. Uh, I just think it nerfs what a lightsaber does in a way. Um, that being said, there's some positives from this show. Just it immediately turned me off with the whole Sabine being introduced that way, and then the whole lightsaber to the abdomen thing. But
Really,
to
that
each their own.
bothered you that
If he
much?
likes the
You know what
motivation,
bothered me more?
it kind
Is
of
that
did.
Ahsoka knew that the murder robot was gonna be waiting in Sabine's home, and that sort of, led to them finding out. That bothered me more than the sort of Sabine getting stabbed. The fact that these villains are so
I
predictable, Ahsoka knew that they would
yeah.
leave a bot for them to, and the hair racing tension moment you knew was gonna succeed, but they tried to do it. I mean, good
Well, she was
effort
wearing
there.
gray
They
at that time. She wasn't fully on the good side. Sometimes you
Yeah,
gotta pay a price to, get information and to find where this star map weird
yeah.
ball is.
Another criticism
I
is
don't
the
know.
fact that they go with the gray path without actually explaining the gray path. Extremely odd to me, but they don't want to acknowledge
I don't know. My main criticisms are pacing.
the pacing.
I didn't really get into it till like halfway through this series, but to
My
each their own.
main
He seemed to really like it.
my main perception of the pacing is it's an older style, like Seven Samurai, Yojimbo, the sort of because they have a very Asian feel to it with the training section, the blind swordsman, which is also they borrow a lot from Star Wars series at all and sort of expand on it to a certain extent, which I actually give it props on. But the scene of training between Sabine and Ahsoka, I think that was actually worth the sort of slow movement. But some of the other pacing issues, I do agree. Much way too slow at paced and taken in the scenery. My theory for that is
I just wish it got to the new world faster. Like I understand there's a lot of like fan service for people who did watch the shows, and fair enough. It's Dave Filoni's thing being put like into live action.
yeah,
Why wouldn't you do fan service for them? But
yeah,
I don't know. As an outsider, like I guess I just didn't understand like what Thrawn's biggest like why
I'm an
he's such
outsider
like the
too.
villain. What his I don't think he's a force user. I think from what I can gather, he's a strategist or something. Like they really didn't, for as much setting up people's motivations. I feel like there's key people in this that I have no idea what they want, what they're
Well,
doing.
this is sort
I
of a
dig it with the
sequel of
Ray
Rebels.
Stevenson character. Yeah, so I don't know. Like I think for all the setup that they did, I feel like it wasn't necessarily who we need to see and what would help an outsider.
Okay.
But that might just be me being an outsider.
Yeah.
But yeah, fair enough. I like that Bob actually said what he likes about it and what he thinks the character's motivations are. So fair
And he
enough.
could go so
I
much
do
into
want to give him credit for
details,
that.
even like we just did about what exactly about the characterization that it again, Bob didn't actually address Mueller's actual criticism. He talked about the motivations are set up. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. He's right. They do display that rather well. And the characterization is kept to a minimum. I'm thinking, again, I think whoever directed or wrote this has a bunch of different worldviews. The sort of the stoic nature of at least Ahsoka is understandable. Sabine's played a little weird, I have to admit. I mean, I can understand the quirky, not like other girl things they were going for her. She should have been a little bit more hot-headed at some places. But that's more of a subjective thing. It's more of a realistic style. They wanted to tone it down, where something like Buffy and Futurama is sort of that's the Buffy's more soap opera-ish. Remember, Buffy was sort of
Yeah, there
hired
might be a
because
little
of
bit
her
more
soap opera
leeway.
background, and Futurama was more cartoony because it was a cartoon. I feel like for
I would argue
Ahsoka,
they're both a little bit more cartoony. I agree with you. They're not doing anything surreal here. They're not really trying to. That's why I'm saying like I don't know the comparison is necessarily the same. They were going for a different type of thing. I understand why MauLer is lumping them together. I think the Ahsoka one's a little bit different. But
yes,
yeah, my main issues aren't from this world between world thing. Like I'll
yeah,
accept the conceit of what they're saying it is. Like it is the same one from the show and from the cartoon, and apparently I'm not familiar with that. So fair enough. I don't think it's an apt comparison between the three. But I can understand why he's saying elements of the other two are better than this.
yeah,
I do agree. They did affect me in a much greater way, but I
yeah,
think they're a different thing.
yes,
There is so much potential in this series for like so many cool things. Like I really like the Ezra character. I love the fact that they're showing a different way of using the Force, like when you first are introduced to him. So I'm also not familiar with him, but I feel like I got more of a story of like what his motivation is with the people on this weird interesting planet, which is like, yes, that's what I want out of Star Wars. Like just immerse me in this weird place. Like finally, like halfway through the season we got to something that like was interesting me. And then when you show Ezra and him using the Force in this different way, this kind of more defensive way, it's amazing to me. And it's like, yes, I want to see more of that. And then everything that they set up, they immediately like just get rid of in the next episode. Like just give him a saber, make him exactly like everybody else.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's different. I think there was potential, and I don't think everything was paid off in a good way. But I can understand
No,
why some people would like
it's
it.
disappointing that Balin actor Ray Stevenson died, supposedly.
Yeah,
And
he
he
was my
Muller
favorite part of
is
it, and I
correct
don't
when
know
he
how they're
did
gonna do the second part.
I think they might have to rework it. I don't know. It's the
Either they recast or just get him out of it and just do The Apprentice for it. I don't know. Either way, it's sad because that part
yeah.
actually intrigued me, and that was the one where they left it ambiguous, and I like that because I don't know what his motivation is, and I want to know, but I don't think they need to leave Thrawn's motivation necessarily. Like I don't know, in
I thought
a little bit of
Thrawn's
mystery.
motivation was rather clear. He just wanted to get back to the mainline universe.
So what
And
does he do? Is he like a strategist? Does he say where ships should go? Does he
well,
say
he
where
was
they
like
should attack? Like,
after
I
the
guess I don't
Empire.
understand what the threat is that he.
He's just a legendary person who can bring like when MauLer goes into Thrawn being such a threat. I don't actually buy that. Okay, him hyping up how
I guess I just don't know how much of a threat he is. I wish they'd said
he's
that
just a
instead of
strategist.
his
Okay,
motivation. You're right.
he's
Like,
a
I get that he wants the Empire to rule. I get that. Like, yeah, he's not.
and maybe some of
I
his
guess I just
actions
wish they
in
had kind of
Ahsoka
explained
sort of
more of what his
undermines
threat
that,
is.
but his motivation is just to get back, get everyone together, and reform the Empire, which is potentially
Okay.
bad in reality. But he's on his own. He's genius tactical person. And yeah, some
Fair
of
enough.
Mahler's criticisms, like
And
I
then,
don't see this blue guy as a genius tactical thing. I haven't seen anything either
hmm,
way in the series, so take it for what it is.
yeah, I'm definitely whatever you want to call it, a newbie to the whole Thrawn thing.
Oh,
I
so am
know
I,
the
but
rest of.
I actually did some research, and not even that much, and at least I know that.
Fair
I
enough.
asked you to not do research technically, so you're perfectly fine. We're getting off on tangents, way more tangents than organized chaos is about this. As I said in my tweet, I actually tweeted. He probably isn't going to come here live, but maybe he'll see it later and take notes. Because I think he could use them
Hmm.
if he wants to improve. Even the thing about lighting and his voice could be improved. Not saying it needs to be, but definitely would be helpful for him. It's always helpful for everyone making content to improve lighting and or just not showing
I
your
mean, it is
face
still
like how
Cyber
we're doing.
Week, you know.
Oh yeah, let's not
Maybe
cyberbully him. Okay.
maybe he could take advantage. No,
Mm.
I mean, you know, the cyber savings this week. Maybe he could take
Oh,
advantage of it.
good point. Good point.
You know,
Fair enough. There's ways to prove things without even lighting voice. AI voices. That's interesting. Let's move on.
That's from the parts of the show where something happens. A whopping 5%. This collection of corrugated statues on wheels feel the need to resist emoting as though the survival of Disney's stock prices depend on it. But here
Is that what they do? I have not noticed that one.
we are. The episode
Yeah, I think MauLer overhypes that a little. Definitely, it's very minimalistic. And I'm thinking it's more of a, realism. As I said, in comparison to something like Buffy and Futurama and a lot of other things, yeah, they're kept more minimalistic in their emotions. And frankly, the actors could be better. Your thoughts on that?
yeah. I
It's
mean, so I like Rosario Dawson a lot, and I understand like what they're going for with the character, and supposedly like a lot of the character's emotions are just crossing her arm. I don't know. I don't hate it. I
I
just
see her
for me it's
acting as
pacing.
very
I think
subtle.
that's
Like when the end of the
yeah.
4th episode, you see flashes of emotion through her face real quickly, come and go. I feel like there
Well,
is some
plus,
emotion
you know,
when
she changes robe color, so, you know,
then she
that's an
becomes the
entire
stoic,
transformation.
boring, light side Jedi for the rest of it, pretty much, from what I remember.
But I like the actors, like, it's not like there's, like, actors in this that I, like, absolutely hate or anything like that. Um, you know, I don't think they do a bad job. For me, it's more pacing. For him, it seems to be, like, people staring around. I think more could have happened. Like, I started getting interested in what was happening, like, halfway through the season, where the first part just dragged for me. Maybe that's personal taste, but
Oh,
I think
I
a lot of what
absolutely
Mueller is
agree.
pointing out is those staring around. It's like, okay, I don't feel like I needed that whole like riding down the freeway on the motorcycle thing.
Yep.
Maybe I don't need them staring off into space so much, but okay, I can see what they're going for. Me personally, I wish that whole first 4 episodes was more like 2 episodes. Then we get to that new world, but maybe that wouldn't work. I'm not making big budget productions.
Yeah, should have had the space whale Cthulhu things just come in and grab everyone from the beginning. Would have saved a lot of trouble.
I would just
Okay.
say let's get rid of the whole space whales, but that's just me. Again, fan
Well,
service.
that was
I
fan
like the
service
space whales.
aspect from my research into this.
Episode where Ahsoka is lost in the world between worlds, complete her training, and come to understand there is quite the journey ahead.
You look the same.
You look old.
Well, that happens.
Okay, so if
I actually really like that line. I like a lot of the humor here from Anakin. Okay. I don't think
So
MauLer
what
really
is
appreciates
happening
it.
here? Do you know what's happening? So I'd like to get your interpretation. So you are familiar with this episode of Ahsoka, right? You're saying that you like that line.
Yeah,
Did
I like the
you
humor
have
he
no?
uses.
So
It
I
seems
don't understand it, and it could be me being, just dense, but I'm not 100% certain what is happening in that whole scene, like this whole world between worlds bit.
okay. Yeah, I
Is it a
absolutely.
memory? Is it a dream? Is it like a combination of it? Like I honestly don't know exactly what's happening. I
Well,
get that what
from
they're
my
trying to depict is
understanding,
her. Sorry,
from my
go right ahead.
understanding, through Tiamat Elise saying that this world between worlds is a plot point that they were searching for it in Rebels for some darn reason. That's besides the point. But it's definitely a way.
It was so they could rescue another character and basically bring him back from the dead, but
Yes,
fair
it's sort
enough.
of like a sort of afterlife element there. Yeah, Tiamat isn't the best at explaining, but it was a plot point in Rebels, and it's yes a way to connect to the afterlife was my interpretation without knowing anything. It was tried to be explained to me afterwards, and it makes sense that Anakin's reaching out to Ahsoka here, and even now MauLer knowledge is to finish Ahsoka's training, and we
So do
see
you
the end
think that's
result there.
Anakin reaching out? So are you getting that that's a Force ghost then?
Not a force ghost. This is a space where definitely the dead come alive. Okay, sort of a
So is she doing it, or is it like? So from what I understand, like the cave or whatever, like it's your mind, like kind of doing the Force or whatever. Um, like it is a force-filled place or whatever, but what you bring to it is what is there. It's kind of like a mirror.
yeah.
What is this place? Is it again a mirror? So is her mind already knowing what she should do, but she has to put her through it, so her mind is motivating her? Or is Anakin real in some way and motivating her? Like, is it coming from within or is it coming from the place?
I'm pretty sure it's uh, coming from a place from the afterlife, sort of showing her illusions of the past, prompted by Anakin as some form. I don't think that Anakin is a reflection of her mind. It's sort of probably a hybrid between who he is and how he was reflected in her memory. Because this wouldn't have any actual, I could be wrong on this, wouldn't have any actual value if it wasn't actual Anakin. But that's
But
just
if it's, I don't know. I guess I wish it was a little bit more clear and a little less ambiguous as to like what exactly is happening. Because if it's just her mind that's doing this, and it's just the Anakin inside her mind, and it is more of the mirror thing, that's basically giving the message that like you know best, and you just need to accept you. Like I don't know, it was within
okay.
you
So
all
you're trying
along.
to okay.
Where
I understand
where
your
like the other
interpretation.
examples well, the other examples aren't necessarily that, and that's why I'm not sure what the Ahsoka one is. I wish it was a little bit more clear, and that could be that I don't know what this place between is as much. It was also a little unclear when I tried to figure out exactly what it meant that they were able to bring someone back from the dead from there. I was trying to figure out like, okay, so like, is that where like forced ghosts go? But apparently that's not what that was supposed to be. So I don't know. It appears to be something more than just your memory, something more than just you
Okay.
know,
I
like
keep
a
on trying
mirror
to
that's
post
being held up
hoc
to your brain?
I keep trying to post hoc rationale it to people who are trying to understand this. But from my interpretation, without going in, without knowing anything about Rebels, learned about that stuff afterwards, it seemed like a near death place, like going into the light. But for pretty much the Star Wars universe, you don't have God controlling things, you have the Force controlling things, the balance, sort of a Eastern mysticism. And it's a odd, that's why I say it's like from the mind and from the afterlife. It's sort of the afterlife, sort of
So
expressing itself through Ahsoka's dying brain, or she's in a
so how
sort
does
of a
that work in conjunction with, like, Force Ghost then? So is this actually Anakin in any way? You were saying that it seems like it would have
I
to
would
be to
say
be
it's the spirit
impactful.
realm. Think about the spirit realm,
So
okay?
when you're a
It
Force Ghost, you can now, like, attack. I don't know, it's
it
interesting.
it's just a so I understand what people's problems with it because it isn't fundamentally explained what this is. And probably someone who knew about actually I don't even think people in Rebels knew what it was. It was a mystery box. But how it's sort of
I think so. It
displayed
just seems like a
would be
Deus Ex Machina. Like, this will
yeah,
be
it definitely
what we need
seemed
to
that
make this
way. And
transition in this character. This will be a way that we can bring someone back from the dead. I don't
this is
know.
the
It
follow-up
doesn't.
to
It
it.
seems to be very soft magic system, if you will.
Oh, it's
I do wish that there was
extremely
a little bit more
soft, and
rigidity
you
to it.
definitely have a lot of just because of my impression that it comes from a lot of Eastern philosophy, that it's sort of a weird mismatch, more of a spirit realm where she's crossing in. Have you ever watched Avatar: The Last Airbender?
Oh, I love it.
Okay.
Especially the M. Night Shyamalan movie. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, I love the actual original Avatar. It is great.
I see it as sort of a Star Wars version of that, but more in this weird force sort of interpretation of it where she goes there. Anakin pretty much finishing Ahsoka's training in a sort of afterlife space, but it wouldn't be the Western concept because she hasn't fully gone over, and they probably don't want to explain where the Force come from. None of that's even explained. Are the Force
Yeah,
like chilling in a heaven-like place? Then when they're called to be Force
yeah.
Ghosts, they pop. None of that's explained even anywhere in there. So that's a completely different rabbit hole. And how did we get down? Oh yeah, you wanted to know about this sort of world between worlds.
Yeah, well, he's gonna kinda explain some of his issues with it. I just wanted to explain some of mine, but,
Oh,
yeah, I'm
perfectly
hoping Bob
fine.
will kind of, explain why he likes, this, interpretation of it, and, maybe he's got an interpretation that he'll share with us. That'll be
Yeah,
awesome.
we just went on a whole rant about the world between worlds, our sort of interpretation of it. You you have a problem with it because you're trying to figure out what it is, and a lot of people will gravitate that way. For someone like me, I felt like it was just sort of the sort of near death experience for the Star Wars universe. Instead of seeing the white light and seeing all your, I read some adult fiction like Five People You Meet When You Die, Afterworld, a lot of afterlife stories, what dreams may become, Angel Beats. So I'm familiar with this,
Well, I feel
but
like I understand what those are, and same thing with, like, Futurama, and same thing with Buffy. Like, I feel
yeah,
like it
those
kind
weren't
of
an
explained what it
afterlife.
was, even though they are more cartoony in a way, like, it still let you know what was going on.
Yeah, it was
I
clear
don't
cut.
feel like
That
I
was within the mind. And I
yeah.
think it's not as clear cut here, but I believe this is sort of the
I think
afterlife.
the implications are it's not in the mind in this. Otherwise,
It's not in the
to
mind,
me,
but the mind is still is using the memories to sort of project onto the afterlife to sort
for
of
sure.
give
That seems
Ahsoka
to be what
some
I'm getting out of it.
context. Yes, that's my
But
general
then,
belief.
in theory, could she then just grab Anakin and jump out of there, though? Because that appeared to be
Uh,
what happened
she
with
would
the
need
other thing.
her
So,
body to actually be, to revive. Even when she came back, she was still, like, just passed out from my understanding of the scene. I have a bigger problem with
mm,
what was she doing? Was she just floating on the water for a while? Then at the end of her sort of,
unclear.
I that's the best faith interpretation, is that somehow she was just floating on the water, and towards the very end, she sort of started to dive, like the force,
Well,
the near
I mean,
death
it could be
force
space
thing.
whales. You never know.
Oh, space whales are in the sky. Maybe there's some sort of being like, oh, she's chilling out in the in between space. Let me make sure. Okay, she's out. She's on her own now. Would have been nice to see that space whale down there, but it's besides the point. I'm definitely writing for the writers, but I'm doing that for comedy's sake. And jumping off of your point, the space whale in the sky, space whales in the sea. Makes sense to me.
If you don't know, Dave Filoni writes dialogue about as well as Ryan Johnson writes whodunits.
It's just dumb.
So
really well.
Okay, yeah.
That's one
Has Bob
interpretation.
ever substantiated his claims that Ryan
Well,
Johnson's a
you
good
see,
writer?
instead of doing that, they have pointed out that it subverted your expectations, and that
Yes, but that's not good
Critical
writing.
Drinker was wrong in his editing of it, so that means that Ryan Johnson's a good writer. No, as far as I know, he hasn't substantiated it and expressed why he believes he's good at writing mysteries.
What's good about
I
his
think he's
writing?
good at setting them up. I don't think he's necessarily good at actually making it any sort of payoff that would actually work in the way that you're expecting a mystery to work. Like you could actually piece it together on your own. He doesn't seem to be good at laying down the clues. Instead, he just kind of tells you what's there, which seems to be the style that Bob likes. So maybe that's
Oh,
why he's enjoying Ryan Johnson.
okay. Just spoon feeding him what the scene's about and stuff like that. Yeah, I never understood. So okay, good to have an expert on Bob here for this. Well, as much of an expert as anyone can be, and you're sort of out of practice, but you've gone over more of his content than me. But if you don't know what he likes about Ryan Johnson's sort of writing style, I will admit Ryan Johnson, superb filmmaker, but frankly,
I like the
Looper,
look of all of
even if
his films. Like
oh
Looper
yes,
looked cool.
excellent.
Brick looked really cool. The Joseph Gordon-Levitt one from way back in the day.
No,
That one was
that'd be more
awesome.
fun.
I even liked Knives Out and what's the other one? Glass Onion.
Glass
They
Onion.
all they all looked visually. I don't know. Like I like the look of his films. Like it felt like it was a mystery. I wanted to be in those worlds, but I don't know. I don't like the way he pays off mysteries. To me,
I
it
never
feels a
watched
bit
Knives
cheap.
Off, but just
Yeah,
Glass
I
Onion
like it more
broke
than
my
Glass
brain.
Onion, but it's not it's along the same lines. Like, there are certain omitted scenes that, you can't necessarily piece it together, but,
Yeah, and
the
that's what
fact
it
that,
kills the whodunit. The premise of the whodunit is you're supposed to be given the clues, so even before it's
but you're
revealed at the
expecting
end.
that, and
So
your
it's
expectations were
subversion.
subverted. Yeah, you see?
Okay,
Good
well,
writing. And then if you call
duct
out that a
tape a
character is
banana to the
dumb.
wall, that's fine art, okay?
Well,
Modern
if you
artists.
call out that the character is dumb, then you've now done good writing. It's not good. It's the same type of idea with the whole She-Hulk thing, where they kind of use the conceit of having bad writers as a way to excuse the bad writing in the show. I don't think you get to do that by saying, well, the fact that this character is doing dumb things is because they're dumb. It's like, no, that's not necessarily good
Yeah,
writing.
and like
That
Glass
doesn't lead
Onion,
to
if
a
he's
good
so
mystery.
dumb, why did was he able to kill this woman so easily? Was she dumb too? They portray her as really smart. Why was she so dumb? And how did this dumb person do all this stuff? It's not established really. I mean, they have a framework where you can fill in the details, but nothing substantial there. So when they actually go with the "you're dumb," he's dumb. That's why he gets called in all this other shit. That just blows my brain. Sorry, that whole movie just. I'll admit, critical drinker didn't understand. I think he should have steelmanned what Ryan Johnson instead of saying that was bad. I think it was bad, but I don't think there was a problem with it. Just, there were so many other problems. Some of his focuses seem weird, but that's besides the point.
Yeah, and, he always tries to make his videos like 10 minutes. That's like an extremely hard thing to do. I can
Yeah.
understand how you'd kinda edit something to make your point. That being said,
Yeah.
it did feel a little weird the way that he edited that thing to show that, like, this scene doesn't work. I don't know. They kind of had a point with that. It seems like a little sketchy editing, but
No,
I don't think that
I
necessarily
saw
negated all of his
POG's
points.
video on it, and in saying that he did this on purpose to be deceptive when that's how his editing is. I mean, it might be slightly misreading, but the misreading that he did this to deceive, let's not get into that. But again, look how much we were able just to talk about Ryan Johnson's writing. Okay. Is it that hard? I mean, even if you weren't here with me, I could talk about what I think about Ryan Johnson's writing, why I like it, or why I don't like it. Okay. So we're good lessons for Bob to follow along.
Much as this shit clunks harder than adamantium anal beads, Ahsoka is here, and she's dying.
Okay.
Interesting, since all three characters I've been referencing are essentially comatose in their respective stories.
Ooh, are we gonna get to a point?
Live or die.
And the connection's just way too loose for my taste. Okay. The way he makes the connections with the characters. But
At least you seemed eager to hear the point at this point.
okay. Yeah, I'm eager, even though I've gone really into depth on this video.
Are then treated to witnessing a great battle in the Clone Wars. I was able to figure this out because of the incredible visuals, not at all because of the zombie pisshat dialogue.
This is the Clone Wars.
Anakin tells Ahsoka.
Okay, so like it's easy to make lines of dialogue look bad when you just clip them out of context like that. And even so, like a young Ahsoka saying this is the Clone Wars. Like I'm assuming like it's the old her being put in the young body and then going, oh my god, it's the Clone Wars.
Classic. Oh, why is this such a problem? And even if it is a problem, who cares? Classic line. Your take
That
on
is pretty classic, but I don't know. Like it does feel like he is being a little bit uncharitable to like the young Ahsoka saying this is the Clone Wars, where like that character is like experiencing this sort of for the first time. Where he doesn't
even
seem
I
to
have a
be like
criticism
giving that
of
same
that.
criticism with young Buffy when she's meeting her sister for the first time.
Even I have a criticism. In reality, she would have actually identified it as a certain battle instead of the Clone Wars. They could have led into that later on. It would have been good
Yeah.
fan service to say, is this the battle of blah, blah, blah? I don't know the battle that historically led, been the first battle of the Clone Wars. And they could have been like,
That's a good point.
yeah,
And that's what leads me to think that this isn't memory, that this is more of like a weird, like, you know, if it is memory, like, wouldn't she know? Okay, we're in the Clone Wars. Okay, we're going into this battle.
well,
Oh, this is the battle of like, I don't know. I
yeah,
agree with you.
this
It
afterlife.
just it seems like it's more of not a memory at this point, but I don't know.
It's more, see, the afterlife thing is really weird to actually break down. So it's really hard to actually determine. And I agree, it's vague and why people are confused. Don't blame them for that. But the understanding of the afterlife is, you know, how perceptions work, how memory works, all that stuff. So the afterlife would connect to, I'm saying in theory, this is how the afterlife works. It connects, the spiritual realm connects to the brain. It's trying to pull sort of the spirit into it. There's a connection from the spirit realm, or this is a completely different perspective. Let me stop trying to do this. But yes, she's definitely pulling from her memories to create this sort of scenario. And to think it's in her head is not an unreasonable expectation, but I do think this is Anakin, and he is coming back to teach her, because if it's just just because it ruins it, if it's just a memory of Anakin and she learns a lesson from her memory of Anakin. So I would rather be good faith and say this is a sort of afterlife realm, and this is him reaching out to her to go through the memories for sort of this final lesson that he could not complete why he was alive, because he took a bad path.
Fair enough. I think that's kind of how you
Did that
have
make
to
sense at
interpret it.
least?
Yeah, it does. And I mean, that's the only thing that would hold up with them being able to like literally pull somebody out of it before to like kind of bring them back. That like, you know, it couldn't just be your memory that's come to life. It would have to be something more. So it seems like it is somehow connected to like the Force ghosts. So I don't know. It seems like it is then Anakin completing
See,
her
again,
training.
Star Wars
but
doesn't explain where the Force goes. When you start going
they
down
don't
this
have to
rabbit hole,
necessarily, but you know,
but they
like,
have to
could there be a
here.
Force ghost and could you pull the character out at the same time? Like, it seems like it would have to be one and the same, right? Like, it seems like you'd run into a contradiction if you could do that and they'd still be a Force ghost. Like, then there'd be two of them. It wouldn't really be their essence, which is supposedly what happens when you become a Force ghost. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if they explain the logic and the dictation of the afterlife in Star Wars and this sort of contradicted it, I would have a much bigger problem with this. But as it is, I still have some critiques of this is because the young actress, they could have definitely used the older Ahsoka mixed with this Ahsoka, like basically when she's more in the memory and when she's sort of rejecting it, like towards the end when the young Ahsoka just crosses her arm and she's like, "Okay, I'm not going to play this game anymore." And Anakin comes to her and starts fighting with her again. I think it would have been better to have sort of the switch back within the memory between adult Ahsoka to sort of dictate that she's not playing this game, at least at the very end, and maybe even in the beginning, have her get dropped in a display. She's in the Clone Wars, do some graphic, and you see her as a young child, sort of living through this experience. I think that would have been a much better way to sort of go through this, but it would have
I
given
think
this.
there's a bunch of better ways that they could have gone through
Oh,
this.
there is so many. But I do like the
Yeah, I
jokes
just
here.
yeah, fair enough.
But also
And at
we've
least Bob
watched
is
this and we've done our
excited.
oh yeah, you can see that excited look on his face. He's like,
Yeah, he's excited to get the point, you know? Hey, he's gonna bring it all together now. Good
see if
times.
we can get the point when we get to the point even.
Seems fine.
That has a lead.
I mean, it is true. Like, this is a younger actress, and younger actresses are generally speaking not as good. But like, that's just a fact of like making stuff. Kid actors are typically not as good. There are
Okay.
some that are really good. That's just kind of standard, man. You get the best one you can.
Yeah, kid actors aren't great. What does that have to do with Muller's point? It's he typically uses details not in what Muller's talking about to sort of criticize them for you have a problem with this? The kid actors are all bad. Maybe they could have gotten a better one. I don't think that's Muller's criticism here.
Leader, she will have to make decisions that bring about people's deaths, and that to win the war, you have to be a soldier.
Is that all I'll have to teach my own Padawan one day?
So, Ahsoka is sad that death is a common part of the Jedi, or
It doesn't need to exist as a line because people have eyes. It's not bad to set up, though. I mean, just because you have a whole bunch of clone troopers running around, I mean, it's not bad to establish that like she's flashing back to an earlier time, I assume.
Yes,
The
Papa.
criticism wasn't that it's bad to establish it. It was that the line was clunky, the dialogue was bad. I wish you'd actually engage with the point that, like, yeah, okay, but sometimes it would be good to actually establish this. Maybe the dialogue was clunky. I don't know. I think he could accept that as not saying like this is the worst thing ever, but I don't know. He
Yes,
seems
but he
even
just
unwilling to
deflected
engage with
to
that.
the child. The child aren't good actors, but the line was bad. Okay, no matter who said it, it would have been bad. As I said, my replacement would be give the fan service with naming that first battle of the Clone Wars that she recognizes. They even bring up when Anakin comes in later. He talks about, I don't recognize this battle. And she brings up, oh, yeah, you weren't with us. This was the battle, blah, blah, blah. More consistent with it overall.
soldier or warrior experience.
all
Doesn't
the
it suck
time
that the
that's
fate
for
of a Padawan is violence and death? Perhaps it's worth throwing in the towel instead. Strange that you would have this perspective when this is adult Ahsoka reliving child Ahsoka's memory, meaning she is a person
on,
who has
Bob.
completed many campaigns being motivated to save people's lives. She's not actually
Let's just-
young nor inexperienced, because that is the point of the
No
world
thoughts
between
on that.
worlds, right? Soldiers dying and killing enemies in favor of preventing mass death is a pretty straightforward concept that I figure she understood and valued.
See, also, he's got nothing. Okay. But I have something which probably probably hurts it somewhat if they were trying to do the child soldier angle, trying to do a commentary of that. Probably not, but it definitely is a thought when thinking about Ahsoka as a child going into war, so young. What sort of mentality, how that would have affected her life. And there's so much they could have done with Ahsoka given that background. And it seems like it's sort
Yeah.
of a waste to not actually deal with and that could be what they were trying to convey with her sort of attitude that they give her from the beginning. You know, she's pretending to be an adult, but not quite a mature. She's trying to be a wise warrior who seems so hard, but that's she's not mature because she had a weird upbringing. That she fought a war. War is all she knows, and that gives me the
Y-
interpretation why she's questioning it at this time. It actually makes sense to me personally why she's finally going back to that moment and reliving it. She's questioning why she's been doing this for all these years. And I think that's a fair thing to bring up. Doesn't invalidate what
Yeah.
Muller's saying here, why he has a different
No, but
interpretation
I
than
think
me.
there's kind of 2 points to this. I think Muller's kind of looking at it as this is memories, and I think, yeah, it has to
Yeah.
not be memories in order for them to be able to literally pull a human being out of it and bring them back to, like, the world of the living. So I think it has to be more Force Ghost related or something like that, but
If you
he is
bring
looking at it
up
more at
Force Ghost,
memories.
that breaks
But
my
if
brain.
he's doing that, yeah, but if he's looking at it more as memories, wouldn't he have to look at the Buffy one the same way since, like, there's the implanted memory of her meeting her sister for the first time or whatever?
Yeah.
I don't know. Shouldn't he be in the same, "Okay, she's reverted back to a child. This doesn't work." I don't know. I feel like he's
Morning.
excusing Buffy's where it kind of has that same conceit.
Fine. I love
Okay, this
Muller's
is young
voice also.
Buffy. Yeah, long man, good voice. But it's, yeah, it's just it's a bit interesting to me. I don't necessarily think that, like, every line written in Buffy is, like, amazing,
Oh,
but I do
definitely
think
not.
the dialogue in that was better than, the dialogue in Ahsoka, and I think they could have explained this much better and not made it feel like an info dump, but I feel like you could have gotten some sort of explanation. They might not have been the best lines, like you were mentioning, like, instead of saying, "This is the Clone War," like, she could have mentioned, like, "Hey, this is the battle of what," like, I don't know, there's better ways that you could have actually, conveyed that message, and I think it would have done more effectively. I just I don't see this being an effective way of actually getting that across, but I don't know, I feel like Mueller may be a little bit more critical on this than he was on, Buffy.
Oh, I can understand why he's doomer pilled on this. I think he's just been advocating in a sort of Andor sort of gave him some hope, and why I think Ahsoka is definitely better than something like Obi-Wan with the logic, and in a couple other areas.
I don't
Still,
know, man.
you don't know? Okay,
There were
fair enough.
elements of this, but yeah, okay. I guess if I were to do it on a tier list, I would put it above Obi-Wan, but not by much. There's not a lot of good done here, in my opinion.
Well, I
It's
think
not
they were also
show
going
for
for
me.
a different market, and that's always a mistake. The pacing issues, the sort of long shots. Uh, my interpretation of that, it's trying to appeal more to a female crowd. You watch something like Outer Lands, and they do a lot of this sort of slow pacing, slow setup, and it makes me feel that they're trying to cater to a more female audience, but still trying to keep their old audience, and sort of creates this sort of hybrid style that does not mesh up very well. That's the whole series in reality. They try to work a little bit more. I get a feeling of some old Kurosawa, as I mentioned earlier, Yojimbo.
Yeah, which I
Um,
mean, were some of the original like inspirations for it. So I don't know. It does seem fitting, but
it
hmm,
does seem fitting. I don't think it's executed well, but I can see the
no,
attempt being made in Ahsoka. There are several different elements. I just
fair
don't think
enough.
it's executed well. But yeah, there's so
Same,
much
and that's my
Bob
main
could have brought
criticism. I don't like the pacing, and I don't like the execution of a bunch of the ideas. I think the ideas are really cool. Like, again, a Force user that uses it kind of defensively, that's using the Force differently than we always have seen depicted, that would be really amazing, especially if it's kind of that same transformation that we were supposed to get from Luke that we never did. this could be really cool. And then it feels like the next episode they just trash that. I don't know.
Yeah,
There's a
they
lot of
they
things
they
like that they set up with this that are just immediately thrown out.
and maybe
I,
that
I think
actually
there's
makes it
potential, and
worse. Maybe it actually makes it worse, at least in Mahler's idea. He doesn't give it any praise at all, so I can't say that completely. But at least in my opinion, if you're looking at it, it does a lot of things good, but then sort of goes back to formula later. Like they were trying to do good things, but then they got lazy with the writing and just let it go back to the standard bullshit because it's Star Wars. Gotta appease the fan. I can see where it would disillusion people, but there's definitely criticisms or points freaking Bob should be able to make as someone who prides himself at knowing being a good film critic. And it's just, as I said, maybe he'll watch this in the future and take our points. Maybe do a little bit more research beforehand. Maybe study film theories that could explain some of the choices in Ahsoka, like I sort of put out there. I can't be certain of any of them, but I'm pretty sure if you look at it, they at least theoretically make sense. It's at least better than his out of pocket little theories about numbing. He's doing this to numb. I have just
in
because
his
it was
defense,
having a
Bob
numbing
may be
effect.
numb right now. He may be very numb.
Oh, well, he shouldn't actually come from the dentist's office and do a review in that case. So it's his own fault. Skill issue, as I said.
Teaching a Padawan to engage in a life like that could be considered quite the positive thing. They may prevent mass suffering, something I figure she knew.
I'm teaching you how to lead, how to survive. To do that, you're going to have to fight.
What if I want to stop fighting?
And you'll die.
If you don't fight, you die. Seemingly a very weak version of similar stories, considering how little there is to prompt this.
I guess I haven't seen, like, this is episode 5, 6. I haven't seen it yet, but
And this is where Bob completely fails, and why just a little bit of research would be helpful.
That sucks. Yeah, he's gonna completely not understand this then, because there's definitely. I think Muller does a good job of providing the context for each of these situations so that you can see why he's comparing them. But yeah,
I
think
don't
there's
agree
definitely
with the
more that you get out
comparison
of
still.
watching it in context. Yeah, but I mean, like, being able to watch the whole episode, I think you'd get a little bit more than just
And you can
his
defend it
slightly
a little
abridged
bit.
version.
But
Yeah, I
Bob
think
doesn't
so.
think you need actually knowledge to defend against these chuds, I guess.
Well, he spends all his time researching. He doesn't have a lot of time to kind of prep for this.
What does he research
You gotta
then?
forgive
Oh, come
Bob.
on, expert. Come on, my expert.
Good question.
Okay.
He looks into a lot of what Dane tells him to.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, we're giving them plenty of things to use against Muller even here. We're not being just critical against organized chaos. We're questioning some of Muller's decisions and why we can both respect them and try to come to an understanding of why he's doing it. A little bit of good faith interpretation. We fundamentally just have a few issues because, different perspectives. It almost seems like I have to ask you, I'm sorry, does Bob think different perspectives don't exist and that people can't see media differently? You figured he would be the type of guy who would advocate for that.
I don't want to mind read him, but I haven't seen him being able to like put himself in other people's shoes and actually say, oh, this is probably their perspective. Instead, he kind of assigns one thing to somebody, even when they tell him like, hey, this is not my perspective. Here's what I was saying. He seems to keep going back to that assigned position. So I just based off of the pattern that I know of him in the past, I don't think he does think that there are different opinions. It seems like it's basically his or this straw man one that he's come up with.
Bob, well, if he ever trained in acting, he definitely wasn't a good one. I swear, I really believe as a creative, because frankly, why I never aspired to be an actual filmmaker. It crossed my mind before. I did acting, writing. I know the ropes of done several different writing.
Don't sell
courses.
yourself short, too. You are also a
Okay.
dancer, sir.
Oh, I'm a dancing queen. Okay. Watch me spin. But yeah, even directing, I looked into it. I had a couple courses in my later years about different filmmaking techniques. It was more digital because we're going into a digital market. So you learn about the sort of style. I even have a few films I made for a film class. So I think having a rounded experience will really give you a more broader perspective on this. And Bob must have not had that same experience. I guess he didn't need he went to film school, right?
I don't believe so. He
Oh, I
was a
thought I heard
critic
that
for
somewhere.
a newspaper, but I don't believe he had any formal training or anything like
I
that. I
thought
could
I
be
heard him
wrong.
talking about film school. Okay. I could be
I could
wrong,
be
you could
wrong.
be wrong. Okay. Well,
I did not go to film school myself. I did go to the audio portion of the film school. They taught film students in the same place that the same studio that I worked at to do audio engineering. But yeah, I did the sound for a lot of films, uh, usually student films.
mm,
Only one kind of big budget production, and
yeah.
yeah, it was not good. But I don't know. I wouldn't want to say that like I've got bona fides because I did that.
Yeah,
You
I'm
know,
not even
Bob
saying I
definitely
have
has more
expertise because I
practice
took
as a critic than me.
college courses, but there are online people teaching the shit online for free and to get wild different perspectives. And about my sort of thing, how I feel they're going for a more realistic approach, which seems to be a problem. That was from my theater experience. I know this because we did this whole thing on I forget. I always butcher names and it's a Russian name, so I'd even butcher it more. Sort of the realistic movement. Because before a certain point, you had the sort of who was that ham who did Hamlet? Oh, forget his name. But you know how the stilted acting, how acting's changed over the years, the different phases it went through.
Hmm.
Like the film noir, they have a really fast talking, and it goes through different
Yeah.
phases of acting. And very so I brought up Buffy has almost a soap opera feel, and of course Futurama is a cartoon, so very expressive. This seems to be almost a more gritty, sort of down to earth. This is why MauLer is sort of criticizing these characters for not really emoting much. I think that was their intent to make these characters realistic, and of course failing with some like the we both criticized the sort of Sabine sort of riding off to characterize her as a rebel without a cause in the very beginning of the show, when I gave an alternative for a more grounded, realistic, which would have matched the setting of this much more better. And I even agree the lightsaber through the stomach, why it comes across more believable that they could heal it in a day or two to have her close to top shape. They could have done a different wound to sort of incapacitate her and make it more believable she would be down for a day or two and come back full force. We'll agree with that. Be a good critic. Too much work.
Yeah. True.
Why does it need
Much work.
compared to the other ones? I'm a bit confused. I mean, I guess it would be episode 5. So like she's dead, the world between worlds, and she's flashing back.
See, that's his interpretation also. Another reason why I wanted to go over this. Dense, normie, consumer person, but at least he's a good representative for how the normal person would see a video like this. So you think they're
Granted, I only watched it once, but I had a different interpretation of both you and him. I didn't get that she was dead. I thought that she just like literally fell physically into that world between worlds. Like somehow there was a portal or an opening or whatever. And I could totally be wrong. That was just how I interpreted it. So I don't know. I think
yeah,
it could
what
definitely have
got
done a
you to
better
that
job of
perspective? Did you watch stuff on it beforehand or were just
no,
watching it? You're saying
yeah, we were kinda doing, like, weekly reviews on each episode, so I remember watching it kinda quickly, so I might have missed something if it showed, like, her body or, like, what happened to it when she was booped off the cliff, as, MauLer puts it, but,
no, they don't show
yeah.
anything to prompt
So, I don't know, I
anything.
guess I just thought that she was physically in this space, and that's why I didn't actually understand, if,
See, I can't
If
understand why
Anakin is
someone
supposed to be
would
part
come
of
to
her
that.
memory, if it's but then later on when I learned that apparently, somebody was pulled out of this world between worlds, it appears that that would make them more physical than just your memories. So I'm assuming that means that Anakin is actually there. So I don't know. I'm not sure if she's actually there or if she's spiritually there. It is a little ambiguous.
It's definitely super ambiguous and super vague, but some people like that style. And I keep on saying that is the postmodern idea of seeping into these sort of things. And that's a lot of the problems EFAP has. Uh, Understanding postmodernism, the sort of artistic style, not really the political practice or post structuralism, will help understand why the people coming out of these film studios sort of probably take the approach, the Ryan Johnson approach of not caring about storytelling, but postmodernism is more about stringing together concepts together into a cohesive package. Why, as a writer, I always learn build your stories based on a sort of a character basis first and have a logical, consistent arc through it that makes sense. But I didn't actually go to film school or any of these things. I went to more practical education and more solid writing courses. But that's the difference. But yes, let's move on.
It's also worth noting, like the other examples you brought up are other people reaching out to them, whereas this is just her.
Had no clue Ahsoka
Well, Bob is sort of supporting his point here, but let's move on. Maybe he'll expand on that.
was giving up. Where was any of this in the previous episodes, and why was this prompted by Balin
Yeah,
talking about
agree
death
with
and destruction?
that,
Those
John
lines are
Kennedy.
repeated in the previously on.
I assume she was floating on the water. So maybe your interpretation.
She
supported
apparently
by
took
the
that
ending
criticism
also.
so seriously, she's now contemplating suicide in the form of simply giving up. I doubt anything we've heard from Anakin so far is new to her. Nor
See, I don't like
know.
this.
I don't like. Yeah, so I think we're about to have the same criticism. I don't like it as suicide through giving up. I think it would be more you're losing the will to live. It's a weird framing on it, but I don't feel like I've ever been suicidal, but I've totally been so depressed that I'd be like, yeah, okay, I'd be okay with everything just stopping. I
And to
think those are two
Steelman
completely
MauLer
different things.
here, he could say it's not in her character to give up. Period. And
It
that might.
shouldn't be, but I don't know, man. She just got booped off a cliff.
Well, you are, as the audience, she is definitely as confused as the audience of where she is. Okay. That much is clear. Maybe that's why they tried to keep it vague, to make sure the audience was aware that she didn't know what the hell was going on either. Because, yeah, it is very clear she doesn't know what's going on. Maybe she should, if in Rebels they talked about going to this place, but just because you talked about trying to find a place, and once you're there, would you necessarily know you were at the place you long ago talked about trying to find, but didn't and gave up on? And then all of a sudden, when you weren't looking to go there, you would go there. I can also see a poetic justice the writers would find funny that it wasn't until she gave up on looking the place and lived her life that she reached this place that she was so struggling to find in the Rebels. But I never watched Rebels, so that's besides the point. Your thoughts on that, Gray?
Yeah, I think you did a good job of summing it up. Yeah, I'd be cool to proceed.
Okay. Because, yeah, we injected a lot that Bob, if he ever watched this, could actually use.
or would it be anything that would encourage her to live or die in this scenario? But then
Okay, like I said, I haven't seen this episode yet. I kind of wish, I wish maybe I should have researched this a little bit more.
Yes, you should have. But maybe he's going to go on a guess.
Just
I
this,
forget about the
nothing
part.
else. Like, no, he's perfectly cool reacting to everything else blind, and he does a great job of it. It's just this one time he should have watched this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I
it's
think
not
that's
like
been
he
the
was up
criticism a
to.
lot of those guys is that they don't actually do any research. They watch a little clip and then jump to a lot of conclusions.
I have to ask, do
It
they
would be
ever
nice.
blame
I'm glad
other
he at least
people for
realized
not
it
doing
here.
research? Do they ever accuse other people of not doing research? Because that would be funny.
Yes. Oftentimes it's
Oh.
context. For instance, I didn't include extra context in one of my shorts, so I have deceptive editing where he doesn't hold himself to the same standard, where he literally took two different videos, clipped them together as if they're one to make it look as if the one was racist when the second one was actually racist. And did that in response to me, where he was clarifying our discussion. So I don't know. It feels like it's more of the rules for thee, but not for me. I'll
I just
excuse
think
it when my side does it.
I think it's just
You
a
know,
cope when
in
you
group
don't have
bias.
an argument. You claim out of context, even if you don't know what the context was or the argument being made against you are. I mean, there's generally breakdowns of both sides. And when you assume that the person was bad faith to you, you feel like, I don't know what this was, but it must be out of context why it seems that way. Sort of cognitive dissonance, I think. Or maybe just a defense
Yeah.
mechanism to avoid actually accepting the criticism. I don't think it's right to assume that he did it consciously, but as Andrew Clark
I,
brought up, even if the intent was not to be bad faith, if the results end up being bad faith, I think they're indistinguishable between themselves.
fair enough. It would be systemic bad faith. So I do think I owe Bob an apology at this point. I did assume that he had seen this episode, so I thought he would have been able to make the connections. Without seeing this, I could definitely see how he got some
Well,
weird
I prompted you to
connections that
go
he
into
may have
this
made.
blind because I wanted your fresh eyes on this.
I just assumed that he had seen this episode of Ahsoka, and that was why he was reviewing this and everything. But yeah, my bad. But
Well,
I
just
think
to
I
be
do owe him an
clear,
apology for saying that he's not making connections that are obvious. I guess it wouldn't be obvious if you didn't know that Ahsoka even had this in it.
Okay, it's fair to clarify that now that we've learned the new information. You're not doing any worse than organized chaos is doing here, so fair. At least you're correcting the record.
I usually like to go into the videos cold for live, but again, I don't know the context, but like, it's possible, I guess.
I
Yeah.
have no idea why she would want to die.
It was my fault. They were following my orders. I got them killed.
This is war, Ahsoka. As Jedi, it's our job to lead.
Ahsoka is apparently having a crisis in which she thinks all she seems to do is add to a path of destruction and death, likely fueled by her tutelage from Anakin, being Darth Vader. Perhaps that is...
So is this an Ahsoka video? I'm just kind of
Really? Oh God. Sorry.
Well, I mean, at least he's curious. But yeah, I would have hoped that he would have understood that. Again, your criticism of perhaps starting out with, hey, I'm going to show you these three similar scenes. I'll show you why it was done much better in these two properties rather than this one. Maybe that would help people instead of making them actually follow the trail that he's leading for them and letting them come to their own conclusion. There are people like Bob who don't appear to want that.
Yeah. Okay. I have
Did I
something.
just start roboting? Or okay, that was weird. All of a sudden, I heard robot in my ear. But I think we're
Maybe it was me. Am I Mr. Roboto again?
good. You're good, I guess.
Okay, and Kenneth, yeah, out of context can be a cop out. Assumes the context has enough influence to change the results. Good point. How does it change? The out of context is enough. I've had that claim made on me, but I linked to the original video and even gave a timestamp about the part of the video so people could have went back and check. And if I cut things, it was obvious because I had a timestamp. And they still tried to claim the out of context. But see, they're going to make that claim no matter what if they don't have a counter to your criticism, I think, no matter how good faith you go into it. I just think they'll always find a cope to sort of find a way around it. But that's my personal opinion of that. Let me actually go back a little bit because that definitely did wow me. Well, even though I saw it already, it can still surprise you.
Again, I don't know the context, but like, it's possible, I guess.
I have no idea why she would want to die.
It was my fault. They were following my orders. I got them killed.
This is war, Ahsoka. As Jedi, it's our job to lead.
Ahsoka is apparently having a crisis in which she thinks all she seems to do is add to a path of destruction and death, likely fueled by her tutelage from Anakin, being Darth Vader. Perhaps that...
So is this an Ahsoka video? I'm just kind of assuming this is an Ahsoka video at this point.
is her future too,
Unclear.
so why not give up? Something we've had no priors for in her own show whatsoever. And let's be honest, Ahsoka should know every detail about Anakin's much more recent actions.
I mean, possibly, but maybe this is something she came to after she died. It doesn't seem like that huge of a jump to me, since she had just died.
From Luke. She did meet him, and she was
Oh, such great A commentary from Organized Chaos here. An actual fan of Mahler's a pseudo-intellectual who doesn't actually understand cutting off something. But yeah, I don't even
He
agree with
explained it.
Mahler's. I don't even agree with Mahler's criticism here. Do you, Gray? Because
I don't know. Which aspect do you not? So, like, parts of it I kind of do, but which part do you not agree with?
the fact, pretty much a lot of it here, because he seems to be making the connection between the Buffy line of destruction and sort of superimpose it um onto Andor as a much greater point than it really is in the episode. And I'm not saying that he did this on a purposeful level, but from the framing of this, that connection in here of death and destruction is very tenuous.
I get
It's
what
sort
you're
of-
saying. I don't know. Like, I like the comparison between the scenes. I think it would be a little bit better if he did, like, kind of acknowledge the difference between the scenes. Like, I do think Mahler is viewing this as it's more of like a mind thing. Like, it is you in your mind, where that's kind of what these first two
So
are.
he's going with
Where
a
it
base.
seems to be something a little bit more physical, more, I don't know,
Yeah,
magical by some means that is
yes.
very unexplained. Again, it's a very soft magic system.
And
But
because it's
I think
vague,
he's wanting
either of
something a
our
little different than it
interpretations
is.
could be correct, and doesn't mean he's wrong, but we could both be correct.
No, I think it's done poorly. I think if the criticism is just that, like, this isn't done as well as these other two versions of a similar type of idea, I think he's right. The one thing that I think there are different, I don't know. I think there's differences in it that should be pointed out. Like, for instance, this seems to be more of a physical place, where the other two were kind of an introspective journey. It was the mind doing it, and you are awarded the leeway of this kind of surrealism, both in Buffy and Futurama, where you don't really get that in this Ahsoka show. Despite it doing like soft fantasy, it still wants to keep it somewhat real. Like, they're not cool with the surrealism of it. So they are a little bit more limited, but it doesn't appear to be just your mind where there is something physical going on. They don't explain that well. I only
And
got
this
that from
could
like subsequent thing
actually,
where I learned that you
I
could pull somebody out of that.
yeah, I completely agree. Mahler, I think, sometimes goes in with a baseline assumption that definitely could be wrong. Generally doesn't actually negate his actual overall criticism of the quality of the show, but I think it is a weak point in his argumentations, should I say, that people can doubt him with, because his interpretation isn't always based on objective facts. I keep bringing this up. Like, I never made sense why. It actually sort of makes sense why he assumed Finn would actually care about sort of his fellow stormtroops, even though there's nothing in a Force Awakens that supports that idea of his. It's because he thinks Finn should care about his fellow stormtroopers, that it would be good storytelling for the Force Awakens to make him deal with sort of the dilemma of having to deal and kill with his fellow stormtroopers. But they depict Finn as someone who doesn't care. He was pretty much a weirdo. He was stuck to janitor duty, placed in this platoon, and the first time he went out with this platoon, another stormtrooper died. So he freaked out. That's my interpretation based on the text of that. And what Mahler wanted is something a lot more deep, even if it wasn't reflected in the film, and sort of used it as a criticism. I have to ask, did that make sense to you, or was I going through that too fast?
No, that makes perfect sense. I'm sorry. I'm trying to give some medicine to a sugar glider right now. It made perfect sense to
Multitasking,
me.
man.
Yeah. She does
Did
not
it
want to
make
accept
perfect
this thread.
sense, or did you not take it all in?
No,
Because
I
you're
took it
more-
all in. It did make sense to me. I just feel like I'm not a good conversation partner at this moment in time. Sorry, I'm going to
Well-
need just a minute to give her some food. Or sorry, give her some medicine. But I will be right back, and I am listening.
Okay.
Was obviously very invested in her former master's impact on ending the war. Yeah, remember this? She's currently trying to save the galaxy and by extension her Padawan and close friend, only she lost a fight to this literal who. She knows this guy about as well as the audience does. Still the best character though. I have no clue why now.
Why is he the best character? Well, I'm not going to get to the reason I would draw from if it were nerdrotic, but I do think it's interesting he's calling him the best. Listen, Balin's not a bad character.
Oh, this is just completely funny to me. He makes it completely obvious why he thinks MauLer is. He's like, oh, I shouldn't assume he's just like nerdrotic, even though I lump a lot of these guys together, even though there's significant difference between each one of them. But I don't acknowledge that because they're all chuds. But you know what? Let's just go on. I'm being good faith, I guess. That's Bod's sort of coming off here with his implication here and deflecting to the point about Balin being a good character.
At all. Like Ahsoka, Sabine, Hera, these are really good characters as well.
Okay, Bob, why are they all good characters? Please do elaborate. I don't think he's going to, but in case you watch this in the future, it would help your case to us if you make a claim like that to sort of at least explain your reason why you say they're good characters. Maybe he does.
I think it's strange to just be like, he's the only good one. Why? I think there's lots of interesting characters in this series.
Now of all times would have her
Okay, wrong. I thought as much. Memory plays tricks. I assumed he did what he did exactly, but oh well.
reaching an existential crisis regarding her place in the world and her legacy as a destructive force when she's pretty much been a paragon in everything we've seen of her. She's more motivated now than ever to do the right thing. She is on the cusp of preventing the reignition of the Empire, and she's concerned about her actions leading to death. Her inaction will lead to way more death.
Okay, and I completely hate this argument here. Let's see if Bob picks up on any of this here.
As well as the
I mean, if his argument is that because he's the best actor, I mean, Rosario Dawson is a really good actress as well, so it seems strange.
danger of her
What the hell is that whiff and miss? Okay, I'm gonna play this again. And just let him go over and give my own what he should have
been
said.
a paragon in everything we've seen of her. She's more motivated now than ever to do the right thing. She is on the cusp of preventing the reignition of the Empire, and she's concerned about her actions leading to death. Her inaction will lead to way more death, as well as the
I mean, if his argument is that because he's the best actor, I mean, Rosario Dawson is a really good actress as well, so it seems strange.
danger of herself and her close friends. You can't
Yeah, that was complete bullshit and it blew my brain for a bit. Why? Okay, he's using the sort of how she was a paragon in everything she has been in, but for a new audience, I don't know that. I just know this show, and a lot of people are just going to know the show. It doesn't really back up that she's a paragon. Okay, sort of an archetypal character. And he still goes on. So, yeah, definitely not criticizing her acting abilities. So he misses so hard.
just drop this arc on her out of nothing, and you certainly can't do it with about 4 sentences. But this is where
Well, I mean, it sounds like it's a character development episode, which wouldn't that be good? Like I said, I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know. But like,
Yeah, he
That's
sort of
the
calls
thing, though,
that there.
Well, it's
It's how his
unclear
mind
about the
works.
character development. Like, it is a character development episode, but it feels a little bit unearned because they don't actually explain, like, this isn't just a memory that she, like, if it was just a memory and then it's played over again, yes, she would know unless the memory was locked away, she would already know, the lesson that she's supposed to learn. Supposedly, this is something else. So I don't know. I wish Bob had seen it. Perhaps he would bring up something like that.
Yeah, and the fact that MauLer just says all this without introducing it to the crowd. I mean, it could be true that she's always a paragon. It seems like putting her in a box, just putting her as giving her a trope and making her stay in that trope. And I don't think MauLer even really acknowledged that they're trying to play with the gray concept with both Balin and Ahsoka here, which is did it seem why it's executed very poorly, in my opinion. Was that clear to you, Gray, at all? About this
Uh,
being a gray state for all these characters, at least?
no, I think they could have made it a lot more clear. I was
But do
really
you
only able
agree,
to.
that's what they were going for with both Ahsoka and Balin and even his apprentice?
I think so, but I don't know. It
Okay.
felt very unearned. It didn't feel like they were actually doing any justice to any one of them. The only one that felt like authentic was Balin. The only reason why I knew that Ahsoka was apparently gray before and now she switched to white was because of her clothing options. Like I don't know.
Well,
Her
she did
choice
morally
of
do
scarf and sweater.
something that they actually harp on her for doing as a Jedi, alluding to torturing that one woman, isn't something a Jedi would
Yeah,
do, but would be acceptable if Ahsoka's gray. I just look at the preponderance of evidence, and that would be sort of in the support that she's in gray. And yes, the sort of clothes
yeah.
change
I mean,
definitely makes it obvious.
I'm predisposed to like gray, okay? Like, I am
Of course.
biased towards gray, but I don't think the depiction was done that well here. I think Balin, with him being gray, I don't know where he stands. I don't know what his motivation is. I really like that that was done. I like the way that that was done. I wanted more of that. I don't feel like we got that from Ahsoka. Maybe that's me, and maybe that's me putting what I want on this thing, but, I don't think her depiction was done nearly as well. But I do
No,
get
it
that they
wasn't
hit
done
you over
as
the head
well,
with
but
the
there
physical metaphor or,
I'm making the
clothing
argument there
metaphor, if you will.
was some things to sort of hint at that she's gray, but they didn't really make that as clear with her as they did with Balin. That's pretty much what I'm saying. I do agree.
Yeah, I'd fully agree with that.
Okay. And it just feels weird that Muller seems to be from their coverage, they assume that Ahsoka is a full Jedi. Because yeah, they call her Jedi, but just because they have that term of Jedi, it really doesn't apply to her. And I think they convey that poorly, but they do try to convey that idea that Ahsoka isn't really a Jedi. And even Mueller seems to acknowledge that in a couple different ways. So it seems just a little bit weird. And I'm not going to say, again, even
Fair
though
enough.
I disagree with Mueller in some of the smaller details, it does not take away from his overall criticism for the most part.
No,
It's
he's at
just
least bringing his analysis and bringing clips of it. Like, yeah, Bob's just kind of making assertions and kind of defending what he doesn't know, which is a bit strange.
foolish, ignorant, even. Okay. At least I went in with research to try to sort of, even though I don't even like Ahsoka, I just this video seemed off in tone to me, and something brought me back to it. So we're in the third arc of this. It's disappointing that I think this is probably one of Muller's weakest videos. And Bob came take advantage of that, and that's really funny to me. Okay, there's just I see weaknesses in this. Maybe I'm wrong, but still. And Bob can't even muster half. Plus, what he considers transformative content is just downright abysmal. Wonder if he's a Hassan fan. Well, he's not that bad. I hope not. Hmm, but we will continue.
Like, it seems like he's complaining because there's character development in this episode, and like, what's the problem with that? Like,
Yeah, I'll reiterate. Doesn't seem earned. The character development isn't built up properly. It comes out of the blue. And I will agree. I mean, there's small little things that I think Mueller missed with sort of her small little subtle acting when she thought her Padawan was killed. Sabine was killed by Balin's Padawan. There's small little hints that she's worried for her and some relief when Sabine comes to the scene. But it's really subtle acting that can definitely be missed really easily.
what do you need? Like the character development episode to introduce like 5 episodes before we get to the actual episode? I'm really confused.
Where it gets
It's also the really confused part. You throw out these weird, weird, stupid examples, almost straw manish of it. and to sort of defend that sort of straw man you lay out there. You're like, oh well, I'm just confused about it. That's not a straw man. I'm just confused. Are you really saying to do this? No, I'm just confused.
Complicated. Nobody is agreeing on what the fuck Anakin's lesson even is, especially.
Piedmont, don't be bad faith. Can't assume every progressive would be a Hassan fan or a Vosh fan. But it still doesn't mean that the Hassan or Vosh sort of mentality isn't replicated through them either, obviously. That obvious streak can't be applied evenly there.
Between those who love the episode. Don't die, live is the takeaway, but many are digging a hell of a lot deeper because Filoni has left this incredibly confusing and vague.
No, I'll agree with that general premise. Oh, and organized chaos. I didn't mean to bring that up. Organized chaos.
Sure, you didn't mean to do that.
Why?
Yeah,
No, I was trying to do
innocent accident. No, sure.
Why being dishonest? I got several years of evidence supporting this at one. Yeah, there's the actual fandom is much, much worse in my personal opinion. Layden thought Hassan and fans were progressive. I think they're actually tankies, authoritarian leftists. Progressive aren't that masked off. They're generally just fooled by charismatic figures like that. Vosh, just wouldn't you agree with me, Gray? They're more authoritarian, simping for China and really being dishonest.
I don't know, because they really keep hiding their power levels. I know they identify as left, but I don't know.
Hide the ball.
They seem to have mocked some of the progressives at some point. So
yep,
I really don't know. I've definitely heard Dane say favorable things about Hassan. I don't think Bob really is that informed about anything. So I couldn't tell you what he's a fan of, but I don't know. I'm not sure if they are even like big political thinkers where they really know. I think they just know that nothing is pure enough for them. But I'm not sure if they're tankies or not. That I don't have anything to back that up.
No, I'm not. I'm saying Hassan and Vosh. Okay, well, Vosh definitely borders on the line. Hassan definitely wrong tanky feel. His buddy definitely is one, given second thought, given some of the crap he's put out. But let's not get into the politics right now.
Fair enough.
Damn you, Jimon, for bringing that up.
People speculate that Ahsoka feels responsible for the deaths Anakin caused, as she did not prevent his fall, meaning
that could be interesting.
It's time she gives up. If she had such enormous concerns about these sorts of events and decisions, then why has she been such an active participant in this form of activity without hesitation for so long? Where has this attitude been?
See, Bob missed a perfect chance. If she's been at conflict constantly, in a constant state of conflict, never slowing down, she's never had time to sort of be in a place where she can self-reflect. I don't know. There's not enough to really establish that that's the case either way. And Muller isn't really presenting the evidence to really back up some of his claims here. Yes, it definitely, on the surface, his Muller arguments is really strong. But I guess, of course, Bob wouldn't actually care about taking evidence, Muller using evidence to back up his claim, because he uses almost a devoid ignorance of evidence to make whatever statements he wants.
Not only are we now heavily writing for the writer to squeeze meaning into this anorexic script, it has nothing to do with...
Good night,
well,
man.
Mahler, I'm assuming you didn't like the episode, but there are people who did like the episode. And did you know that their reads of that episode, I mean, we could look into see like where stuff lines up with the text, but odds are their read of the episode is just as valid as yours.
Why she would...
Okay, but would the critic's score be just as valued as his? Like if we were to look up the score for, like, I believe this was Ahsoka episode 5.
Yep.
Yeah, if you want to vamp for a minute, I'm going to just bring that up and look at the ratings for that. But yeah, it just seems kind of interesting, because then, okay, couldn't he also go off the same thing? Well, how many thumbs up does MauLer get for his? Okay, we know that over 1.3 million have watched his video. Is he being ratioed on it? Okay, could he use that now? It doesn't feel like that's a great way to go off of, you know, like popularity of something. But
no, like when you brought up the numbers that the MauLer video was pulled in, I'm like, it's all interesting facts, but using that to support that MauLer has a good argument just because it has a lot of views, a lot of likes, a lot of engagement, proves absolutely nothing in the end. And I've seen people try to use those number arguments. I really think popularity and numbers means very little, but that could just be a me thing. Usually strong
Fair
arguments
enough.
will hold up under scrutiny, why weak ones can sort of fall apart. And that's why Mahler generally impresses me overall with his videos. He gives a long, detailed explanation of all his ideas. And I think the reason why I feel really off about this is long man can't can't uh can't do short videos quite as well. He needs all that space to really lay everything out properly, at least in my opinion here,
Hmm.
because there's a lot
So
of
I
stuff.
did just sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. If you were gonna finish that thought, please do.
Now we're just vamping
I was
still and
just gonna say I
getting it out.
just looked up Rotten Tomatoes for episode 5. I forgot that the critics don't actually review each individual episode, so there's only the one from like the actual, reviews or
What is
whatever.
it
So it is
overall?
user, it's not critics. So there's 20 reviews and it's 85% positive. So
Okay.
it's not the
Should
horrible
probably be
one.
a little
But
bit
if you're gonna go
lower in
off of
my
that,
opinion.
well, if you're gonna go off of that, then wouldn't you also look at Mahler's video and then look at how many likes that has? And wouldn't that be more positive than negative? I don't know. Like again, it just seems like this weird like measuring contest, if you will.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sure that that's necessarily the best way to look at your criticism. Like, well, does everybody else like it? Again, like you mentioned at the beginning, that seems very consumer mindset, not like, okay, here's where I'm going to analyze this. Here's my feelings on it. It just seems like a different way to approach it.
Yeah,
But
and of course that would be
I,
Bob's go-to as the Joe Normie, king of consumerism, still proud of that popcorn can, still even to this day, even though that's a representation of capitalism, blah 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 blah. Okay, so weak in my opinion when there's so much more fertile ground to actually go at Mahler with. Does it necessarily? He does bring up the fact about valid of criticism, but numbers does not validate criticism. Sort of arguments and logic, at least I think, what validates criticism wherever it goes. If it tracks with this is why I actually take a fondness for objective criticism. It'll be why nothing can be 100% objective because there are creative choices made, and the more of those choices you can sort of identify and sort of spot, you can sort of analyze it more properly from a framework. So you can definitely be more informed. You can always be more informed. Unless you had a supercomputer or super AI, given how
for
AI is
sure.
going, that might happen in the future. There's
But then
no
you get
way
back to
to.
like that same argument that we had before, though. Like when you're saying there is no objective criticism, it's like, okay, but what do you mean by objective? Like, do you mean that there is one universal answer for like if this is good or bad, or if this scene is good or bad?
Yeah,
I don't know if there is, but there are
and that's
ways that you
Bob
can be less
Strawman.
subjective. Yeah, and
That's
there are ways that you can be less subjective in your viewing of it. Like, well, I just like it. Like, okay, can you kind of
yeah,
explain why you like it? Can you, try and give me it's a different way
reasons
of
or
looking at something.
explanations and not just
Yeah.
backing off of the critic score. I do agree. That's really lazy if you want to consider yourself a critic, reviewer of any kind. Unless you want to just become an aggregate, okay, just become a human Rotten Tomatoes if that's your case. AI will take your job in the future if you have no personality to sell that with. And Muller definitely has a lot of
Soon.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something, but let's
Oh,
move
no, I
on.
was just saying soon, man. One day, we're getting
Let's
so close to it.
let's hope that the practical reality will break down, but let's not get into that.
Didn't want to live, and it doesn't address what she would know about Anakin. Why in the fucking world would this be dealt with now as opposed to when she found out about Vader?
Because now is when she died. Listen, I didn't even see the episode. I could tell you that just right now.
But we don't even know she died.
No, he can tell you that.
Okay, he doesn't need to see it. Great optics, Bob.
Why wouldn't you wait to prompt this when she goes through something very similar? Leela believed she got a crew member killed. Buffy believed she failed her duty and killed her.
I have to point out, just a funny thought real quickly, Gray. Her surviving that stab is almost more believable than Fry surviving that bee sting. Not a criticism of Futurama at all. I would
It's
not
very
criticize
similar.
Futurama for that. It's
Both
just
of
sort
them
of
are
funny
through and
when
through.
you see those scenes back to back. Okay.
But they got stabbed in non-vital organs. Okay, they're okay. Fry was up running around and jumping the next
No,
day.
that was not realistic. I
No,
think
they're
he
both
put
the
his
same
hand
amount of
through
realism.
the hole, but
Well, that was in one of those surreal
Ahsoka
dreams.
had a little bit more realism that she was sort of actually that was probably the dream part where he was putting his hand through that hole. But yeah, Ahsoka has a little bit better of a logic, but I understand why it feels weird like a day or two after she got stabbed through that part that she was back on her feet. Perfectly valid feeling, but definitely better than whatever that chick from a Kenobi surviving how many lightsabers through just her spine practically.
Sister. That's why their journeys were prompted. Ahsoka believes what? That people get hurt in wars where she gives orders, that people will eventually get hurt if she doesn't give up, that she's responsible for the people Anakin killed, that she...
Well, I'm leaning towards that she feels responsible for what happened to Anakin, but I haven't seen the episode.
Yeah. Oh, so stupid. I don't even agree with MauLer. Well, I don't even let MauLer finish his point before you try to comment on it and being like, yeah, why not? Let's let him finish up.
He may become as destructive as Vader, that Sabine is simply fated to become as destructive and death-ridden as everyone else in this line of training. And what, this was prompted by falling off a cliff? Why are you showing...
I'm pretty sure she was supposed to die. Like, you're acting like, oh, she just fell off a cliff. She knocked off, like, you do understand when you fall off a cliff, that's usually fatal, right? Like, that's bad.
I just gotta
Wait,
pause
falling
to
off
laugh.
cliffs is not good? Since when?
I know. I mean, I don't. MauLer must live in a special land. That's what he's making. Oh, this is like talking down to the extreme. Like, are you really that stupid? Of course she died. Yeah.
Yeah, it is kind of Bob's move to like act really superior and smugly say, so you're saying this thing that's really, really, crazy and nobody would actually be saying it. This weird straw man he's constructed. It is a go-to move of his, sadly. But he does have a
You
point.
realize he
Usually
does it?
when you fall off cliffs, it is usually fatal.
It's at least definitely damaging. I mean, falling into the sea, I think you would stand a better chance than if you fall into, from a cliff into the ground, but still not great. But yeah, that was funny. I had to pause to just laugh and take a moment, recenter myself, and let's go back at it. Try to take him seriously, despite the ridiculous straw man he just threw out there.
Usually get fucked up by that.
Showing me that she feels bad for the clones that died under her command, as though that justifies her belief that she brings death everywhere she goes and thus should die herself. Are we not talking?
See, essentially, I don't agree with this argument of MauLer. I think we understand where he's coming from with this. Do you believe you know where he's coming from with this, Gray, technically?
Well, I think so. I don't think Bob has any clue, but as William Richards kind of points out there, Bob doesn't really have the attention span.
Yeah.
I've heard it compared to what is it, like the goldfish or something? Like you just kind of
Oh,
forget
God.
after 10 seconds. That might be a bit extreme, but it kind of paints a picture.
Well, you can say MauLer's being hyperbolic here, and that would be a fair interpretation of this reading by him. I can agree with the general sentiment that it doesn't feel like she would be the type of character who would just give up flatly, but I don't think she does. I think she come into this weird place. She comes to this realization that she has a chance to actually connect with Anakin. She doesn't know if it's real or not. She's just as confused as the audience is on where she's at, but she's going to treat it like it's a genuine experience. And if the audience treats this like this is genuine Anakin, and MauLer seems to be under the impression this is not the genuine Anakin in any particular form, which I don't think you can say either way. So I think having a more loose interpretation, if this is the genuine Anakin, if that interpretation is correct, and it's definitely not fully supported by the text, you could have your own special reading of it. But to counter that, for MauLer to say it isn't the real Anakin is also not supported by it. There's another point later, which actually Ladenfish, I really messed up your name. Layden here sort of talked about, but we'll get into it when it comes up, which makes sense.
Well, I'm assuming because she's been around a lot of death that she just doesn't want to be around it anymore as well.
About the lives saved, the places liberated, or the goods served. This was no mistake made based on her own flaws as a character. Does she have no understanding of the context of death? As far as I can tell, we're using clones because there's actually no other reference to Force.
Well, also, I got to push back here, but I actually watched the episode. I think I don't know if it was a fault of her own. I think she felt she might lose to Balin, so going for the treasure map to do something with that was her best go-to strategy. But she for some reason didn't realize it would be hot and it burned her hand, so it crippled her abilities to fight even further. But still,
I think so, but like, okay, so how does she get to the world between worlds? Like, is there a portal? Does she do it accidentally through force? Like, is it just magic? Just like, the same thing with the space whales, just same place, same time. They magically take you to exactly where you need to go. Is that the thing? Like, it's like the room of requirement. When you need to go to this place between places, it will be there for you.
I mean, it does have
Everything
a
is
point about
unclear.
vagueness, but
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, some people don't have that philosophy that you have to explain things, and MauLer seems to be
I like
opposed
my
to that.
magic systems hard, okay? What can I
So
say?
do I. I like my science hard also, but there's some acceptable creativity that I will accept, and I believe there is the context to not fuss too much about how she got there, the details. I mean, yeah, it definitely bothered me some trying to figure it out after she came out of that and sort of got into the water and start to sink. And they find her right in that moment. Definitely had questions after that, which I can see how that would have people think and that start poisoning how she got there later on, how they sort of had her reemerge into what we saw the real world. Whether her mind or her physical body went to the spirit realm, we don't know. And I think it sometimes actually fine to not know. But I will say the later scene sort of has people questioning. Probably wasn't the best thing for them to actually do. They should have had her land find her on the shore someplace and leave that big question mark a question mark instead of have that weird artistic scene that definitely would have messed with people's minds. And hello. Do we have a I'm curious. Okay. Sorry, I wanted to go back. I saw questions get deleted. Let's see what they were saying to get deleted. No, they're
I didn't
failing
see anything.
because their viewership is in the shitter. I have the context for the beginning.
Oh.
Is there anymore?
Huh.
Do you know that name?
I don't. I'm not familiar with
No.
any context there.
Okay. No, they're failing because their viewership is in the shitter. I doubt most people even know about the staff abuse. Okay, I don't want to go back. I saw they were deleted. Actual fandom, well, I mean, you started it. So a fight someplace, so he got eat it from the comment section. Okay, sorry. Side tangent of stupidity.
Now, Thrawn is on
because she's burnt out, because she's tired, because she's not a story where she's not perfect, and now you're complaining that she's not perfect. There's some character development and showing her at a weaker point. I feel like a lot of people you hang out with complain whenever women are just like perfect, and now
he's little Star Wars god.
Okay.
It sounds like I'm kind of excited to watch it.
That again feels very, I don't know, non-charitable. The way that he's framing it, that like, okay, well, people that you hang out.
Okay,
yeah,
we're
but
actually
not
going to get
even that,
it.
but it's just, I don't know. It's interesting the way that he's putting it. Like, okay, but this is just, you know, a female who's growing. Like, I don't know. I really don't like that framing that he's doing. It seems dishonest.
Well, I understand where he's coming from, because I do that's the main reason why I had an issue with it. There was just so many holes, and it does seem like he's criticizing Ahsoka for having character development. And why I can understand where he's coming from, it doesn't seem to be set up properly and isn't earned. I can see that perspective going through, but I don't necessarily agree with sort of how he led into it and how it would come across to someone else. I can understand it, but definitely seems uncharitable to the series. And so fans would definitely have issues with it. You understand what I'm sort of putting out there?
Yeah, I get what you're laying down.
I don't think he's laying out the evidence in a way someone new to his channel would understand his logic to get to this point. Simple as
Fair
that.
enough.
And normally
perhaps
he
both of
would.
them are not. Perhaps MauLer isn't doing that as well. Like you did mention your criticism of he could have laid out the argument in the first way. Both of them could make their arguments more accessible by actually like explaining what it's going to be and then giving the evidence. But you know, to each their own.
Yeah, I meant, as I said, Long Man is actually good. When he tries to shorten something down, I think this is the result. And yeah, got a lot of views because it's more easy to digest, but it's not quite as understandable to people who don't necessarily would agree with him. Normally, he takes people through that process very thoroughly to explain his perspective and why you can understand why he comes to the conclusions he does. Just watching one of his videos actually throughout from the very beginning and not skip around like Bob did with Multiverse of Madness. This video isn't quite as well explained, should I say, and has some issues with the sort of comparison in the beginning comparison to this. And I talked long enough, so press play.
If she is some destructive force, or that she may become one if she continues to fight, when she's the only one right now who can make the difference and help. I mean, fuck, she's for...
But she also might be tired. She might be tired. She might be exhausted.
Yeah.
Have you considered that she could be tuckered out?
Well, I definitely said that myself. It definitely is a valid criticism. Is it a counter to what he's saying? A little, but he's not reading too well into it.
I mean, fuck, she's for...
But she also might be tired. She might be tired. She might be exhausted. She is, well, I guess she's not technically a human being, but let's go ahead and use the generalization and say she's a human being. Sometimes, even when human beings need to do something, they're tired and they're exhausted and they're wore out and they just can't.
Loney's little...
I think that's actually fair to say. I don't know. I don't think that's addressing really what Mauler's saying necessarily. Do you think that's fair to say? I mean,
think it's fair. A really... I don't know. I think it'd be a very simplistic thing of saying, well, I'm letting this character off the hook because they're tired. Like, it's like, yeah, but this was a life or death thing that kind of, okay, well, if she's tired, so, you know, the threat of Thrawn doesn't matter that much. You know, she needed her rest. I don't know. I think that's the whole thing is like, you know, the hero is the one who pushes through, even if she's tired, even if she's exhausted, you know. One would hope that she could muster up the strength to proceed and do what she needs to do. You'd hope, but I don't know. They're going for a different story here.
Poorly, even if they did it poorly, they attempted to make her more gray, which would put her more in a gray space, gray poupée. Okay.
Usually I like gray. I am, predestined to like gray. I am
They didn't
biased, but
do the
I
right
don't like
steps
this
to make
version.
her gray.
No, I think Balin is much more
I
intriguing.
I
I
absolutely
want to know way
agree. They
more.
establish him way better as a gray and try to sort of throw people off with the red lightsaber. And they did a poorer job with trying to convey this idea with Ahsoka, but I do think there is that sort of element in there. So they're trying to cause some sort of doubt within this moment about what sort of a path she's going to go on. And I think Muller does not give the scene enough credit by not, I'm not going to say he cut anything out of the context, but if you consider the setup, Ahsoka was fine with Balin. She decided to prioritize going for the map and grabbing that over trying to defeat Balin because she probably realized she might lose, and the map is a higher priority. Good priorities if you think you might lose that way. She takes damage, gets pushed against the wall. Freaking Balin's Padawan comes back. She seems to have a look of sort of a shock or fear that maybe the Padawan killed Sabine, her Padawan. So, in a moment of rage, she uses a force power to push her. Okay, so she's using some of her power out of sort of a real quick moment of rage. And then Sabine comes back, and you get a little bit of her relief in her expression. It's not very welly, it's not overly expressive. It's a very minimalistic thing, which probably a lot of audience members probably wouldn't have caught on to. But she tells her Padawan to shoot this map, and that would actually seal the Padawan's fate to death. Then she gets kicked off without knowing what her Padawan does. That's the setup there. Okay, so by omitting some of that stuff, sort of I wouldn't say it's dishonest. Maybe Mueller didn't think much of all those events before it happened and didn't think about the possible side effects of what that would do on Ahsoka's psyche as she's
Yeah.
dying. But
I just think that's not the focus of the video. Like, he's also not going into like the events that led up to like this Buffy thing. Like, he just kind of gives like a thumbnail perspective of each of them. There are more events that lead up to each of these examples, but it's kind of more this idea of this kind of surreal dream slash memory slash whatever surreal experience. I understand the comparison. I just think it's apparently not just in your mind in this Ahsoka one, which makes it a little bit different.
I understand, Landon. Maybe, but you did understand what I was laying out there.
Oh, for sure.
The
I'm
sort of
just an
argument
ass
I'm
instead
making.
of
You're
non
saying they should have done
sequitur.
more setup from earlier on in the series to sort of
I
establish
think so.
Ahsoka's character. Okay.
You're right. Like he could have given more of a more context and kind of explained more of what led up to this. You're totally
I mean,
right.
you could
But
even
I
use
think he
that
could
as a
have done that in all
criticism.
three of the situations.
You could have even used it as a criticism against Ahsoka. They really tried to bang this out, this very minor point at the very end of 4 to sort of justify them sort of giving her this moment when they really should have shown more doubt. And I can see some doubts in her beforehand when trying to train Sabine with her doubts. But I can understand why people wouldn't actually read that as her having doubts. I mean, she seems like she's trying to train this woman who has almost zero to very little force affinity to become a Jedi. And I see this
Hey, she
from,
was able to slingshot Ezra across a gap. She appears to be pretty good at it now,
I might have a
magically.
different perspective on sort of a Jedi sort of lore than most people because I have to use a reference. Like, oh, I brought it up this morning to our Kidda channel about the Dresden Files. There's a distinction between the Wizards of the White Council. There's probably some parallels because the writer of that loves Star Wars. But yes, they have a white council of wizards, but you have to have a certain affinity to magic to actually get on to this white council. But there are people with more minor magical abilities who just aren't up to snuff. And the way the series lays this out, this might not actually make any difference, but I'm trying to lay this out real quick. That Sabine could be someone who has, in theory, everyone should have the force within them, but being able to utilize is just tougher for unless you're at a certain level. And Sabine might
What's
be.
your midichlorian count?
Oh, I want to forget about metachlorian. I can't even say that word. My mind's rejected it so much. But the basic premise is that I see Sabine as someone who might have some force abilities, but the actual Jedi Council would reject them because it's still way below standards. And that stuff is established. Some people would take that as she has no ability. And I can see that perspective also. I don't even know if that matters to the argument at all, but I see that as Ahsoka trying to do something really hard to try to prove herself or something, to train this non-person below standards, or for some reason, it's messy. And I don't think it even helps my point, but I wanted to bring that perspective into this to sort of try to defend the show in one level because it's very weak, but I think there's a feeling of the Padawan connection that she goes over with Anakin that sort of badly sort of supports her sort of doubts in training her Padawan in this. But it's definitely interesting stuff to bring up. I'm sure Gray will beat me on the ass after he tries to process what I said.
Star
do
Wars
what now?
God. She is the bestest and brightest, most wonderful and good character.
And he is obviously giving her some character development and showing her at a weaker point. I feel like a lot of people you hang out with complain whenever women are just like perfect. And now seems to be presenting a story where she's not perfect. And now you're complaining that she's not perfect. I mean,
No, so that's a weird way of interpreting that. So he could actually be interpreting it as she is actually perfect, and because this world between worlds is actually in her mind, she knew all along what she needed to do, and she just forgot it. So she is now walking herself through with these memories of Anakin to make sure that she remains as powerful as she should be, based off of her mind. Um, I think that could be MauLer's interpretation of it, because he doesn't seem to be accepting that this could actually be a forced ghost, where I think it has to be more than just a memory. It's not like the cave, it's not just like a mirror. It is different, but they don't really make that clear in the show.
Yeah, and the fact
But
it's
apparently from the
different.
supplementary, the fact that you can resurrect somebody by pulling them out of there somehow leads me to believe that it's not just a memory. Like
Yeah.
this person is apparently flesh and blood. They're not just a memory once they come out of it.
Yeah, a weird in between spiritual space that it's completely stupid. The logic behind it and what supports what it is. So you can't
But that's
necessarily.
also really shitty to say that, they just hate that when women are perfect or whatever. It's like, no, they like their characters to have somewhat of a flaw and to have like a learning curve to go on an arc of some kind.
But it's almost.
I guess Bob sees this as an arc because there is slightly different. She does change clothing, so
Oh,
she's
he
a
doesn't
different
know
person
there's an
now.
arc. He hasn't seen this episode. He's just going
He's
off of what
arguing that it
MauLer's
is an
saying.
arc, that this is character development. He just said that, and he's saying he's assuming, but he is arguing it as opposed to MauLer's contention that
Yeah, but that's
she
not
knew it
all
all along.
MauLer's argument in reality. He's saying she is, and I don't even necessarily agree with MauLer in principle. I agree she's definitely cast in a very high degree of fan service light, Ahsoka the character, but in a completely different way than Rey. She's just a little bit more hot tempered when she's younger, and how she's portrayed seems to be more in line with the paragon that she is in
Hmm,
this. But it still goes
fair enough.
along. Even if I don't agree with his assessment that she's a paragon through and through, if you assume he thinks she's a paragon, the certain shift to sort of doubt it definitely would seem weird to someone who's seen this person as a paragon through and through. It's just about the baseline assumption, which I think is flawed in MauLer's assumption. Doesn't actually negate a lot of his criticism about this, maybe a little bit, but to what degree, I can't really tell.
That's a weird take, man.
Yeah, and sorry, I didn't even touch upon the part about talking about your friends and that. You just go by guilt by association and assuming you know how MauLer talks about this stuff also is
Well, yeah, if I
extremely
straw
absurd.
man your friends, then I can say that you're horrible as well.
It depends on who you consider his friends. I don't even think Bob have a good understanding of who. Well, I guess you could consider
Let's go by
Rags as a friend.
association. Remember, like,
In any
you know,
case,
he's
yes.
been on Friday Night Tights before, so anybody who's ever been on there is now
So
associated with
friends have
MauLer.
to exactly line in every possible conceivable way because that's what their friend group does. Oh, sorry. One of their friend group sort of dictates everyone pretty much. And sort of oh God, let me not even get into that. You've talked let me not bring his name up, but you know what I'm talking about. And it's just sort of sad here. How he just makes this assumption. Very bad faith.
Nobody is convinced that she was going to take her own life because she brings death to the world. That's fucking retarded, especially when death is threatening the world and the people she loves. So why the fuck of all times would she be giving up now? Thrawn is on
Because she's burnt out, because she's tired, because she's not a machine.
her doorstep. Everyone she loves needs her.
Yeah, you can't just keep repeating that without any supporting evidence. Even if I agree with Bob here on principle, you're not acknowledging sort of the flaws in MauLer's argument, which I laid out why she would probably have more doubt in this moment compared to any other time in everything we've seen from Ahsoka. Simple as that. You're fine with saying that, but if you don't back up, you just say that to counter everything MauLer's saying. It doesn't work like that, Bob. You need to have sort of a lay out your perspective for why she could, but you need to understand MauLer's argument first before you can do the counter argument. You just don't have that backing. I give you a perfect one if you ever watch it, but probably not.
And she has no significant reason to think she would lose. There you go. That's why we're here. To see Anakin Skywalker crossing over into Vader, igniting a red lightsaber, looking evil. Because that...
See, I think this is a straw man. Okay. And he gets this from the fans. Okay. He assumes that's what Disney's doing because that's what Disney always does. But I do not get that feeling. This is sort of going through the phases of Anakin. Sort of her coming to terms with her starting with Anakin in the very beginning, her training, going into the war with Anakin, going through losing Anakin and fighting the war on her own. Yeah, she said in that one scene that she was that one scene this was after they parted ways and Anakin didn't know what battle it was. I thought that was a good part of that. Okay? It sort of dictated that it was really Anakin and not just a memory that he didn't know what battle it was. If it was really just a projection of him, yeah, she could have segmented his memory off, but it still sort of supports that it was some version of Anakin that she was connecting to in a couple of different ways.
shit is awesome. That shit is Star Wars.
Well, it sounds like fan service, but this actually seems like that would play into the story because if she's blaming herself for the stuff Anakin did, then yeah, I could see this being a part of that.
And there's nothing to really support that. She's worried about becoming Anakin. Balin's words, although it might have been a bit weak, what he said to actually get her to doubt that. If someone said that about your master, said an older Jedi, someone who was in the order who would have known about Anakin from before, his reputation, and he beats you pretty much, even if it was your own mistake, that would be on your mind. And if the interpretation of MauLer is going with that this is all in their mind, or it doesn't even matter, that's sort of there's a couple things off in this. You still with me, Gray? Want to weigh in if you're there, or going
I am
AFK?
still with you. I don't think there's too much to add to that. What can I say? You very eloquently laid that out.
Did I? Did I? You have the voice of an
Oh, so
angel.
eloquently, sir.
Oh, thank you. You're probably just saying that so you can save your own voice to insult me later. But let's move on.
Or die. Incorrect.
Seriously, just have him say nothing at this point. It would be better.
Yeah, I actually agree completely with MauLer there. That line should be self-evident by the. But you know what? Sometimes they feel they have to do that dramatic line for tension. They can't just
It
let.
is weird what they decide to leave ambiguous and what they decide to like slam you over the head with.
I just don't think
I
that
think it is an
line.
odd choice.
I don't think that line meant anything. It was just trying to sound cool. Okay. I mean, it was making it obvious she had the choice to either let him kill her, which she's still probably confused as all hell, not knowing if she's alive or dead or anything like that.
Plus, she's
And
tuckered out.
well, she's definitely feeling the weight of many, many years. This is why I'm thinking, see, as a writer, seeing what she went through in the past, putting her back in her child body, I could definitely see someone sort of doing a really great story where Ahsoka comes to terms as it's laid out with what her life's become as someone who spent their young years as a child soldier and fighting for so long. And after the war is over, after everything's over, after the thick of it, after things calm down for a little bit, what she would do. And I could see it playing out like this. Her having her doubts when she's alone with her thoughts, not in the action. Her constantly throwing herself into the action because she doesn't know what else to do with her life. But I don't think that's what I don't think the writers were trying to really go that deep on it. But that would be actually some interesting perspective to put out there. And oh my God, they deleted John F. Kennedy's chat. Those monsters.
The cruelty.
Oh
How could you
God.
do that to a former president?
All these delete. Is this normal? View deleted message. Deleted, deleted, deleted.
In the average chat, no. In theirs, yes, very much.
Maybe this also attracted some EFAP fans coming in. And I'm not even going to work going back. We're taking too long as it is. I want to get through this in the next hour, hopefully.
Jesus, what hell cringe is dribbling onto my screen? Yeah.
That look kind of cool to me. I don't know why you're being picky. Stuff's allowed to look cool just to look cool. You know that, right? Like, would you rather things don't look cool? Like, there is a visual art to movies. You understand that, right? It's just, but
Cool, such a counter. That's suggestive, man. Okay. He thought it looked horrible. Horrible effect. I actually, I'm mixed on that. Gray, what's your thought?
A little mixed. Yeah. I don't know. It's an interesting point. I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess I'd like him to explain it a little bit more.
yeah.
I
Why is it cool?
instinctively
He
want
just
to
calls it
disagree,
cool,
but
and it's cool, and he just. Well, I'm assuming he just walks it on just because it's cool, and like you don't like cool things. You're not cool, man. Again, the sort of juvenile mindset, and just backing up. It's cool, not the sort of artistic that from the very beginning. You start with Anakin. They have a nice little chat, very friendly. He does something weird, puts her back in a sort of a Clone Wars thing. She tries to take the lesson he proposes to her seriously and treats it as a lesson. Maybe a bit of closure, like the line about which I do want to bring up, the line about him joking and her like, do you want me to be more serious? She's like, yes, I want you to be more serious. And he sort of goes into, yeah, blah, blah, blah. It's sort of the gallows humor idea, which I'm probably going to bring up later. I think it's actually fitting. Actual effect, I'm on the fence about. I understand it. I wouldn't call it cool. It has value. It just isn't it, in my personal opinion, it's not as cool as Bob's making it out to be. That's about it. Right? Anything? Or just move on?
Yeah, I think let's just keep going.
Yeah, well, I mean, we had much more to say about this, and we're only 25 minutes into this. Maybe we should say less. Learn from Bob.
This isn't even movies, media. They're just being creative with the media. It looks cool to me.
Get out of this fucking universe.
Again, how are they being creative with the medium? You say these things without even giving your perspective on it. Just lame.
You Vader-obsessed wannabe shitwits. It's the breathing, the red lightsaber, the fucking outfit every goddamn time. You cannot tell a fucking story that doesn't revolve around the same 5 people in this piss stain of a universe.
Well, listen, just because it's involving Vader, it's still about Ahsoka. I mean, I guess I haven't seen that episode, but even what you described sounds like it's about Ahsoka. So I assume that's not one of the 5 people, since this is the first live action series I've seen of her. Like, what would be the 5 people? Would Mando would have to be one of them, because he's got his own series. So what, Mando, Luke, Rey, Anakin? I mean, you could make the argument that, like, Star Wars, like, I do feel Star Wars in a lot of ways was getting too dependent on the Skywalkers, and I do feel with the newer series they're breaking away from that. Fucking love Andor, and so far Ahsoka's good, but yeah, they are breaking away from that, I feel. Just because Ahsoka does have a connection to Anakin Skywalker doesn't mean they aren't working towards breaking away from that, because this is an Ahsoka series.
And why on top?
Okay, that was actually something solid from Bob. I can respect that. He clearly explained how he felt he was going along. What, you have a problem with that?
They seem to have a connection. No, but they just seem to have a connection with all of these properties. Like, they seem to not want to have them separate and be their own thing. Like, I can definitely see where they would tie Ahsoka into, like, The Mandalorian or whatever. I don't know. I have a feeling that it's not as unconnected as he's trying to make it seem. You're right. They're not tying it to. Well, they're not tying it to the Skywalkers right now, but that is because of what they did to them in the movies. But it does appear that, The Mandalorian was a hit, so Book of Boba Fett is going to be all about the Mando, and then that's where they're going to first introduce you to live action Ahsoka. I guess she was technically in the Mandalorian before she was in Book of Boba Fett, but
yeah,
it's interesting. It feels like they're trying to tie them all together, and they're trying to make it some big epic. But somehow it's
Star Wars universe, maybe. Yeah, I understand.
Kind of, but it seems like it's all going to focus around strong female Mandalorians. But I could be wrong.
Frankly, I don't like this criticism of MauLer with this in particular. Maybe if they try to bring other people into this, but I think it's perfectly fine for Ahsoka, even as weirdly and vaguely set up, that it's good that she gets the closure to become an actual full-fledged Jedi. I mean, maybe it triggers MauLer that he was going along not enjoying it already, and they brought back the member berries. But I think in Ahsoka's case, and he had an issue which I found really weird, but that's probably because of his understanding of this sort of in between space, that she could have hashed this out with Luke, Anakin's son. But sometimes for closure, like sometimes when I have a more psychological perspective, so closure is very important concept sometimes. And sometimes if you have issues with someone and they die, and you still get reminded of them, there's some sort of knockback effect to that, and it can manifest in some weird subconscious ways. But and you don't necessarily need to meet face to face with them. But Ahsoka had her face to face closure and also sort of completed her training, even if it was a little bit bullshit. Even I have to admit, the way that they tried to execute her conversion from the gray, which wasn't set up properly. Sorry, Gray, about that. To a proper light side force user was a little bit odd, but I can admire pretty much not how it's done, but that they did it in. I can understand it. They could have definitely done it better, and they should have done it better. But sometimes you gotta admire that they're just taking attempts and trying to do these little stuff, even if they fail in other areas, like the poor pacing for whatever reason. Sorry, another one of my rants that extended this. Anything more to Gray, or should I just
No,
play?
good rant. Good rant. How
Not
dare you
Hydra
slander Gray?
level,
Gray
but
should not be set up.
Top of everything, must I watch these icons of Star Wars deliver the fucking dialogue equivalent of rotting clown semen?
Find a
But
guy.
didn't you see the
Well,
way
I
that
mean,
it
they're
flashed
not
to
gonna have
him
as
with
good
his cape
scriptwriters
and
as
not?
someone.
Didn't you
Sorry.
see the way that it flashed to him wearing his cape and not? Like, wow, the visuals. Unfortunately, I feel like it's what they did with Obi-Wan too. It's like people want to give it some credit because, okay, when they had the lightsaber duel at the end, you know, you had some cool visuals with the lighting based solely off of, you know, the lightsabers and you know, the red tint or blue tint that the scene was bathed in based off of their lightsabers. Yeah, it's kind of a cool thing, but is
But
it
the
enough
setup to
to
that
make
was
this?
completely retarded. The setup destroyed
Yeah,
that. Why? There was just so many problems structurally with that. And
yeah, and I
Ahsoka
think with
did
both of
not
these,
have those. Ahsoka did not actually have those. As much as you want to try to say a lot of things about the setup to get there, it
I just is there any stakes in this? Is this her mind? Like Mahler seems to be under the impression that this is in her
no,
mind and she knew the
I
lesson all
absolutely
along and she was
understand.
always strong enough.
I do understand the
I don't know.
concerns with this, okay, at least from Mahler's perspective, and even from a technical perspective, how it was set up poorly, not sort of indicated throughout it, and why people would have problems with it. But it doesn't have the same. You brought up a great example of something that I would have heavy criticism. I don't think the sort of artistic thing sort of compensates for the complete stupidity of the end of Kenobi with the lack of
It looks
logic
pretty
there.
cool. I just
Maybe
don't
it
think it's
looks
worth it. I
what the Vader
it's
effect with
they didn't
Ahsoka?
earn that. Well, kind of both of them. Like they visually look kind of cool. Like you know, come on. Vader
Yeah, but
walking down, flashing between Anakin and Vader once he has the red saber out. Like, okay, visually that looks pretty cool, but it feels unearned and the stakes are not really set up. Much like the whole Obi-Wan thing. It's like, okay, yeah, that fight looked pretty cool and it's fun to see the lighting from there, but wait, this really ruins the continuity of everything else. And again, like more of the first time he met him is now completely retconned, and then same with now the last time he saw Vader is completely retconned. I
yeah,
don't
I'm
know.
not
It's just
disagreeing with that point. I'm just trying to understand how
it
you're
doesn't feel like it's earned, and it doesn't feel like it's. I feel like this in many ways
but
is
it doesn't
reminiscent of that,
destroy
but it
anything.
doesn't feel like
Okay, let's go with the
no,
premise.
this
It's
doesn't
not earned,
necessarily.
but that sort of effect actually works much better in this if it's sort of a going through the thing. I'm not saying it's a great effect. As I said, I feel mixed about it, but it's
I
not as
think
bad
a
as
lot
the
of it is
Kenobi
kind of
thing.
this fan service thing. Bob has even brought it up. But I mean, like, if you go to like Book of Boba Fett, like, okay, so spoilers, you have Boba Fett riding down the street on a Rancor. Like, I think that's just done to give you a cool visual, and it is kind of like fan service. Like, remember the Rancor? Remember that? Now Boba Fett's riding it. Cool, huh?
Okay,
I
but
don't
it
know.
can
It
be
doesn't feel
both.
like it.
It is in the service of
It
what they
could be
were
done
doing
well,
there,
but
and
it doesn't
maybe
feel
the
like any of
sort
these
of
were to me.
okay, maybe it's the cry wolf effect, and I'm fighting against just Disney doing something so much that maybe someone used one of these fan service moments to actually express something artistically, and that's just lost on people. Maybe I'm just giving them way too much credit, but That is my interpretation of that. That it was well suited. There was nothing lost by doing it, and it was fan service, but I think it was hinting at the sort of he was sort of get building back up to the sort of Vader state that he was, that he was trying to become the Dark Vader that Luke, yeah, this sort of cave scene. It doesn't quite work out because of where they're at, but I keep on bringing back. It felt similar, not exact, to the cave where Luke fought against sort of the shadow version of Vader, and when he cut off the head of Vader, the mask opened up, and you saw, I think it was Luke's face pop into the helmet.
Yeah. And that was supposed to be more of a mirror. So, like, what you bring,
Yeah.
and Yoda warned him about that. What you bring into the cave is what will be there.
And this is a different
It is more of a
place.
mirror where supposedly, but it's a little unclear. From the supplemental material, you know, like the prior cartoon, yes, it appears to be a physical thing. You can physically pull people out of it.
And yeah,
Unclear in this show.
Even if you get the connection between it, but you understand what I'm saying. But I do get what you're saying, why people will read this as just blatant fan service, that they just keep going on and on. Why in this particular case, I don't see anything inherently egregious. It just comes across that way because of how much they've repeatedly done it before. Fair enough.
Well, it's just unclear. Like, yes, just the whole thing is unclear. Like, is it a physical thing? So then is Anakin like physically affecting her memories and like choosing which memories to relive or whatever? Or is it, I don't know. Like, it just is, it's unclear. So
Okay,
it's
and
like,
that
why
definitely
did
dampens
Anakin
the
suddenly
moment
go
for you.
from friend to, well, just why did Anakin go from suddenly friend to now I'm going to kill you?
Because the I think it ties back to some of the sort of Japanese roots, and I could be giving
think I get it. I
writers
just don't
way
think
too
it's
much
well
credit. But
explained.
sometimes swords masters, you have to sort of fight your master as a final way to complete. And with the Jedi way,
I
you
would
have to
say
be
that
put to
the
a point.
flashes of Vader's outfit
You
mean
have
that
to
it's
be,
not her master anymore. It's now Darth Vader.
yes, and she has to face her sort of her mortal enemy, a Sith Lord. Her friend, her mentor becomes the Sith Lord, and he becomes that as her final test. And
But he's
she
only
would have
partially doing that. He's only doing
failed the
that for her
test.
benefit.
Yes, he was doing that for her benefit. That's my reading of it. And if she would have went through with the anger, because he definitely led her on, I'm your friend, then he all of a sudden turns on her. Psychologically, that would definitely affects most people psychologically when they turn on you without you knowing why and doing this weird shit and trying to get her to a point where she will kill him. Instead, she passed the test by coming so close, calming down, defeating him without killing him. True Jedi test. And yeah, there's
Fair enough.
definitely
That's definitely
problems.
a valid interpretation. I don't know that that's exactly what they meant by it.
Well, it's
But
supported
I don't
within
know.
the
I usually
reading of
like
the text.
ambiguous things, and just the way that this is done feels
See,
unearned to me. But maybe I'm bringing that in on it. I can
yeah,
definitely see your interpretation of it.
I try to go in unbiased and just read the media for what it is. Your perspective on it is fine, and I can understand, given how Disney has treated the property, why people feel this is unearned, that it wasn't set up properly, why this is just fan service for fan service sake. But given what I know, and given, I will say, maybe I'm being colored by giving the writers too much credit, but I would rather give the writers too much credit and be wrong about that than not giving them enough credit and possibly being wrong about it. That's just my perspective on that. Okay. Let's move
Fair
on.
enough. I like you explaining your perspective. I appreciate that.
Yes, that's something Bob could easily do instead of just what he does, which infuriates me. Okay. As someone who who's trying to take being a critic seriously, even if I am a jackass and play a lot of little stupid little fun games like reading the comment of the Fat fans last time I did this stream. When I get serious, I like to be serious. Yeah. Why someone, well, Bob isn't going to go far. Okay. And I don't want to follow in his footsteps, but I think trying to find the flaws in someone you respect like MauLer, because I do respect him, and trying to find the good in something that you don't really care for can only strengthen your ability. But I got on long enough.
Good scriptwriters, as someone who can come up with rotting clown semen.
Me, I guess they brought in Hayden Christensen not just for the member berry.
Like that. Sorry. I'm not going back. You just said something incredibly just stupid.
But because they needed an expert in delivering emaciated, thudding, ass cream dialogue.
Liar! I choose to live.
Okay, so like she chooses to live, meaning that Ahsoka was.
It means she's choosing to move on, to continue the fight. You know, you were just criticizing her because she was giving up, and now like the actual seems like the point of the episode was that at the end she didn't give up. So, what's your complaint?
Considering choosing to die.
The execution. Even if I disagree with MauLer, he's talking about the execution does not come across as believable to him. And why I do think he should give it a little bit more charity, that's my personal opinion about criticism. I can't force that on anyone, and I can't even say it's a successful tactic for gaining subscribers, okay? This video was apparently very popular, and kudos for him. He deserves pretty much more credit than he does. Just because a pissant like me and you want to try to pick at him doesn't mean anything at the end of the day. At least if us pissants want to have a critique of him, let's at least try to put in even half as much effort as he does. Why you put in absolutely none? Sorry.
I don't know. I hate. So I'm sorry. I tangented and looked at the actual fandom in the
BMO
comment
art. Hey,
where he's saying,
man.
I'm aggressive. Hey, what's up, BMO? So yeah, actual fandom says like, I'm aggressive sometimes. You're a fan of people who call people the R slur when they disagree with them on movies. And then you can't be a fan of people who say kill yourself over movie takes and then whine when someone's a little aggressive. So again, this is, until everybody else in the world is perfect, I'm not going to change my own actions. That's what I seem to be getting from actual fandom. Again, he's excusing anything that he does because somebody else did something bad instead of having like any sort of actual standard. But this Chicken Chad fella in the chat seems to be trying to actually, talk to actual fandom. But yeah, actual fandom instead seems to be putting everything that Rags has ever done on MauLer and saying you can discount MauLer now because of his friend Rags.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think that's really shitty.
Oh,
So both the calling people R slurs and telling people to off themselves were not things that MauLer has done. It just seems very inappropriate when you're watching a MauLer video to bring those up.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Guilt by association. Then I would never do that. I even defend Rags. Okay. I don't actually disagree. I don't disagree with actual fandom here in theory. Sort of judging people. I mean, if you're aggressive with people, can't really get too mad if they're aggressive back. Okay. But you can't think you're better than them if you're doing the same exact thing. You're playing on a level. You can't you can't claim to be better when you do the same exact things. And from what I know, actual fandom probably thinks he's morally superior to these people. It seems hypocritical. I'm fine with being aggressive with certain things, but I believe in a diversity of tactics. Sometimes you need to take the soft approach and try to talk to people. Sometimes you just need to beat them over the head and mock them to make them realize you don't care. Diversity of tactics is what I believe in.
I thought it was just running defense for furries, but okay, fair enough.
Oh, that's MauLer. That actually is MauLer. You're bringing up a flaw. He does run defense for furries. I don't know what furries, YMS or Rags. I don't know. I'm just saying that out of pocket. Looks like they had a member who got his message deleted by GM Morgan.
Yeah, Micah. I believe it's Micah. Could be Mika, but they seem to keep having an issue with both Dane and GM Morgan. I believe they're more
That's
of
still a
an
member?
Organized Chaos fan. Yeah, I think this is through Organized Chaos's channel. So it's the other people who are moderating that keep doing that to him, not Organized Chaos.
Okay. Interesting.
I, because her path is that of death and destruction, and Vader because making Anakin fight her. She's now choosing to live. She's going to fight to live where others failed, where her master went to the dark side or something. I don't know. The episode was simultaneously packed.
Yeah, I don't like how he goes with all this sort of little rant there. And Bob doesn't say anything about that. He goes in his little rant and like, I don't know, blah. It just seems a little bit odd optically, especially given the term for this. He fails where at the same place. I mean, he has a much better setup for it. Maybe he's just doing this as like, I don't understand why these people are talking about it. Do you have a different interpretation, Gray, of that?
No, I think that's a pretty reasonable one. I'm not completely certain. It would be nice again if there's more clarity, but yeah, I don't think you'd necessarily be wrong in assuming that or interpreting
Okay.
it.
I
that way,
mean, yeah,
should
he
say.
does make his case rather well. And even if I think he's off, okay, then he goes on his little rip tear rant there, just frustrated with the state of Star Wars, which completely understand. He's hung in there better than me. I've just come back to take a look at this. I've given up on Star Wars and or seen Kenobi crap, Book of Boba Fett. I had some hope for Mando in the very beginning, but that's turning. I'm just getting doomer pilled on Star Wars and even
In the
everything
beginning,
else.
can I ask you how far did you get into it until your hope went away?
Mandor?
Yeah, Mando.
I had my doubts in the introduction of Baby Yoda, and that was sort of confirmed. I think I got 6 episodes before I was like, yeah, this isn't looking good. Okay. I stuck in for that season, even a little bit of the next season. Don't ask me to actually quote anything because I tuned out and just sort of was zone watching to see if there was anything great about that first season. No. And the second season was just like blah blah blah. And didn't even go back after that. Maybe I didn't even complete the second season. But no.
Really?
Yeah, just
Fair enough. I thought the first season was really solid, but maybe it was just what I was looking for at the time. I like the idea of like bringing it back to like a Western and making it kind
yeah,
of
I did like that, but
episodic Western, if you will.
the Baby Yoda and the sort of the guy with
It
the
worked on me for the first season. It totally gets way more over the top and in your face later,
no,
and when they're
I
kind
was
of just
just I was
throwing
just
the puppet around in the later season. It's different, but I don't
sometimes
know.
I just
It totally could be that I was way more forgiving or whatever, but I don't know. I think I was still excited. I heard that Bill Burr was coming back and his episode was going to be even better, and I think that was in season 2 where they have to sneak into the thing. I don't know. I think elements of season 2 were done well, certain like episodes, but yeah,
I vaguely
overall, I
remember
think it
that.
really lost steam in 2
Yeah,
for
I
me.
understand.
It's my subjective opinion, though.
Yeah, sorry. I sometimes pick up on things subconsciously. Like The Force Awakens, I had a subconscious feeling. It's not until I went back through it many years later that I could identify. I probably could go
You're
through
saying you had a
Mandor.
bad feeling about it?
Yeah, I wouldn't actually support anything with it. I'm pretty sure if I went back through it, hooked on a feeling. Sorry, the song popped into my head. But yeah, sometimes I just trust my feelings. I'm pretty sure I could go back through just a Baby Yoda with the sort of force powers. I'm like, this is going to get really weird with the Baby Yoda, even as I was watching through. And yeah, they ended up relying way too heavily on Baby Yoda. I felt that they were going to do that. And didn't they do that? They tried to get rid of Baby Yoda with Luke at some point, but he came back. But yeah, lost in the thoughts. So much to fertile ground to actually talk about. But Bob's just staring out in the distance, not even understanding half the arguments.
With worthless bullshit and crushed at the moments of anything meaningful trying to claw its way onto the screen. The time-wasting...
I mean, so far you've just described what sounds like a pretty good character episode. I haven't even seen it to judge, but it seems like a solid character episode. Where
making assessments on almost nothing. This is just beyond angry.
Well, I've never seen it, but I've heard you criticize it, and I have chosen the opposite. Let me defend it with everything I have, but I have no real frame of
isn't
reference.
much.
It sounds like it's a great character development. I understand. So I think that's even MauLer's point, that there is this character development, this character arc that they're trying to go on, but it doesn't feel like they're executing it well. I don't know. It feels like Bob's not gonna say, well, maybe I should look at it and like actually get an opinion. Instead, he's just decided like, no, that MauLer's always wrong, so I'm choosing the opposite.
I don't know. Feel that way. Okay, I believe the setup to it was poorly done, which will affect the outcome of it in the greater story. That's how I would phrase it. But I don't have as much of a negative bias towards this, and I'm seeing little hints at all this stuff that probably most people wouldn't pick up on, and maybe I'm even reading into it. I mean, I explained some of the things that I believe the show actually did. But again, even if I'm wrong, I would rather good face something and still have ultimate criticism it's not a good show than have a sort of negative perspective on it. And Bob's just going into this like blindly, like, oh, there was character development. I'm excited about this episode now. Not even caring about the setup to the character development. Just the character development on its own is something so spectacular. Bob is looking forward to it. It almost shows how little it takes to have to impress a normie or someone like Bob out there. Just having character development seems like a good change for the Star Wars franchise, and that is pathetic.
Where she kind of gets her will to move forward renewed. I mean,
and I don't even agree with this assessment of Muller. So the fact he's just taking this and run seems doubly stupid. Because I actually disagree with Muller on this perspective. That's just funny. Just assuming, take the one sort of positive aspect that he could pick out of Muller and just assume it's true, because blind optimism in the face of what he sees as a bad person because of all of his friends.
You've said a lot of this stuff in a condescending voice, but you haven't really brought up any real complaints except condescending voice and fan service bad.
No, he's talking about the setup, the sort of expressiveness of the actors. There's just so much in there. And the fact that Bob can't hear any of it.
Well, I don't know how he got fan service bad out of it either. Like, I don't know. It's really sad that that's his only understanding of, again, 22 minutes of this video. All he's gotten is...
I looked at the comments. Yes, low blow. And yeah, I didn't actually enjoy it. I had an ominous feeling walking out. My date at the time said, "Oh, did you like it?" And of course I lied. I had this ominous, yeah, it was good, hesitantly, but I was on a date. I didn't want to see.
I gotta be honest, it was retroactively ruined for me. Like, I didn't think it was good. I thought it was a retread of the original story, but I thought it had potential. It's like, okay, I kind of want to see where this Finn character is going. I don't necessarily like the way that they've set up. Now I can't even think of his name. The villain in it, Kylo Ren, but it could potentially get better. And then I don't know anything about the Snoke guy. Maybe that's cool. There was potential for me, and I kind of hate it. There's a few movies that are kind of like that. Like, I really like the first Dune, but if Dune 2 sucks, like, retroactively, it's just going to ruin that first one for me. Yeah, sorry, the new one, the Denis Villeneuve one, the one that the second is about to be released.
Only thing that felt off
I don't know
is the Mary Jane actress. I don't know, Zella or something. Her acting
Yes,
felt so out of
Zendaya.
sync. Zendaya. Her acting felt
Um,
so out of sync with everyone else. It just like, okay,
yeah,
I can accept it. You know, they set it up properly that her out of sync acting, I can compensate for it, but the rest of the film, rest of the acting, a lot of it was amazing. So yeah, you're right.
it
That
looked
one,
beautiful. If you don't know the story, like I don't know that it necessarily gives you like a good version of the story. I don't feel like you get to know any of the characters, but everything is beautiful. But it kind of leaves you on this cliffhanger. And you know, if they really do screw up that second half, I think it's gonna forever sour the first half for me, even if it
yeah.
does look beautiful.
Well,
I don't know. It doesn't
I
seem like a flawless film. It is one of those cliffhanger ones where it's like I don't know. Sadly, also, Across the Spider-Verse could be doing that for me as well. I really like the first half of it, but if part 2 is a letdown, I don't know if that's gonna retroactively ruin that for me. I
oh
hope not, but
well, it went
I think
woke.
that's kind of
It
how I
went
was
it
there's
went
potential
woke
there.
already. So wait, you like you actually don't hate Velma. I think Timon keeps saying you
Hey,
like it.
Velma
You
is
don't
a
hate it.
decent show, and we are all the better for having Mindy Kaling in our life,
I know you're
okay?
memeing
I
that
can't
up.
wait for
You just
season
don't
2.
think it's woke.
I am
You
not.
find it
I
fascinating.
think
That's different than thinking it's a
Scrappy
good
Doo
show.
was the worst
Let's
Scooby-Doo
not
thing
get into
ever,
that.
and I think Velma is a
We're
step
going
up.
on. We're going on, Gray.
Which I mean,
Okay.
I don't even subscribe to fan service bad. Fan service can be bad if it's overdone and over the top and doesn't serve a point in the story. But like fan service can be good too. So like fan service by itself is kind of just nebulous.
Signature of Dave Filoni is alive and well. He takes incredible resources and lets them spill across the floor with no more purpose in delivery than a drunken octopus tossing darts at a board of emotional illusion, all in favor of telling a completely hollow piece of piss story that came out of
See, there's plenty to take here because Muller doesn't really set it up. Part of the problem here is Muller is he's a like even this comment, you're assuming he's a dishonest actor. I legitimately think this is how Muller thinks about it. I think he's just been criticizing Star Wars so much that he's just assuming the worst of the creators. And I don't even think he's necessarily wrong in doing that. I mean, yeah, you just get this perspective, and Ahsoka didn't do enough to sort of compensate for it. So I completely don't blame Muller for having this doomer mindset. And I don't think he, frankly, has a rounded enough background in enough film and a lot of things. I mean, he's really good at what he does, but a broad sort of scope of films of enjoyment, understanding different types of media, he does not have. Okay. And that's all I'll say on that. A lot of people have him beat on that. It might be a rough take, but I think that does limit when you limit yourself to a certain things that you like or certain fandoms and reject on other things, that is going to reduce whatever range or ability to critique when they try to introduce new concepts into something new. Taking long enough, so bleh.
nowhere just to go nowhere for the
Really?
Again, you described a character story. Why is that a hollow piece of piss story? I'm basing this entirely from what you described it, and what you've described sounds decent.
explicit seconds of fans.
You gotta
To
like
each
what
their
he's
own.
saying. Yeah. And what you're describing sounds decent. He can't even say good. That's funny.
Yeah, well, I mean, that would be a
Well,
bridge too far.
yeah, okay. Yeah, he's just not understanding the arguments at all. It's really sad. Frankly, you should, the better you know the medium, and believe it or not, Muller videos are a medium on its own. It has its own flow. Almost every YouTube content creator has a certain methodology. The more you watch their videos, the more you can come to an understanding of their perspective. But this is the second time. But Bob just dismissed this out of hand from a Mueller account, even though he didn't even watch his fifth episode. Oh. Again, I probably said it before. It's pure and utter ignorance of Bob here.
service and distraction from just how little substance remains in this dilapidated, prolapsing franchise that people have the balls to call genius in execution.
People have the balls. Do people call it genius?
Oh, dude, he's just going on a rant now. Give him some. This is just him spitting.
No, he's grasping
sounding
at
good with
straws.
some
Anything
stuff.
that he could try to grab to make it seem like he's incorrect. He saw this one little detail. Maybe he could grab that. Is anyone actually saying that? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
mean,
like Bob's way of arguing.
No, and this is, even though I have my criticism of this. This is clearly a bit of comedy in the mid round stretch here. He's not trying to put anything out there. He's sort of spitting stuff out, and great, be spitting the facts. You just got to go against me, BMO. I see how it is. Anyone who takes the opposition view to me can't give me any praise, man. Can't get any credit. Okay.
Let's see where you're going, because I feel like that's kind of a straw man. I don't think most people are calling Star Wars genius.
Hey, Filoni, you utter genius.
One of the best shots in.
Oh, that was such comical timing. Okay. Just had to laugh. I'm sure Gray's laughing secretly if he's still awake. I know he's
secretly. I don't want to do a laugh reveal here.
Okay, yeah, you're a man of many talents. You don't want people to realize you laugh at sort of the stupidity of how well that was set up. That was beautifully set up. I don't think anyone calls it genius. Guy laughing and clapping. That's genius.
Oh, well, you found one guy. Okay.
Okay. Comical gold.
Star Wars history. Argue with a wall. Hashtag Ahsoka. Hashtag Anakin. What if I want to stop fighting? Then you'll die. The Vader silhouette. I'm Sir Unwell. Hashtag Ahsoka Tano. Hashtag Tano Tuesday. Hashtag Anakin Skywalker. If Dave Filoni could be nominated for any of his shots, it's this one. Hashtag Ahsoka. Hashtag Ahsoka spoilers. Someone pointed out how Anakin is surrounded by people and friends, and instead Vader is all alone.
What the fuck?
I mean, that was actually a decent observation, pointing out how in one shot it's Anakin and he has friends, and in another shot it is Vader all alone. It's actually a decent observation. It's pointing out that he essentially burned all his bridges when he became Vader. MauLer, are you aware people are allowed to like stuff even if you don't?
Oh God, he actually makes.
It turns out no.
Okay
MauLer has always made the assertion that if you don't agree with my objective opinion, you are wrong, and you cannot like anything that I do not. That seems to be what EFAP has always said. I really hate the way that Bob tries to frame these weird, poorly constructed strawman arguments. No, MauLer has never said that. I really hate the way that he kind of jumps to these so I can just knock this down. I don't know. It's this weird way of setting up strawmen that nobody is claiming that. I don't understand how you made that weird leap of faith to get to that assumption, but yeah, it's just that conclusion just does not track. I don't know. I've never heard okay, I guess you could incorrectly interpret the objective criticism with it's my way or the highway, but that's not anything that I've ever heard MauLer say. I don't know. I just really don't like what Bob said.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he did bring up the fact that he thought this was good. He could almost defend it. This is almost a defendable tweet here. Okay. A little bit here. And my main problem with this whole section is I just think it's too much. He's going off of the fan reception, sort of clapping like seals. And yeah, I do find them clapping over anything. But in a video called Star Wars Cannot Grow Up, it just seems a little mature. Mixed messaging. It's just a bad optics, in my opinion, to sort of goes this hard. I also think if you're trying to improve the fandom, you want to try to reach these people and make yourself understandable to the people who might like it. And I just don't think he does it very well here. Bad tactics for if you want to improve the fandom, but that's personal opinion of mine of how it should be done. Hola, Alpha Eagle. Good to see her. Yeah, we're going over some good old Bob. And even if I have criticisms of Star Wars Cannot Grow Up, and hell, Bob has even proved a couple of my points that this being one of Mueller's shortest videos, he can handle 45 minutes of going through it. There's a couple of points that he just proved sort of my perspective on how people would view Mueller, because most normies are idiots. So they would see something like this and try to watch it and judge Mueller based on this one video, because all his other videos are a couple hours old. And normies, people like Bob, are too simple for that. So they'll judge Mueller based off of this. And optically, this is one of his worst videos. Long man should stay long. Just my opinion.
Like, you do understand, like, you say your opinion is objective. Like, that's
no,
like your whole...
he doesn't. Are you that much of an idiot with all his talk of emotional and things? This video is not very objective and quality, and you keep on going with that sort of straw man in this. Mueller's denied this himself. It just baffles me why people keep bringing that. He tries to look at objective criticism, gives it a higher priority, and tries to base his personal criticism of the series based off of that. But, nuance saying exactly Bob's stick of dynamite that blows up in his face. Sort of like the one, no one says it's genius. It's genius. Well, he found the one guy. Sorry, I might laugh about that again. That's just too funny.
Like gimmick, but you do understand it's not, right? You're not so like brain broken. Do you actually think your points are objective when it comes to this stuff, right? All this stuff is subjective. How we relate to art, how art hits us.
It's not all subjective. There is objective reality. Okay, I want to get through this. He's just saying so much stupid stuff.
Emotionally, that is subjective.
And instead Vader is all alone.
What the fuck did you notice about the shots before noticing that?
I can't stop thinking about this scene. Hashtag Anakin Skywalker, hashtag Darth Vader, hashtag Ahsoka Tano, hashtag Tano Tuesday, hashtag...
Also, this is really annoying, okay? Even if you want to make fun of them, can you... Oh, sorry, this just annoys me, the hashtag stuff. It might come off funny, how much they're doing this, but it annoys me.
Star Wars. Hashtag Ahsoka spoilers. That flicker between Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader is one of the smooth...
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and say this. You don't really need to include the hashtags unless that's part of your point for some reason.
Way to have the same criticism as Bob there, Vincent.
I didn't say anything about the hashtags. It's just annoying, okay?
Oh, you did.
My criticism,
you said it's annoying and he doesn't need to include it. And then Bob said, you don't need to include the hashtags.
Yes, he doesn't need to include all these
honest,
in the robotic voice. Are you trying to poison the well by comparing... me and Bob are the same?
I just wonder. I've never seen you two in the same room at the same time.
Oh,
Coincidence?
Maybe I'm a secret agent. Oh, Bob and Venice. Okay, sorry, it just annoys me how he goes on with the robotic voice. Okay, you find annoying stuff? Cool. That's fine, Gray. I see how it is.
This thing Star Wars
Yeah,
has
I like
ever done
annoying
fire.
Have you seen editing before? Have you seen anything before?
Nothing will never not make this terrible.
Does it mean it's not cool? Like, yeah. So just because it's not a particularly tough edit doesn't mean it's not cool. You understand that, right? Sometimes the coolest stuff will be simple.
This is Darth Vader. Hashtag Star Wars.
Cool means nothing. I guess everything's subjective. So cool. So why is your criticism even valid? Okay, if everything's subjective. Racism is subjective.
But Boba Fett, cool. Rancor, cool. Boba Fett riding a Rancor. Not cool. I don't need to see that. Like, just because it could be a cool visual.
Are you going to have any supporting evidence, or are you just going to lay it out like that? Okay,
I'm just going to lay it out like that.
And just show it on the internet.
I'm just saying, like, just because something is cool
that was horrible
doesn't mean that it's a good thing. Like, I can enjoy that, like, okay, visually, it looks kind of cool when there's the Vader and Obi-Wan fight. And yeah, it looks kind of cool when Anakin's walking down this, like, whatever pathway in the in-between and then does the flicker thing. It's kind of cool visually. I just don't think any of that is earned. It feels more like it's fan service, and it's like, hey, look at this cool visual thing we can do, rather than it actually making sense. But perhaps I'm looking at it wrong.
Facts don't care about your feelings, Gray. You're too much of a liberal, I guess.
Darth Vader hashtag Anakin hashtag Ahsoka. This is the Darth Vader Obi-Wan denied Emperor Palpatine.
No, he's a bad man too, and there's Vader. Oh, Ahsoka sees him as both Anakin, the master, and the good man, but oh no, she sees him as Vader, the bad man.
Dave FIL.
Okay, so like your argument is that people are freaking out over that shot. And, you know, I'll go ahead and give you a little bit of points, because while I think
Why does he give him points here? This is so goddamn annoying and juvenile. Okay, this is not part of Muller's argument. Well, maybe a little bit. It's leading into an actual argument. Sorry, it seems just so juvenile to hammer home, and I even cut a little bit. He just goes on and on with it. Maybe it's just a subjective thing, but this really seems juvenile and annoying. Just repetition.
that shot's cool looking, I wouldn't call it the coolest thing ever in Star Wars or anything.
Oh, Bob slightly agrees with Muller's perspective there. He must be damn EFAB Nazi now. Sorry, them the rules. You set them out. Guilt by association. You agree with Muller. I agreed with you. I get blamed for being you. You agree with Muller.
That Mauler has been on Friday Night Tights, and Gavin
Oh.
McGinnis was on Friday Night Tights. So wow, Bob, you just one step away agreed with
Yeah.
Nazis. Wow.
Well, better Nazi than movie Bob. Sorry, only EFAP fans would understand that. Well, mostly EFAP fans.
But I won't give you too many points, because I also think, without even watching the episode, just seeing the clips you show here, I think it looks pretty cool.
LONI needs to be kept on by Disney for life. Hashtag Ahsoka. Siege of MANDALOREI. Did not know you had this in you. Dave Filoni. Hashtag Ahsoka. Dave Filoni writing the script for episode 5 of hashtag Ahsoka. Hashtag Ahsoka.
Okay, please, before he speaks up, you don't find just this sort of parade of these tweets by obviously brain dead morons just completely unnecessary and mocking in a certain way? Like, look at all these idiots.
I don't know. Look at the views on it. Look at the likes on it. Like, it's got 370K views, and like, what is that, 10.5K likes?
Oh, that's
It's
this
obviously resonating with somebody.
Okay, the same way that Muller's video has so many likes and views. As I said, I don't care.
It's resonating with somebody. And if Bob's using that argument before that, like, look at the ratings, well, then you'd have to look at the ratings to the criticism too.
Okay, yeah, fine enough. By his standard, I guess these things work. But personally, I don't think public perception should actually matter in criticism. I just thought Muller would be better than doing this. Okay,
I don't think it was Mahler's point at all. Like, bringing this up is like, this does seem to be a popular internet opinion. But I don't think he's saying that, like, this is everyone's opinion. I think his whole point of, he's not showing ones that have like 3 views and like 1 like or something like that.
Oh, it definitely is more supporting that people are just wigging out over this. Sorry, this is always going to just turn me off. It seems like, oh, look at all these idiots simping for this show and Dave Filoni. They're just brainless morons. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Again.
So I'm noticing there's a tinniness to this AI voice he's using, which is like, what, did you record it with like 64 bits per second? Like,
what? Oh, okay. Yeah,
So,
I actually know this.
first
I know
off,
this one.
Well,
Expert speaking.
I don't think Bob has any, room to stand on for, slightly annoying, tinny, high-pitched voices. But, okay, let's hear the audio expert that is Bob explain how he got this horrible, horrible, tinny, computerized AI voice.
Yeah, Alpha Eagle bring up, hashtags are annoying, but that's Muller point. Yeah, I agree. Fans overreacting is annoying. I just don't know why that should be part of an argument about the quality. Yeah, I do get what he's trying to get at here. Is it that I just don't think it's someone who wants to criticize something. It seems more immature that I've been railing against this series so much, but so many people are just praising this out the wazoo. Why the hell are they doing this? You're not making a convincing argument with this video. It's just faulty to me. I keep on. There's going to be more, but Bob isn't picking up on this. He's instead mocking Muller's AI voice or whatever. It's completely stupid. Even as stupid as some people might find my perception of how ridiculous what Muller's doing. Yeah, Bob, sorry, man. Mocking the AI voice for something. Maybe he has a point to it. I forget.
Why is it so tinny?
Tano. Clearly Favreau and Filoni know how to include legacy characters in ways that actually serve the
Okay, I was
story and
wrong.
drive the plot forward. Folded hands, I trust them. To label these as fan service is to miss the point of their role entirely. Hashtag Ahsoka, hashtag Anakin Skywalker, hashtag The Mandalorian, hashtag Luke Skywalker. Wait a minute, we sure we don't want Dave Filoni to give you a
Yes, I feel like I've seen that name before. Like he's just going over people who like the show, and I assume that means these tweets are bad. Are these tweets that he wants people to ratio? Like, what is the point here?
Wait. That is a horrible implication here.
Yeah, that's the only reason why he's putting these tweets up. It's not to show that this could be a popular online opinion. Look at how many people like this. Look at these hashtags that people are actually popularizing. Instead, it's here are these people that must be dogpiled on.
No.
Wow.
Oh,
He's inciting a dogpile. No, don't you know, Vincent? Like, that's what he's trying to do here. There is no other reason for him to put these on screen.
Okay, that's not bad faith, Bob. It just took me by surprise he would take that route.
Yeah, it's really shitty of him, for sure.
And MauLer, people are allowed to disagree with you. You understand that, right?
Yes.
That's the Clone Wars movie. Loudly crying. Hashtag Ahsoka. Anakin and Ahsoka with Sith eyes. Fire Dave Filoni cook. Okay, so it's agreed that episode 5 of Ahsoka is the best thing Disney has done with Star Wars, period, right? Like this was peak Star Wars.
Star Wars is fucked. If you skip this episode, Ahsoka simply needed to chase the bad guys inside a whale, which is fucking
That episode was character development. Like,
what? You don't know?
He knows without watching it. He can tell that it's all character development. Yeah, it's really
I don't even
shitty
know
what he
if
will
I'm
be
Steel
charitable
Man and
towards.
have a charitable interpretation of that. And I don't even know if I would call it character development. It's definitely a development of a type. But
They're attempting to go ahead. So I don't think it really is. Like, essentially, they're walking this character through, okay, you're instead of gray, now you're white. But I don't feel like they actually earned that, or, you know, the character actually
as I
went
said,
on
I
some
don't care
serious
about your
change.
feelings, Gray. Facts don't care about your feelings.
Fair
They
enough.
did have some
Nobody cares
setup.
about my feelings.
Oh,
I don't
I'm
even care about my
sorry.
feelings.
Oh, Gray,
But
sorry.
it's
I
I don't know. It's just really there's no charitability
See, I
in
would if
Bob's
someone had
interpretation
a
of it.
argument for why I don't even think Mueller has a solid argument for why it's not earned. I definitely think it's weak argument. There's little spots here and there. And it's definitely not established well enough. And
Well, I
it's gonna
started
be lost
explaining
on
why
the
I don't think is earned, and then you told me that nobody cares. So perhaps you are taking the
Okay,
Bob
go over
route and not
give me the
not
facts.
seeking
Give me the
reason.
facts of why you don't
So I
feel
don't
it's
know their
earned.
facts. Like, it is my subjective interpretation of it,
Okay.
but
I
I don't
give you
know if
actually
this
factual
is
scenes, subjective criticism, and you counter with me with no, go on. Sorry, Gray. I'm just sort of playing up front.
so if this is actually a physical Anakin that's there, like, again, it would appear to be because they were able to pull a human being out of death by going to this place between
I
and then
like how
literally
people
bringing the
just
person
keep
into the
going back
regular
to
world.
this ambiguous thing, and I do
So
accept that will change how
so
you
if
interpret
that
it.
is going on if that is going on, then Anakin is really the one who's in control of this and is guiding her through. So it's not
Mhm.
really her development, it's Anakin molding her into what Anakin thinks that she should be. Because again, he would have been curating what memories to get her to this place. Unless it is her mind and then
Uh,
Anakin isn't there and she knew it all along and she was powerful from the beginning, she just needed to realize it. Um,
I
I
don't
think
like
either
that
way, is it
interpretation.
really
The
character
master,
development?
the master, if the student absorbs the lesson, that sort of is development that they're taking it in. I will say it's very weak, but it's still character development, but it's character
I think that
development
weak
from a
part
teacher.
is where he is calling it unearned. So if you're gonna say like, okay, I'll concede that it's not strong. You even said weak. Fair enough.
Yeah,
That's
I
why
will
he's saying
say
it's
it's
unearned.
very weak. There's little hints like the clues in Dark Souls to sort of piece together the lore, but not even that since it's in a visual format. It's it's a lot weaker. I don't want to actually dismiss the sort of storytelling method Dark Souls and games like that sort of do with their little
For sure, and I think they did it really well. I mean, there's a
they
reason
did.
why
Okay.
that game is, like a classic, but I
Yeah,
don't know
and
that
this
this one's gonna
almost
go down
does
as a
this.
classic. There are definitely people
No,
who
I'm
like
not
this one.
saying
There's definitely people that like the sequels and like the prequels. Uh, me personally, if they would have just ended it at 3, I'd be very happy. I really like the original 3. Not a big fan of the sequels or prequels. I would take prequels over sequels, but, yeah, I'd be cool with losing it all.
It's definitely an Easter egg hunt. Easter egg hunt mixed with little small signs. I'm sure if someone put this together, all the little elements in this into a Wikipedia, it might seem better to most people, like they do with Dark Souls. But I think if someone legitimately was making what Ahsoka's doing, any what to the execution that Dark Souls ever done, that'd be a disservice to the Dark Souls. I'm just using that as a comparison because the idea behind the sort of small little elements added together might be able to get you when in Dark Souls they can be added together to create a really good story. In this case, you have to use a lot of the previous lore, got to use even elements from the extended universe to make sense of this. Something they decanonized. But I'm guessing they are not going to go with the gray title because they don't they decanonized it. So, but they will still sort of take the idea and try to use it as a concept. And that's definitely actually something that doesn't sit well with me. That's definitely one of my bigger criticisms is that they clearly are going for that gray concept, but don't want to actually use the term gray Jedi or define anything about it. Maybe they have plans for fleshing it out, and maybe it's just going to be a what a twist later, or make it seem like it's gray, but it's something completely different. But you know what I'm saying around that.
Yeah, but I gotta say I'm pro gray. Go gray.
Of course you would. Okay. But yeah, let's get back to Bob. I just wanted to call you out for that, but yeah, not call you out. Just wanted to have a good argument with someone actually somewhat intelligent, Gray. Okay. Because we're not going to get any
Well, I'm sorry you
intelligence
couldn't
out of
find
Bob here.
them, but I'm glad that
Give
you're
yourself
allowing
more
me to
credit
associate.
than that. I did pull the Ben Shapiro facts, don't care about your feelings, but I was doing that. I was pulling an Anakin moment, trying to dark side you into confronting me when the real enemy is just stupidity of people. Not even MauLer's the real enemy. I agree. Those people laying out those tweets are completely stupid. I just don't see the utility of lining them up. It's just like hammering people over the head. Yeah, these people are stupid seal clappers. Yes, I know that. How is this? Is this virtue signaling to people who hate Star Wars? Almost seems that way to me. It just annoys me that there's so many seal clappers out there. I don't know how this is entertaining or persuasive at all. And if you want the fandom, yeah, I made this argument several times. If you really want the fandom, you should be trying to frame your sort of argument to reach these seal clappers in a way they could, yeah, you got to try to find a way to communicate with someone, well, not quite as dumb or politically ideology of Bob, but consider him like a step below. If you could reach Bob with your argument and make him understand it, MauLer would be a genius. I don't even think I could do an argument like that, but that's besides the point. But you understand what I'm talking about. You need to reach complete idiots, I think, if you want to have any chance of doing anything. And maybe Star Wars will just self-correct. Doubtful, but
Again, I didn't see it. But I'm telling just from the description you gave, that was a character development episode. It was a character moment. It was her renewing her will to go forward. It was her getting burnt out.
The moment he's
and just
never seen
renewing
is a
her will.
character moment.
Sounds fucking cool to me.
Retarded in and of itself, her existential crisis came from nothing and is resolved with ease in minutes. The idea that this is one of her most important character episodes and all of the context to understand it is apparently from countless seasons of other TV shows.
Okay, just because other TV shows hit the same emotional points or cover similar ground, I mean, there's a fuck ton of TV shows, of course they will, doesn't mean that this one isn't done well. you do understand there's only so many stories in the world, and when you're doing a story,
God, such a deflection. He makes some sort of
No, you
stupid
don't understand.
statement.
There's only a limited amount of stories, so it's okay to rehash things, okay? Come on.
I don't actually disagree with that sentiment, but the execution of it is competent.
I think
Joseph
I
Campbell,
think there's so many different ways to tell so many different stories. Like,
yeah,
yes, there might be only so many archetypes or like tropes, but that doesn't mean that you can't do a different take on it. Like the hero's journey is a format like Bimo was talking about. It seems to be a very classic one where you kind of see somebody struggle and then work, persist, and then overcome. Like it is kind of awesome. There is a reason why it is a trope. That being said, I've seen so many different versions of it. Some are way more successful than others. I don't think you get a pass just because, well, this is a classic trope. It's like, yeah, but is it done well?
okay.
I
Well,
don't know. Maybe
my
Bob thinks it is.
general rule I've learned from writing is first you need to learn the rules before you can actually break them. And with the sort of Ryan Johnson, I'm personally offended by everyone defending Ryan Johnson with The Last Jedi. Is they defend him by saying he's subverting the expectations.
But did you
Okay,
expect them to defend him?
I don't know, but that gives people who actually properly can do a deconstruction and actually do the proper setup to subvert things in the proper manner a bad sort of rep. Oh, you're just trying to subvert, but the sort of setup to how it's done, which in Ryan Johnson, he just does it like that. He doesn't care about the logic of getting to it. It's all about the twist, not the setup. He just wants the twist. He doesn't want to put in any of the work to make it understandable or believable, that subversion. And that's what sort of offends me about saying Ryan Johnson is a good writer. I'll give him credit. Good director, a lot of qualities, but his writing is some shit tier stuff.
I like some of the
Almost.
worlds that he creates, but yeah, it seems to not actually go the distance for me. But that is subjective.
As we brought up before, he can create a very unique concept like Looper. Great idea in concept, but it falls apart like 5 seconds when you think about it, when you really get into the logic of it.
But were you expecting it to make sense? Ha.
I would like you to make just a tad bit of a sense, or for you not to make it very explicit like Looper does, like throws in your face how nonsensical this bullshit is, which that movie does. And you really got to just turn off your brain and be like, Bruce Willis, yeah, to actually, because I've done it before. And I'm like, okay, this is okay. Even with my brain turned off, I had problems with it. I looked at it a second time with my brain turned on. I'm like, okay, can't do it. Oh, hurts.
what matters is how you do it. Like the execution is the most important thing in a story,
Okay.
not just the story. You do understand that, right? Like Tommy Wiseau could direct Citizen Kane.
Yes, this is exactly what MauLer's been talking about, but you just ignored it. You gotta love it when you sort of get to a point where you can finally understand and try to counter. You explain the same thing that MauLer did in the setup just what 10, 20 minutes ago? I don't know. Again, this sort of probably the long sort of layout of these tweets in such an annoying manner, at least to me, uh, sort of probably reset his brain. Not that he understood MauLer's original thing, but now he sets up this weird straw man based and saying MauLer didn't actually do something that even I agree that he did.
And you'd end up with a completely different fucking movie. It might be entertaining, but won't be nearly the work of art that it was. And it would be the exact same story. Exactly the same. Just saying.
That's absolutely embarrassing. Regardless, Ahsoka is and will be no different from before to after this event in how Rosario Dawson portrays her, because she has been portraying her as a dissatisfied brick in key emotional moments of this series already.
Now!
Except now.
Well, like I said, I haven't seen this, so I don't know the execution. All I know is that he hasn't really brought up any points against it. Like, his points against it seem to be, like, fan service, which it's Star Wars.
No. Gray, you want to handle this? I've been on a rant.
No, it sounds perfectly acceptable to hear the previous 25 minutes and 40 seconds and say his entire argument was fan service. Yeah, fair enough. No, that's a perfectly reasonable interpretation of everything that has happened so far.
As you
Way to
said,
sum it up
memory of
so
a
succinctly.
goldfish.
But he has a great expression there. I think that is how you would justify that argument. You just say fan service.
Okay. Yeah. To the point where it's breaking my brain. But we've given Bob so much in case he watches this in the future, which he probably isn't, but
At over 4 hours, there's no way he will watch this.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I can cut it down and send it. Oh, it's not worth the effort. Who knows? But probably not.
Star Wars, they're bringing back Anakin. Of course, there'll be some fan service. Not even that much, and what he's shown looks cool. Bad lines, which again, I haven't really seen much evidence of. And then like essentially calling it filler, which I mean, I feel like the point is to just give Ahsoka like motivation to move forward. Again,
Okay,
I
I'm
haven't
speeding
seen it.
this
Maybe
bitch
I'll
up a
watch
little
it and think
bit.
it sucks. But just based on what he's described, he hasn't really leveled.
You don't have to refer to
he hasn't really
Bob that
levied
way.
the case against it.
Oh, ouch.
Oh, she's wearing white clothing because that's the only fucking thing they know how to do. This.
Yeah. Minor criticism for MauLer. He doesn't acknowledge that sort of her going from undetermined state, I'm going to say gray at this point, to a light side Jedi. That's about it.
Is peak Star Wars.
He's just
Peak Star
pointing out
Wars is
that like
Dave Filoni
their way
discovering
of showing
CGI
it is
smoke. A visual.
clothing. I don't know. I think it's a cheap way of showing it. Like, okay, yes, it's a visual example.
It's a very
you could
classic
do it with
Western
lighting.
way.
You could do it.
It's a
I
very
think you could do it
classic
other than
Western
giving
way.
her a white shawl. I get it, but even then, I think it's done. Generally, it's done more tactfully. It's not just like, okay, well, I went to this world between, but now I've got white clothes. Granted, they did do that with Gandalf, but it felt somewhat. There is more going on in the novels than you get in those movies, but even then, it felt a little jarring. Where it's like, okay, so the gray just fell down, and then magically we've got a white. It makes sense, like, in context, but here they don't explain it. They don't, like, you'd have to believe that Ahsoka wasn't sure if one day she would choose the light side, and so she packed away a white version of her entire outfit just in case she made that decision. There's
She's
probably a
riding
black one as
around
well.
in a Jedi starship, which they point out earlier. So I'm sure there would have
So
been.
it's got her exact outfit, but in different colors. I don't know, man.
Could
Like,
have
it
actually
seems like a
crafted
weird.
it, or it could have been a gift from someone. Yes, it would have been nice if
Could
they would
be.
have shown her
Could be.
sort of like taking out a old package that might have had a note from Anakin in it, like pull off the note, dust it off, and sort of pull it out and have that sort of thing. That definitely would have actually
I
worked
just think
better.
there's a
It would have
different way that
actually
you could have
worked.
handled it.
It would have actually worked very well if there was a note from Anakin, like really old, decrepit, on it, and you had her dig through like a whole closet to pull it out, and for her to sort of.
That would seem way more earned than just, okay, cool costume change. That
Yeah,
means
I
that we
agree. It
now
could have
have
been
to change.
executed better, and I
The
could have
same thing
definitely.
with if you just have her remove the outer layer and then everything that she was wearing underneath is white, showing that she was on the light side on the inside. I don't know. Like, there's different ways that you could do this. You could also do it with just lighting, the way that you previously light her, and then once she's had this change, you light her differently to show maybe a change in her. There's different ways that you could do this, and I feel
Maybe
like they could be more effective.
if you wanted to be good about it, I could agree that during the scene where she walks, let's say we rewrote the scene, she comes in with her gray outfit into the ship. You have some sort of a lighting effect to sort of demonstrate this sort of a change within her, both her acting and attitude. Her acting, It actually, I think she does have a more stoic demeanor afterwards. I think it's a little bit inconsistent, but it does seem a little bit more confident. But it's such a small degree. Don't think it's worth mentioning. And that's why
Yeah.
Muller has his perspective. And yeah, to sort of have the light in along as she's, if we were to rewrite it and reshoot it and have that light in to show her sort of growing in the light side until she gets to like the closet in this hypothetical rewrite and pulls out this. Yeah, after she gets out of there, maybe having lighting effects to sort of emphasize until she puts on the outfit, and then the lighting sort of would infuse itself into the Jedi robe. I do see that working out much better than the way they executed it. Is that rewrite you think? See, I could rewrite a lot of
Yeah,
this.
it feels like that would be more
As I
earned. Like,
said,
I
this
don't know, maybe this was written out and they had to cut it for time or something. It just I don't like the choices that were made. I feel like, it
I
could be done better
completely
is all.
agree with you. I just see enough good things about it that I'm like, okay, would rewrite this scene, and not all the scenes. The story at a whole. Eh, unfortunately, I don't think I could work a way out of the space. I agree with them. It's retarded, the space whales, but it works given what's known. Yeah, I actually would have. I could rewrite it to make it absolutely more sense, but it's still retarded, no matter how much buffering you try to put about it. But it's established retarded, so I don't think I could skip that given the context. And I think it's acceptable if there was the even retarded space whales take them to another universe. But yeah, besides the point. But you get my point with that. Okay. Yeah, we need to finish up. Okay. As Lord of the Rings, the clothing change is more acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, like, with that one, they've got more magic or whatever. Where with this one, presumably she would have had to have brought the change of clothing with her. Like, I don't think she just forced the clothing, unless that's a new power that you can like force dye out of
As I
clothing.
said, they do establish it is a Jedi spaceship. Okay. It's the best Steel Man for it. I'm not saying it's great. I
Okay,
get the
I
whole
just don't know that
rewrite.
it has a version of your clothing in every color imaginable.
Well, if it's a Jedi, they would at least have the fabric around, most likely. And that's a steel band for it. As I said, my rewrite definitely would have been much better. But yeah, he's absolutely right. It works much better in Lord of the Rings. Okay. Then moving on, because let's not fight with each other, even Muller. Even though I keep doing that. Damn.
Duel that can barely be accredited to him before Jon Favreau, before Gareth Edwards, before, well, ain't it?
Yes.
But you know what? Arguing with you, Gray, over these stupid little points, I do think that demonstrates something that I can I can steel man, even make an argument for. There's a lot of good things about Ahsoka without me having to resort to the sort of shit Bob has to do in his argumentation. Just doesn't
Yeah,
want to put in the
I
work or
I think we
doesn't
could be
care
as
enough.
uncharitable to Bob as he is being to Muller, but I don't think that would accomplish much. You're right, and maybe that's us tooting our own horns, so to speak. But yeah, I do agree with you. I think you are able to at least kind of steelman his position, and also a position that would be the opposite or an acceptable position that is different than the one expressed. I wish Bob was capable of doing that. I haven't seen that from him. So,
Yeah, does
as
that
shitty as it is that we're like exalting ourselves here, yeah, I do wish Bob could, muster up a modicum of
result
that.
in ourselves? I'm just I'm really getting into the idea of trying to figure out a way to do exactly what Mahler's doing, and a lot of these critics, anti-woke critics, are doing, but in a completely constructive way that might reach idiots like even Bob that he can't argue with. He can't straw man or anything like that. Maybe it can't be done, but
Yeah,
maybe I'm just
I
an
hope it could be done.
idealist.
I don't know. There's some really There's some really fun takes on how to change people's minds. I know this is a weird tangent, but have you ever seen like 12 Angry Men, for instance?
Oh yeah, that is
He kind of
classic.
has
A
the
little
people,
basic.
construct their own case, and they end up deconstructing it. If you could actually talk to somebody, you probably could have them talk themselves through this. I thought that perhaps, with Bob, I could do that, and my conversation went very poorly. My conversation with him. So I don't
If you
know.
could do it now,
I
do you
don't know
think you
that
would do better?
everybody could be changed. I think so. I definitely wouldn't have taken like 3 hours to do the same thing. I think I could have proved the same point in a lot quicker of time. And I didn't realize kind of his move was to pivot every thing you ask him to pivot to ask you a new question. I think I would have called that out in real time and said, I would be happy to answer that. Please answer mine without pivoting. I think I could have been way more effective in what I was doing and taken way less time.
Yeah.
But is the goal to like own the other person, or is it to actually come to some sort of understanding? I think just the way that Bob approached that conversation, we couldn't have actually done my real goal, which was, hey, I want to find out your opinion. I want to give you mine, and then explain why I think yours is incorrect. That didn't quite work out. He was not willing to kind of
Yeah,
hear mine,
I
and
think
he
with
did
that.
not want to explain his.
Well, I don't think the if I'm sure you wouldn't have explained that incorrect, but I would say his opinion is just skewed. I'm trying to think.
Yeah,
It's
I guess
definitely
it just
skewed.
depends. Like, the one thing that concerned me about your statement is like, I think I could change their mind. There's some people who are going to be unwilling to. I think you could with a lot of people, but
Okay,
I
yeah,
don't know.
I
It's
had
hard to get people to not dig in. Is the problem?
okay. I would correct the statement. At least get people like Bob to understand your perspective and maybe even sympathize with you would be actually the proper way to lay it out there. It wouldn't be changing their opinion, but them at least understanding your perspective and maybe even finding some points of commonality would be a step in the right direction. But I digress and going off on this tangent because I had a sudden thought, which is going to make this take longer, and it's taken long enough already.
Because emerging from smoke looks cool. It's just that simple.
Fucking depressing to know just how stale these ideas are. Anakin and the world between worlds annihilates what we understand to be his relationship with Luke and raises more questions than the fucking
Take
hyperspace
care.
kamikaze. Is this Anakin? Is this fragments of his
trying to
life through time
clear
brought
this
together to
out
reach out to
soon enough.
Ahsoka? Is this a
Okay, so again, I haven't seen the episode. I don't really know how this thing works, but just based on what you've described,
Sing on
I'm
song
assuming
and
it's
dance.
Ahsoka, like the memory of Anakin that Ahsoka has. That's what my assumption would be. And I'm just some dude who hasn't seen it.
Ahsoka's vision of him? Is this a photocopy of him from a particular era? Is this a Force ghost? Is this a combination of
I
the
will say he seems like
Did you
he's
say she
getting
doesn't have motivation?
frustrated.
Yeah, her motivation is definitely to stop Thrawn. That is clearly established in the show. Because, like I said, Sabine wants to bring Ezra back, and Ahsoka wants to stop Thrawn, and they're working together because those things kind of align. But then we see where they separate in the end of the fourth episode, because Sabine's actually willing to work with the bad guys a bit if it means bringing Ezra back, whereas Ahsoka isn't. Ahsoka would much rather stop Thrawn.
Okay, that's actually one of the most valid things, but I think you repeated the same point from earlier. Does it have anything to do with Muller saying, or is that more responded to chat? I think it's more just responded to chat. The only thing I think he could say to praise Ahsoka as a show, it's the only thing he's got. It's the only thing I've seen him, except for agreeing with Muller about Balin being really well acted, but that's besides the point.
You understand that the meaning of everything coming from his end changes dramatically depending on the answer. Luke Skywalker should be incredibly relevant to this whole series, but for some reason we're pretending like this isn't the time where he would be most active in the universe.
What, do you want Luke here? Like you were just complaining about fan service and how it revolves around only so many characters.
that's
now
what he
we're
was
doing a
saying.
story
He was saying
based
he wants
around
Luke
someone who
there.
isn't Luke, and now you're saying Luke should be a major character. I kind of feel like you should be picking a lane on that one.
He would be hell-bent on stopping any Empire loyalists from resurrecting the regime and the war. He's not a worthless, titty-sucking hobo yet. There are countless coming events that Anakin needs.
It's also possible he's somewhere where he just can't get to them in time. I mean, I don't know exactly where Luke is, but let's just assume he can't be everywhere at once.
Oh God, his criticism, and I agree with Alpha Eagle. So you want Muller's criticism to be more constructive and less insulting? That's a good idea, but insults are more entertaining, and entertainment can't deny that reality. I absolutely accept
and
that.
reality, I know we've said it numerous times, but like he is getting millions of views on all these videos. So, what is our pedigree for saying you're doing this wrong or whatever?
I'm
I
not
wouldn't
even
say that I
saying
have
he's
it.
doing
It's
it
just
wrong.
I would approach it slightly differently, but I'm not getting millions of views. So, yeah,
You
I
can
think he's
still
definitely
make
doing
it.
something right.
Yes, I'm not going to say I would tell him he needs to change what he's doing at all. What he's doing is starting to work really efficiently now. He's put in the work. But there are ways without insulting you can make things entertaining. Now, if I could just figure out how it is, maybe I can be the next big YouTuber critic, but very unlikely. Okay, maybe Gray can do it. I'm just going to be the pillar. I'm just trying to figure out a way it can be done entertaining, but I don't have the talent for it. But I'm going to act like I do, fake it until I make it, or something like that. I don't know. Want to just highlight that, and yeah, definitely agree with Alpha Eagle. It works, and people love it. But there's nothing wrong with what he said. I absolutely agree.
To tell Ahsoka about. There are countless pieces of information that he could have given her. Hera should be fucking fired for getting 2 men killed while dragging a child into an active war zone on an unsanctioned batshit crazy mission. Sabine.
Yeah, well, batshit crazy mission. They found out that there was a ship. They went to go stop it. And they didn't know the ship would just fly around them and fuck shit up. Like, weren't you also just talking about how people die in like wars and battles, and like she got into a battle and people died?
But do they randomly
Again, I feel
bring
like
children to the battle?
Yeah, I had problems with the conflict of it. It does make sense in a really far-fetched way, the rebel sort of way, and that he has a connection to a force power. Still really weak, but it's defendable barely. There's worse things about it, like the whole how he hears this little noise, and I just don't like the approach MauLer takes with this sort of I think there's just much bigger criticisms you can lead with, and there's even a bigger one that I really disagree with. Leighton, who was here earlier but probably went to sleep because he's not a madman like I am, and sorry to drag you along with this. We'll get to that, which I severely disagree with, but I'll tell you how that turned out. Our discussion
You
on
should be
that.
picking a lane.
Should be stripped of her armor and lightsaber before she facilitates the victory for the Empire once again in future by being a bratty fucking idiot. Also, she should have died like 17 times by now. And you know what?
I mean,
Definitely hyperbolic. I can see. Not even gonna bother.
I'll be blunt. I haven't seen this episode of Ahsoka yet either. And you know what? He's making it sound good. I kind of want to see a character study of Ahsoka. Kind of see her reflect on what happened to Anakin and how she feels about it. I think that's an interesting story to explore.
It's not good criticism. This is just like cope, delusional. Oh.
Now, do they do it? Well, I don't know. I haven't seen it, but it sounds interesting to me.
The worst of it is the
You're
plot.
just gonna
The
eat
show
it up
is
no
almost
matter what.
entirely plot. Plot, fucking plot. What little character there is,
Okay, MauLer, you just spent this whole thing, well, not the whole thing, a lot of it complaining about episode 5, I assume, being a character episode, a character development episode. And now you're going to ignore that and say all this is plot. Again, like, it really just feels like you're going back and forth just looking at things.
You want to take this one, Gray? I'd go on another weird tangent. Yes and no? Okay. Let's just say that's just self-evident how stupid freaking organized chaos is. Again, there's no sense of these character development until 5. Okay.
Well, I mean, somebody gets stabbed and then, they're better the next day. Isn't that an arc of some kind,
No, I'm willing to defend the stabbing. That's weird to you, but that's not an arc at all. She doesn't learn anything from it, okay? She learned that magic super science can heal her if she doesn't automatically die if she can get to a medical ward, okay? Doesn't teach anything, okay? And
I understand. It seems like it's part of an arc. I just don't think it's executed. Oh, sorry,
also
not
bad
the
faith in
stabbing
Bob here.
somebody. Oh, that was
It's
me being bad faith as well, saying that like stabbing someone's the arc. I don't think anyone is making that,
Yeah,
connection. I'm just
okay.
saying, it seems like he's saying any change that happens to a character is now an arc. And it's like, I think that's being a little bit too.
I just want to clarify,
Yeah.
just in case Bob actually does watch it, that's a complete joke. I get what you're doing with
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
But I'm
Okay.
learning you have to be just
I think Ahsoka has a transformation, a journey on this. I think there is a character arc. She definitely goes from thinking that like the Force is bad to coming to a decision on it, and she goes through a journey to get there. I don't think it's executed well, is my entire thing. But I don't think it's non-existent.
I don't think she thinks the Force is bad. I think she's just like, fuck the Force.
No, I mean, like,
I
she's
don't know
seemed a
what the
little
fuck.
bit reticent of it before. Maybe not the
Yeah, okay.
Force, but like teaching it or getting a
Yeah,
Padawan. I
absolutely.
wanted to say
She's definitely
Padme.
challenging the sort of status quo tradition of there's an idea of training Sabine would be like an accomplishment and showing that the Jedi of the past were complete stuck up elitist pricks and make of that what you want. Okay, there's definitely that interpretation of that that's strongly implied by the text of the actual show, which you could have plenty of issues with. I mean, even in the prequels, there is the reason why the Empire took over. It was just flawed, and the Jedi's were sort of losing their way. There is a sense of the sort of yin and yang among light side and dark side. This is why I actually like the idea of the gray side, the sort of little dots, the
It
spots
could be
in
done
between.
well. I
Yeah,
think like
and
it has potential. I haven't seen it executed. I've been told
yeah,
like in the
I'm not even gonna
extended
say that's executed well here. I just like the fact that they're
Mhm.
explored the idea even as poorly as they do in this. As I said,
It could be
I
cool.
see enough
I'm
good
open to
stuff
it
in
being cool.
here that I could rewrite I think I could write probably at least half of each one of these episodes in reality,
I
and
think
get
so,
a
but
good
like what
show.
you end up with as the final product compared to like what you write, I don't know that we can blame it all on the writers. Like it does seem like the way that it is now, set in stone, like because this is the official release thing. Yeah, it seems like the story is incomplete. But is that the writer's fault, or could that be due to like limitations in filming, limitations in editing? Changes for timing. A lot of it, I don't know that it falls on the writer, but I do wish that there was more depth that were given to like each of these
I don't
characters'
even like
arcs in their
placing
story.
the blame like MauLer does with Filoni. There could be hampering things, but you can look at I don't like blaming people. It could be his fault. It could be anyone's fault. So I don't like to speculate on whose fault it is. I can only take a look at the end result and determine how good it is, what it would take to make it better, if it could even be fixed in the form it is. Like Kenobi, I don't know how that could be fixed. I have a decent idea of how this show could be fixed in theory. So that's why
I
I'm
think
thinking
you
he's
fix
gonna.
Obi-Wan by not using Luke and Leia and not putting him like necessarily on Tatooine, have it end
Yes,
like
you would
him
have to
going there.
change the whole script of
I think
Kenobi
so,
and
but you could still
Obi-Wan.
get this whole idea, like the same journey
You
that like,
could do the
he's
same idea, but you couldn't even you could maybe include Vader tangentially, but an actual meeting between Vader and Obi-Wan just destroys everything.
I think
You could
so.
have him as a background character, sort of like sending minions after him, but the direct conflict, no. That happens how many times? Twice? Or am I forgetting about one?
Yeah.
I know there was the earlier
No, I
one
mean,
when Kenobi lost his force powers, which is the most retarded shit in the world. Convenient.
oh, come on, he's just out of practice.
Oh god. It just hurts my head that they had to just like make him lose his powers for some reason. I
Yeah,
don't.
no, magic people often just give up their magic just because.
I mean, yeah, if they made him more rusty, like really weak with his force powers after not using it for so long, but him just like being almost cut off from the force completely. I forget how that show, but let's not concentrate on that. I'm just saying Ahsoka has not as rotten of a core. And I think Tiamat brought up the fact that they moved Ahsoka to a galaxy far, far away from the galaxy far, far away of Star Wars. could have potential writing wise, sort of like how Andor had potential because it wasn't connected to all the mainline characters. That is one way, but maybe I'm giving things too much credit. Good. I already explained that perspective.
To hate on this series. This is not a great look at it.
Rounds two, I'm a general, fuck off. I'm confused, but I like Ezra, fuck off. And finally, I crossed my arms like in the cartoon, now drool for me. For fuck's sake. This video explodes.
You know, it's possible to like be like,
I'm hoping I really cut this wrong and he doesn't go on, but yeah, do you see what I mean? He doesn't really have much of an argument in this middle section of it. It just seems like usually he mixes a lot of his insults and criticism together in a rather balanced way, at least in my opinion.
Are you talking about MauLer?
Yeah, in this case.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry. I was just wondering because Bob also has a tendency to mix his insults in with it as well. But yeah, I agree with you. I think you could. So a lot like we were talking about, and like Alpha Eagle was mentioning, like it is a way to get more clicks, to get more views. People don't want somebody who's like, well, it could be. Instead, they want that authoritative, like it is this, and like
yes, but this is the
everybody
same
else
thing
is
MauLer criticized H Bomber guy for
is.
years ago, and that just
It is.
as someone who
And it
liked his
sucks.
earlier
Like,
work.
it would be awesome if somebody was consistent with that and applied the same thing to themselves. That being said, I think MauLer does a better job of it than Bob, but I know Bob
He does a
has
better
been,
job than H Bomber guy with it also. Okay.
for sure.
Okay, I'm
Just,
not trying to
if we are
compare him,
going
but
to criticize.
you just see a content creator, you see little signs here and there and cracks, and just a video like this. It's just disappointing. But yeah, I think that's just MauLer just does it much better than Bob does because he actually has real insight. Now, if Bob had decent criticism or any substantive insight to the media, which apparently, from what I hear, he used to have a little bit of insight, but he's just
So I used to dig his Versus series where he would kind of take two videos or movies and kind of put them together. I'm trying to remember what the one, I think it was Justice League and the Eternals. It was two different ones. They were both superhero team movies. And he did kind of do a versus and kind of said aspects where one was kind of superior than the other, kind of put them head to head. They were kind of interesting critiques. I'm not going to say that they were perfect, but that's where Bob kind of got like the majority of his followers. And then, he kind of took a turn with the channel to where it's not really doing those videos. Those take a lot more time to like prepare a script, to actually compare two things, and then, to actually go through, get the clips, edit those, put that together, where instead he can just put this on, hit play, and, he's got a new video. It's definitely a change in how much work he's willing to put into something. And I think that's the thing. Bob is taking the easy way out.
okay. Fair enough. Okay, laziness wins, and no matter the hypothetical criticisms I might have for MauLer here and overall, he still puts a lot of work in. Okay, he hasn't gotten lazy. In fact, he's probably actually put in more work, but I could be wrong on that.
like, hey, I really dislike. Although honestly, you haven't even made any cases for disliking it. All it is I don't like this. Essentially, it's like, okay,
There
not a
was
whole
no
lot.
case that was made at all. All it was saying is just, I subjectively don't like this. Yeah, that's a great summary, Bob. Great job.
Yeah, just ignore the arguments and go on with that. Yeah, Queen. Yes, Queen going. I don't even know how to constructively give Bob any charity here. He's just, you missed the point.
Points bring up, but like, it is possible for people to like something even if you dislike it.
Yeah,
That is a possibility. And
I didn't know
don't I
that.
feel like maybe you need to learn to cope with that, because this episode feels like a
Oh.
cope. But like, people like this episode of Ahsoka, and you
Yeah, that certain section definitely came off that way. Sorry, I agree with that, but
Fair enough. I can definitely
the
see how
fact
you guys
that
could
he
interpret
didn't
that as a cope.
fundamentally understand the initial argument before I wouldn't call it a cope. It's just more like Okay,
I can
the
see how it could come
split
off
is
that way to Bob
annoying.
and perhaps to you. Yeah, and it kind of is,
Oh,
but
say that
I
real
think
quick,
that's what he wanted
perhaps.
to show and he wanted to highlight was like, "Hey, these guys are being annoying. They're saying that this is the greatest thing ever." This is a
Yeah, and I
section of
will
the internet
agree.
that seems to be going, apeshit over how great this is when there are areas that I think could be improved. I don't think he's ever made the straw man that, like again, it's Bob's straw man, interpretation of
Yeah, but
objective
it
that,
doesn't
again,
seem like in this
anything other
video
than what
he
he's saying is
acknowledged
wrong.
any of the good things Ahsoka does, and that really will
Fair
turn
enough.
off people who
I think
might be able.
I think that will. I think you've brought up a couple of really good points that he would be turning people off by not kind of explaining what he's gonna do with his argument, and now he's gonna
And
turn off even
acknowledging
more
the
people by not acknowledging
few.
anything positive about it. I
Yeah,
agree with both of those.
there's the compliment sandwich. Probably the reverse compliment sandwich. You have the insult, then you say something good about it, then you have another insult. Sometimes just by acknowledging the little things about a certain property you don't like, it shows you're not completely one-sided. And also the complete praise for both the Futurama and the Buffy episodes, mind you,
Yeah.
that he analyzes just
I can see
completely on
where
their
people
own,
don't see a lot of good.
divorced from the context. And when you go into Ahsoka, you bring up all the context around Ahsoka and even other shows that Ahsoka appeared on. It really comes off as
Yeah.
very unfair rhetorically.
I agree with you. There are elements that I thought were really cool in Ahsoka, and I would like to praise those. I really liked the New World. I really liked when they first introduced Ezra and like showed that he could be using the Force in a different way. I thought the potential for that is really cool. I don't think they paid that off well, and I can see kind of where MauLer is coming from. That there isn't a ton to praise in this. That a
Yeah,
good
and I
portion of this was
personally
done wrong, so I'm not happy with it.
I think it would actually be way more effective, even with Mueller's style, to acknowledge the good than go into the bad things with the sort of a reverse compliments. Maybe it's a compliment sandwich. I'm getting backwards. Too much Bob. It's almost to you acknowledge the good thing and then bring up the really bad thing that completely ruins that. That might actually be more effective rhetorically. You acknowledge the small little good thing, but yeah, Mueller just going. Mueller's really good at just tearing into things. Really good at it, but yeah.
You didn't, so now you just need to like you're doing this cope video. We're like, oh god, how dare people like it? These people suck if they like it. It's like no, they're just not you.
Yeah.
Again, that's
And
still that
you
same uncharitable, "These people suck if they like it." It's like, no, I'm showing you that a portion of the internet is actually very positive about this and are actually saying this is genius. This is the greatest thing ever. I don't think he's again, it's the same thing as when he framed it as he's trying to get these people dogpiled. I don't think that's what he was intending to this.
no.
Bob is doing this mind reading where he's saying what his intentions are. I don't think you
Yeah.
can know that. It has told him what his intentions are, and Bob seems to ignore that.
Same reason why I'm starting to dislike the sort of mind reading of these content these creators, all these people, except for Kathleen Kennedy. Fuck her. I don't care if they want to she's had so much control. I don't care if people mischaracterize her. She's been way
I
too.
don't know what to think about her. Like my entire childhood is all like everything produced by her. She has her name on some amazing things, but it's been a long
Yeah,
time since
but
I've been
she's
amazed by what she has her name on.
maybe she just got really disappointed that she wasn't able to do something when she's in control. She's been part of so many great things, but when they give her the reins, just nothing seems to work out for her. So she finds the easy fix and what makes money and just become corporatized. That's the best faith argument I have for her, but fuck her otherwise. Okay. Dave Filoni, I don't know much about him. I'm not really a fan. Like, who's the guy who actually did Iron Man? Oh,
Favreau, John Favreau.
Favreau. Okay, I can even defend him. He did such good stuff, and I think he still has a lot of good core ideas. He brought
Yeah, I
Mandor,
really
which
like
was
his
really
first few
popular,
films.
but I
So he did
think he got
Swingers with
broke.
Vince Vaughn, and then he did like Made and a bunch of these other ones. They're really cool. Like I think this dude does have a passion for filmmaking and everything. But
Yeah.
he also did things like the live action remake of The Lion King. Like,
I think they broke him though. Was that after the sort of Iron Man and he left ways and
yes,
came
it would have
crawling
been
back?
after Iron
Yeah,
Man for sure.
I think they just broke him. He has a fundamental desire and passion. I just think he's broken. Okay, it's legitimately what I think. His experience broke him. He still has that passion.
I've really enjoyed a bunch of his films. I
Yeah.
think he has a great passion when he does do it, and I think he's got a great eye for it. But I don't know. Not everything is perfect.
I think he tries to push through certain visions, and I think probably just because of his experience, he just probably like tries to work in what people tell him to work in. Or I could be completely wrong on that. I don't know about Favreau at all. No, sorry, Dave Filoni. Okay, no clue. But oh well. Let's continue. I just wanted to bring that up with the counterpoint, since Bob is sort of completely a straw man in them. I wanted to, and I can't exactly give Bob any good faith points here or any pointers. Just saying that I don't like seeing the people on my side that I genuinely agree with do the same thing with creators. But that's besides the point.
Lord 3 episodes of television. Episodes where our main character is locked in an otherworldly state thinking about how her legacy is death, that she should simply give up only to realize she is wrong, escaping that loop and fighting hard to get back to the world of the living. 2 episodes were from 2 of my favorite television shows of all time, shows featuring characters that are essentially trapped within their own thoughts, feelings, memories, and flaws. They spend the
Yeah, and we both agree that is not the greatest comparison because the vague sort of not going to retread on it too much. Gray wants to, but yeah, seems like a bad comparison, especially given the vagueness and the possible thing of it. Blah 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 blah.
runtime discovering more about their own lives, motivations, values, and interpersonal dynamics than the total character development on display in all seasons of all Star Wars TV shows put together. Outside of the good one, of course. The characters are treated with great respect and they each have realizations.
The good one. As I recall, lots of people liked Mando before it was popular to hate on it. Like, as I recall, season 1 and 2 of Mando got a lot of love, and then people decided it was popular to hate on Star Wars, so they started hating on season 3. By the way, I enjoyed season 3 a fair bit. Like, I'd say it's probably my least favorite of the 3 seasons, but it's still solid.
Okay, so basically, your normie perspective can even pick up on what actual critics who have
He's a consumer.
brains and critical thinking can very clearly point out and explain. Good for you. You're not a complete dunce that just is a total consumer. You're like a 99.9%. Okay, maybe I'll give him an 80% consumer. Maybe someone so close to 100% wouldn't question anything. It's the best thing I can give Bob here.
And Ahsoka's been good so far. What I've seen of Ahsoka is really good, and Andor was fantastic.
All ranging from intense horror, motivated senses of
See, he doesn't even disagree with Muller. He's just sort of downplaying Muller's sentiment.
purpose and responsibility.
Oh, dude, that's a great point. Pop Counterculture's bringing up a Terrence Malick movie. Like, if you guys are not...
What? Pop Counterculture came up with a good point? I don't believe it. Let's see what Bob says.
Another for Terrence Malick movie. It's like almost a pure visual experience. There's like minimalist dialogue. There's some good ones too, but they're like movies that you experience. You don't like they're so... It's tough to describe.
And some of Muller's point was completely about this line was cringy. It would have been better just to cut it and let the visual storytelling. Sort of adds to at least one of Muller's points.
Yeah, that sounds like they're making the same point, but yeah, no, they don't see it that way. Instead, it's just a point that MauLer has not recognized, apparently.
Oh,
somehow.
obviously. Okay. Again, this is why I think good criticism, you have to acknowledge, you have to understand the art, or at least have the greatest understanding that you possibly can and are limited bias, blah, 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 before you can effectively criticize. And MauLer definitely does have a good understanding of the flaws of Disney, Marvel, Star Wars, probably a couple of things just by osmosis and by dealing with it so much. So even though I might say he's off on certain regards, he has enough expertise going over this that he's got the feeling and he's got the will to make it happen. It's just retarded. Okay, I'm starting to think.
It's worth checking out though. But like, dude, like if MauLer tried to break down that, like I think it would bust his brain.
all the way over to love and relief that will go on to change
To be fair, Bob is probably correct, but that's besides the point. That's for a different reason.
everything they understand about the world and themselves, prompted by incredibly dramatic events that will stick with them forever, regarding insecurities and flaws they've been dealing with since the beginning. They are absolute bangers.
I mean, he's comparing it to Buffy and Futurama, but it would be hilarious. Like, let's talk about the new world.
Of character exploration and share a very surprising amount in
Okay, why is it ridiculous to compare it to Buffy and Futurama? Both me and Gray, we have our doubts about that. Okay, we can see why the comparison's there.
Yeah,
I
for sure.
definitely don't agree it works that great. And definitely the sort of methodology that MauLer is implementing might be a turnoff to people because of how much he praises these two and the surrounding context and all that crap. But ultimately, I can still disagree with him and still tried my best to understand his argument. And this is just sad.
in terms of structure and execution, despite the fact that we have here a supernatural horror.
No, they that's a good point, actual fandom. They go after writing a lot, and it's kind of a failure because writing is only one aspect of the filmmaking process. It isn't.
Oh, again, another deflection, not actually addressing the point. Just saying they're going after the writing. They don't even consider anything else. I consider a lot of other elements, and I still, for the most part, generally agree with MauLer's assessment overall. Booyah. Point MauLer in this case.
An important aspect, I'll give you that. But like execution is more important, in my opinion. Very much.
And that's exactly MauLer's point. All the stupidity of this. Like,
more important.
A drama and an animated comedy, and these are far from the only examples of writers who belt out absolute beasts of storytelling with this format. It's the impressive power of that craft. It's why we remember them. Ahsoka, much like mostly anything Disney produces these days, is a fucking blight on storytelling. It's dragging down every last aspect while using the very few easy elements it's familiar with to blind its audience as much as possible.
Okay, like just showing Anakin isn't enough. Can you like give us a specific example? Just like, I feel like you're doing the wrap up right now and you haven't really made a case, because the one episode of Ahsoka you really railed on, you actually made it sound kind of fucking cool. I'm just saying.
I don't even know what to say to this, Gray. Speechless?
Yeah. I think there's more that we could say, but yeah, it's just kind of interesting.
It's just
to
constant.
hear Bob's take on it.
Yeah, let's just listen a bit more.
Manipulate using nostalgia and to dissuade anyone from noticing the hollow, desolate, creative, bleached bones of the storytelling beneath. It's pretending to be a story. It's incredible how much.
I don't know what pretending to be a story even means. I feel like that's just another insult you're throwing out, which is an easy insult because it doesn't have to be specific towards anything. It's just a real general insult throwing out there. It doesn't mean anything.
Much those who love the episode disagree as to what it's about, adding all kinds of content that absolutely wasn't there beyond an evil eye glance or glitchy fucking Vader visual. The episode plays at the idea of a woman who believes her legacy is death, with no backing beyond her mentor having become Darth Vader.
That seems decent. Like that.
Yeah, I don't even agree with that. You saying it's decent. I think
Decent.
MauLer is projecting the concept of death and destruction, hyper focusing on what Balin said before she went into the other world. And yeah, I can see why, when he used the comparisons, why he would have came to that conclusion. I just think he's wrong. You can say you think someone's wrong without saying you're an idiot. Or it's sort of like Andrew Clark not thinking Sargon is an idiot, but thinking his base assumption is incorrect, and he built everything off of an incorrect assumption. And I'm not even saying that's MauLer's whole worldview. I mean, all of what MauLer does, in my opinion, there's just a few blind spots that he seems to have. And that's about it. But you don't even have he doesn't even have the understanding of the baseline MauLer's understanding where he's coming from in his criticism.
Seems like a logical backdrop for that.
Than that, there's nothing in the writing or the performances in the entire season leading up to it. A conflict that lacks foundation when she should know about Vader's lasting legacy. A conflict that lacks focus because, unlike Buffy, she did not reach a moment of almost wanting a...
I will say, putting your perspective in there, Gray, that him thinking this is a complete mind construct and going with that sort of thing, especially with the comparisons, makes total sense why he keeps on bringing up Ahsoka's sort of interaction with Luke. Like that would have been the best thing. Nick's best thing to actually having his sort of her discussion with Anakin is his son who redeemed him. So I understand that argument much better now. So thank you for that, Gray. I was really floundering on that.
Well, fair enough. My pleasure.
Yeah, sorry, I'm dragging you in. We're almost 5 hours. Okay.
A loved one to die to release her from responsibility. A conflict that cannot be less relevant when the universe hangs in the balance of Ahsoka being able to stop Thrawn. We play at the idea of her being on the cusp of death, of contemplating suicide because of her guilt and the desire to stop fighting in a world where she could cause so much destruction
Why is
within. A
Bob
conflict that
not
lacks
doing
focus because unlike Leela, nobody has been killed thanks to her flaws. Only
Oh,
soldiers dying in
yes,
a
he
war to
hasn't
defend the
watched
world from
episode
tyranny.
5.
Something that
We
requires
can't push back on any of this crap.
So someone else has to die for this story to work for you? That seems like a weird takeaway.
What?
Like, can it just be?
What?
That wasn't exactly what he said, but
Where did he
okay.
pull that from?
so much destruction within. A conflict that lacks focus because unlike Leela, nobody has been killed thanks to her flaws. Only soldiers dying in a war to defend the world from tyranny. Something that requires...
So someone else has to die for this story to work for you? That seems like a weird takeaway.
Was
Like,
he
can it
not?
just be like she got like beaten up in this fight and pretty much dies, and she is just like reliving her past and all the destruction she has caused, and partially blaming herself for what happened to Anakin and looking at the destruction he has caused and partially blaming herself for that, and just getting exhausted and worn out and not wanting to move forward from that. I feel there's a fair bit to unpack there, and I feel it's not unnatural to unpack it with her. I feel that's an intuitive story choice.
Why would she even feel guilty about what happened to Anakin? That's completely lost on me. That interpretation. I'm not finding it anywhere. You got anything for that? That MauLer criticism?
I really don't. I have no clue where he pulled that out of. Yeah, it just seems completely wrong to me.
Back to the point was he not listening? Someone had to die. No, Leela didn't
don't think
die,
so.
but how is he pulling someone has to die? She was near death, and that put her into that just totally hurt my head. His logic is impossible to follow. That's probably just pure stupidity that made him make that point. I don't think that was even bad faith. That's just stupidity, I think. I won't lie, my ADHD makes watching blah 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 a chore. Actual fandom still in there. I missed a multi-hour review where he praised it, blah blah blah. Never critiqued another aspect of filmmaking besides writing. How do you know? Okay, I hate actual fandom.
It's far more contemplation and understanding for an audience than Rosario Dawson crossing her arms. But no, it's all about actually how her lineage stretches through all of the Jedi and that her legacy is to train the next one in Sabine. That's daunting considering the death and destruction that comes from training anyone this way, which is insane.
Yeah, MauLer focuses on the death and destruction way more than I think the text actually supports, but that's besides the point.
Considering the dramatic and immense amount of good that Ahsoka has done as a result of her training that isn't even brought up. But no, it's about how Ahsoka wants to be close with Sabine and train her, only she fears a betrayal or a turn or abandonment, even though her switch to train Sabine happened in a couple of seconds with all the facial...
Well, okay, so real quick. What I remember is that Sabine kind of was iffy on even wanting to get trained, and she's kind of spotty on the training too. The droid Huang? God, I'm fucking up his name. David Tennant droid. Even brought up how she is like the worst student he's ever seen.
Is that David Tennant voice in there?
Because like he was kind of saying that because I'm sure he thinks it's
yeah, he's the robot.
Be a good motivation for her to go better.
I noticed that.
Yeah, I mean that's part of it. Like she has to want to train for it to even be effective.
Expression of a fucking mollusk. But no, it's about how she doesn't like to take risks. She'd rather destroy the star map and condemn Sabine to a life of wondering what if than take the chance at something better.
Because Sabine is willing to risk Thrawn to coming back if it means bring back Ezra. Ahsoka is not willing to risk Thrawn coming back by any cost. They have different motivations. They are different characters with different motivations that largely align until they suddenly didn't. This is...
See, this is the only point that I can actually agree with Bob on, but he's used it 3 times already. Sort of sad when the only thing I can pull away from agree with Bob on is this one point. And do you even agree with this? That he might be right here? I'm not even saying he's right.
Maybe. Yeah, I could definitely see that he might be right, but yeah.
It's not addressing anything MauLer's actually saying, of course, but
yeah.
I'm not
which
even
is
saying,
sad. That is
yeah,
what it's supposed to be.
yeah.
Clearly seen in the show. Clearly.
What? She wanted to destroy it to prevent the bad guys from reaching Thrawn. If she wanted to destroy it in general, she would have done it in episode 1. The key to understanding the cope of the fans with this one is right here.
This isn't explicit. I know, but I think it's implied.
The episode does have some explicit bits, the summary of which would be, people die when I involve myself and I could fall in the same way my master did, I should stop fighting. Yeah, but you gotta fight or you die. Well,
Yeah, sorry. That's not the messaging. I don't agree with that. I'm not even going to explain it at this point. I think I made this point.
Yeah.
and I choose to live and also not be a bad man like you were. And this was brought on by
Is
utterly
Bob
invented
gonna push
bullshit.
back on this?
Interpretation
No, he doesn't know
723
about
is
it.
that Ahsoka sees her life as that of within the
Okay, dude, like the story didn't work for you. I get it. Cool.
shadow of Anakin Skywalker, and thus Darth Vader. Will she make his mistakes, and is it because of her lack of action that he fell? Anakin wants to teach her that she can
Yeah, I will agree. There's a little bit of doubt that she has. Definitely, it shows that she has some doubt that she'll go that way. But yeah, I'll agree with him there.
move well beyond him and live her best life anew, baptized in fire, free of concern that she would ever make his mistakes, blah, blah, blah. It's like people ignored everything that set this up, and then they hyper-embellish what this actually was to compensate for the desire to love Star Wars.
Hi, Vader!
See, I really hate just because there's stupid people making arguments. None of this stuff works. They're just inventing it for it. Just wanted to put that out there.
I mean, it doesn't seem like the strongest argument, but yeah.
I
don't know that he's
understand why
necessarily
it
trying to get the
irritates him
strongest-
that people are just inventing stuff that really isn't supported by the text and just rolling with it. Yeah, it would annoy me too, but it doesn't really change the actual quality of the actual show. Just seems like such a stupid point to focus not even a majority of the video on the bad parts.
He Vadered!
Oh, wow.
To be in that
Yeah, how dare they like something? What jerks, huh? Yeah. Fuck them. Is that your argument right now?
position with the
No,
wonderful franchise at all costs.
Good job, Dave.
Dave Filoni, yeah.
Well done, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Dave Filoni, you have my soul.
Dave Filoni, I'm not worthy.
Filoni should be thankful so many people are writing in all of the meat and weight of these scenes for him when there's little to no evidence of a deft hand in expression packaged with dialogue that would give the
Yeah, no, listen, MauLer is welcome to his opinion that this is the worst episode ever. And he's even welcome to his opinion that, you know, if you like this episode, you are somehow like shitty or something. You're welcome to those opinions, dude. Just like
what? When did he make that argument? Okay, he's just
Well, he's just
thinking
assuming that's what he meant.
Oh God. Yes, he's annoyed that people are praising Dave Filoni when he thinks he's a shit writer. And maybe I'll agree, maybe I disagree. Who knows how much of the writing came from him or other shit. So as I said, I'm not gonna assume Dave Filoni made the show good or bad in any way. Yeah.
like I'm welcome to think those opinions are trash.
asylum a run for their money. The reality
But yeah, sorry, I even forgot the point that Bob is just worst assumptions possible. Just giving up on anything. Just is this standard NCP NPC talking points he's just throwing out at this point because he's just shut down.
I don't think
Organized
it's even
Chaos
standard,
X org
though.
has
I
shut
think-
down. Because I think he was trying in the
so.
beginning.
He has shut down, but it's not standard. It's just, I don't know. It's the only way that he can cope is by building strawmen.
Yeah, he's tapped out at this point, and I want to tap out.
is obvious. Ahsoka is not Buffy. She hasn't spent more than 5 years having everyone die around her knowing
So wait, they can only do this episode if they do 5 seasons first? That's a weird take. Like, they don't even do as many TV
That's
episodes or
literally
seasons
all
as
he
they used to
said,
anymore.
yes.
Buffy was a 7-season show with, like, what, 22 episodes per season? Like, there was Buffy came out at a different time. A different fucking time. Ahsoka, like, this is the first season, but she is already an established character. We saw her in the Clone Wars. Well, other people did. I haven't really seen the Clone Wars. I know she's a character that existed. I did see the pilot movie.
It's almost
but, you know,
making a point here.
She's got the Clone Wars behind her. We saw her in Mandalorian. It's a character. I believe she was in Rebels as well. This is a character that, while we haven't
also
like
in
had
Book
her
of
own
Boba
series for that
Fett.
long, like she's an established character in lore. I don't feel this is jumping the gun.
Did you say something?
Also in the Book of Boba Fett. She's been in quite a few series.
Yeah, so maybe Bob has somewhat of a point, but he's not actually making it. And he's not actually saying people are dying around. I mean, ultimately, it's a weak point by MauLer. I don't agree with it technically. I think that's sort of catatony. that sort of that catatonic sting was just for dramatic effect. It just felt really weird. She would shut down there. I don't think there was proper precedence, but MauLer just hand waves away that. Why? Just yeah. Ultimately, I almost have to give I would give organized chaos some sort of credit here that this is almost a good point, but I just can't because shit, I don't have the energy to really work through. Why?
What? You don't have the
Not
energy, but we're
remotely.
only 2/3 of the way
Protagonists all die
through.
young and in combat, knowing that anyone she loves is doomed when spending any time anywhere near her, and to have the most precious thing in her life taken away despite every last effort to prevent it, prompting despair.
Oh God, sorry. Oh, the sister that really wasn't her sister. Yeah. I mean, I agree that the sort of bonding moment around the mother dying does probably make a sort of impact in closing. To be fair to MauLer, yes, there is some precedence to say because of her mother dying that she would have had much more of an impact than anything about the sister. It would have been a knock-on effect. So the mother dying is the more important part to this, I think. But he doesn't even bring that into the equation because he doesn't really get into background. Just annoys me.
Ahsoka is not Leela, a woman who made poor decisions in favor of her own pride that almost killed her crewmate, leading to contemplating suicide in order to dull the pain. Leela believed a permanent sleep would have her
Blames herself for the death. Like Ahsoka does blame her. Like the implication I get is Ahsoka does blame herself for what happened to Anakin. That's the implication I'm getting.
try
No,
once again
I'm
after
not.
killing him, only to realize that waking up will
Maybe you
take her
should
right to
watch
him.
the
Yeah,
episode.
well, I also it's like, hey, this story isn't exactly like Buffy or Futurama, therefore bad. Again, it's not a great take. Like, don't you want it to be different? I think it should be different.
He believed she killed Dawn due to her actions, only to be brought out by knowing her inaction will create that outcome. Anakin simply said this dumb shit.
It means you still have a chance to live or die. And you'll die trying to die. There's hope for you yet.
Well, I assume the setup for the episode is that she died, and now she has to decide whether or not she wants to move on or not. It seems reasonable to set the stakes of the episode. Just saying.
This is nothing. Ahsoka is
it's
a
not
teenage
reasonable.
storyteller's love of Star Wars as an IP come to vague life.
Is she younger? It's young Ahsoka. It's young Ahsoka.
Walking around in a clip show.
You know, if you were just bashing it, that's one thing. You're not technically insulting them, but pretty much you play those clips and you're implying that somehow these opinions are less valid for some reason. People are allowed to like things you don't, man.
No, he's just annoyed people soy out and freak out over the most simplest stuff. I can't agree with him on that, at least.
It's kind of showing just the fan service nature of it, and that there are people who are just satisfied with, hey, but that's the thing from the other thing. I don't know. It is, well, we've all definitely like fanned out over something. I don't know if that's all that the series has to offer. I think that's a valid criticism of it. But I think you can point out that somebody is just doing that.
Okay, fair enough. But I don't think that's if that was the focus of the series, but I think that is not the focus of this particular series.
I don't think
maybe
that's
I'm wrong.
completely the focus of it. I think you can make the
But
argument,
that is the condition.
like with Thrawn,
You can
with
make the
Ezra,
argument.
with
It is the
Ahsoka.
conditioning. It could be the
I'm just
conditioning
saying.
Star Wars have put the fandom in.
For sure.
Okay,
And with like Book of Boba Fett, Obi-Wan, it kind of has set the groundwork that we want to see these big spectacles, these fan services. And I think you could even make an argument that, you've got Thrawn here, you've got Ezra, you've got Ahsoka, you've got young Ahsoka, you've got young Anakin and young Vader. I don't know. A lot of this does seem to be fan service just being thrown in.
Yeah, I actually see a purpose to it, though. Okay, there is some purpose. It's not just fan service, but that's just my opinion, man. But I don't have to assume that I can good faith MauLer and completely understand where he's coming from, but still criticize his execution. Bob said himself, anything can work. It's the execution that matters. And yeah, the concept of Star Wars cannot grow up works. I just don't like the execution, like how MauLer doesn't like the execution of Ahsoka. Okay.
Like, just deal with it, man. It really comes off as a cope. I'm just saying.
Show of everything we love to recognize.
This is the coolest thing I've ever witnessed in Star Wars.
Some of the best Star Wars content, period.
Are we gonna get Rex?
A simple trick of the light, a stencil of a shadow of a stain of storytelling, nothing more. She is a Rubik's Cube with every color on every side, matching the shade of her oh so fucking special lightsabers. Turn and twist your interpretation to your heart's content, and I'm sure you'll feel you've hit on something every time you reach a conclusion.
You finish your drink.
Because you'd rather avoid admitting you enjoy this for the shallow and meaningless fucking key jangling it clearly is.
More.
Again, MauLer, people are allowed to like things that you don't like. Again, and this is just coming off.
Yeah, he's just giving up,
how
hasn't he?
People like this. Don't you know I dislike it and I'm like some sort of god of criticism or something?
I don't get how he's saying that he's a god.
Yeah,
I guess it's
just
the whole
say,
joke.
I don't know. I don't know.
Honestly, it's a little sad. It's like people like things you don't. You're allowed to dislike them, but it just comes off you're really struggling. Just like how dare they? How dare they? Move on, man. Grow up. MauLer. MauLer cannot grow up. That's the title of this video.
Oh, wait a minute! Rex, there he is!
Hashtag Ahsoka spoiler. Seeing Rex live action.
I do agree. This sort of harping on the fans does seem immature, MauLer. That's just my impression. If my opinion on that is
harping on the fans, I think it's instead like showing that there are people who are excited just to see something from a previous thing. I don't know. I don't think that's harping on the fans. I can understand why it could be interpreted that way.
It can be two things at the same time. Okay. As I said, with the fan service, you can have it serve a greater purpose and also be fan service. Same thing with the sort of mocking of the fans and also serve actual purpose to say that, yeah, this is the state of Star Wars fans who still like the series. This is how they act. It can be both things at once. Fair enough, you think? Or am I being totally bad faith like Bob here?
Not a total Bob. Yeah, not a total Bob. You're good.
Okay, like a quarter Bob, I guess.
Had me balling. Wish we could have gotten to see Tim Wera's face in it.
That seems like logical fan service to put in there. As someone who's not super familiar with Clone Wars, I am familiar with one of the clones being named Rex.
This episode, but I will take what I can get. Loudly crying yellow heart.
Had the voice and everything. It was wonderful.
Yeah, I should have got this down.
Plenty of surface level.
Thing loudly crying. I see Hayden watch the Clone Wars very carefully, and I love him for dash. He did the thing. Hashtag Anakin, the true Darth Vader. Hashtag Star Wars. Apprentice from the animated
journey, and it was delivered.
Anakin's a big part of her journey. I'm just gonna put that out there. I didn't even watch Clone Wars or Rebels, and I know enough to know Anakin is part of Ahsoka's journey. It's not exactly hidden.
But with dialogue about as graceful and considered as a dead elephant trying to
that
play
wasn't bad
gender.
faith.
Tell me what's going on.
He tried to make a point there.
There are more separatist droids approaching.
Yeah, but his argument isn't that Anakin
But
is
who
not
cares,
a part
right?
of
These
her
shitty
journey.
stories don't do well critically.
Repeat that.
His argument isn't that Anakin, isn't a part of her journey. It's that
I'm not making that argument either. I don't even think
No. That just seems to be what Bob is trying to imply that MauLer is making. But...
Yeah, I absolutely agree. He's trying to deflect. Like, oh, is MauLer... I'm not understanding this. Is MauLer saying because Anakin's part of this, blah, blah, blah? Yeah, I wouldn't even go that far to say that. It's just so brain dead. Sorry. I also hate the fact you can't criticize certain people without being lumped in with idiots like this. That idiots like this make legitimate criticism seem weaker.
That and/or is a difference.
Probably why I have an issue with some of these anti-woke SJWs. Is they make arguing against woke look stupid. Yeah,
but he's entertaining, man. I don't know. I
think
that
it
rant
is
was really
entertaining.
funny, and it's led to like a million memes. I don't know. Even a new.
Oh yes, Andrew had us watch as sort of you saw him ramping up during the Doctor Who for his little rant about Doctor Who, but it seems he made a Watch Mojo list of top 10 influencers, and he was saving it. And even the one little rant he pulled out wasn't that over the top. Still was a little off and a little incoherent, but let's not focus too much on that. I'm just pointing out how idiots doing this criticism can sort of deflect from actual real criticism, and I have an issue with that. You just get lumped in with.
I think you could lump that same criticism
person,
back at Bob. I think you could say like, "Hey, you are making real criticism lowered because of your stupidity."
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even if he had a legitimate point, if he can't argue that point, people are going to dismiss it. Be like, oh, remember organized chaos, that horrible argument? This other person made the same exact argument. They're also as bad as organized. See, I'm looking at the fundamentals of critique, and maybe I'm looking too deeply, but I'm trying to have fun with it. I want to get through with this, but it's so much
series, right?
stupidity.
Like Andor is a series that exists, and it's not Ahsoka. These are two very different series. I want to stress, like, I prefer Andor to Ahsoka so far, but like they're hitting very different cravings. Like Andor, I like how it's like this ground level, like gritty Star Wars story where you know, there's no force. These are just the guys on the ground dealing with the shit that the Empire is shoveling at them, and I love that aspect. Whereas Ahsoka is more your fantasy Star Wars, kind of more your classic Star Wars. You know, you got Jedis doing fantastic lightsaber duels. It's awesome. So they're just different elements of Star Wars. They shouldn't all be exactly like Ahsoka, although Ahsoka is more your traditional Star Wars. They definitely shouldn't all be like Andor, because Andor is kind of its own thing, but works really well. Like it's a unique take. But yeah, Ahsoka, you can't say Ahsoka sucks because it's not Andor, because no shit, it's not Andor. You're supposed to judge it for what it is, not
Nobody
not being
said
Andor.
that.
By those
Yeah, absolutely. No one said it. I'm actually just gonna let it play and see when Bob speaks. Oh, wow.
People who thought it was boring are honestly a lot of the people you hang out with, dude. I'm just saying.
If it's
What?
lucky to then be lost to the annals of
Oh, I
television
guess
history where no one will
reacting to
reference it
chat.
again.
I don't even know. It's all organized. They're all agreeing Andor was great. It's sort of funny. I'm just finding this just ridiculous. Oh, look, his ears
confused.
perked.
So
What
shows
is
Balin what a
MauLer
true
saying?
warrior looks like, echoing Anakin from so long.
I mean, is that necessarily going to be better? Like, just pointing out alternate story takes doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be better. Like, okay, so even if you have a good idea, you still like have to execute it, and we'd have to see the execution to judge whether or not it's better. Again, you haven't really leveled any complaints against this. All you've said is that you don't like any fan service, apparently. And honestly, like Anakin being there, like, yeah, you could definitely argue it's fan service.
He explained it. He's using the fan service criticism as a way to deflect from the.
Apparently that's all he's said. Apparently that's the only point that MauLer has made this entire time.
Stuff.
It's
So,
just he doesn't like fan service.
It just is coming off as I don't like Ahsoka, which again, it's fine, but like it feels like you're making this because other people do like Ahsoka, and you just can't handle that, and that's really childish.
Long ago, perhaps it seems that Ahsoka is winning her fight, and at the climax, Sabine loses hers to Shin. She gets her legs chopped off in a particularly brutal back and forth. This gives Shin the opportunity to join Balin, and they defeat Ahsoka together, an inverted way to foreshadow the lesson, while giving Balin room to confirm this is all Ahsoka is. A curse on the world. Death is the only thing she has to give, and it's time she faces it herself. So he slashes her off the cliff, leaving her for dead. During her time in this ill-advised world between worlds thing, Anakin could explore the more obvious difficulty she's having in terms of what he and Ahsoka actually brought to the world when they were together, to then move into Ahsoka's insecurity.
Okay, I think it's interesting. I'll say people liking bad things means we get more dog shit.
Is he actually gonna go to a is he gonna go to a comment instead of actually listen to what MauLer is trying to? I'm guessing he's trying to.
Why would he break his streak of not listening to MauLer? Like, why would he start?
Oh, guys,
to
sorry, completely my bad, completely.
Like, so, like you're saying liking bad things. Like, what is bad? Because you do understand bad is bad when it comes to media is a subjective opinion. So, like, just because you think it's bad, there might be a lot of people who think it's good. Like, and what, do you want to turn into a popularity contest? Or just, like, I think it's better to just judge everything based on your own metrics.
Was that not the reason why
feelings,
he showed all the tweets and clips of the people, like, just gushing over it? He's not saying nobody likes this. He's not doing a popularity contest.
Yeah, you know, break down the different elements, like, you know, how's the protagonist, and how's their motivation, how's the antagonist, how's their motivation, how are the supporting characters working in the story, how's the overall story, how are the visuals, do they help with the story, how's the sound design, does that help with the story? You can break it all down like that, but it's all pretty fucking subjective in the end. It just is. So, like, just being like, oh, it's bad, like, it's not like an objective fact. It's just your opinion. Like, I think most people would probably call The Room bad. I would call it bad. But you know what else about The Room? I think that movie is fucking entertaining.
The Room.
I'm just saying, like, there is two, right? There's the Brie Larson one, and then there's the Tommy Wiseau one.
The Tommy
I would argue
Wiseau
both are entertaining, but for different reasons.
Okay, I understand.
And malice on the world because of their master's failure. Anakin could remind Ahsoka of the good they did in the Clone Wars, remind her of the events as they happened, show her that a hell of a lot more.
Again, that's not the story they chose to tell. And if you dislike the story they told, that's fine. But you haven't really made a case against it yet. Right now, you're just laying out an alternate path. And again, your arguments against it were like you don't like the lines and you don't like fan service. Okay, like maybe I'll watch it and think, wow, these lines.
This
are
is
really
even the
fan
best
really
part of
me
this.
Maybe I'll agree with you. And, you know, even if I don't.
This is actually the best part of this video in reality. And he's still...
Yeah, it's where he ties it all together and kind of makes a cohesive argument.
Yeah.
Very shallow, frankly. It's very cursory, very surface level. There's not much to it. It's kind of
Your
shocking.
interpretation of his argument is very shallow, yes.
Yeah, I mean...
Buffy, we can reach the core that Ahsoka is exhausted. She spent so much time fighting endless battles and figuring out what impact she'll have on the future that she feels immense guilt for the fact that she knew Sabine might die fighting Shin. And that, just for a moment, seemed like a relief. To relinquish the responsibility of training a Padawan, of continuing this line, of risking another Darth Vader. And then Anakin could give her every line.
Okay, again, so like you're bringing up this alternate storyline, and you know, it sounds fine, but I don't know how to judge it compared to the other one. And again, like...
And this is why you're Vale.
Shit, but at the end of the day, you need to just judge what was made. Judge the show as is.
Last lesson she would need. That Sabine has made mistakes, but she's not lost. The only way you lose her is to not get out there and fight for her, fight for the world. And that Ahsoka may have felt what she felt, thought what she thought, and made those mistakes, but no matter what a person does, there's always a pathway back. A person is not simply their mistakes. All of these lessons and introspections, of course, meaning a hell of a lot coming from a post-Return of the Jedi Anakin. However, as it stands, it doesn't seem clear that Ahsoka is all that much concerned about Sabine's fate in this episode at all. Most of the episode is confused, shallow, and absolutely meant to bait fans into a frenzy. Other than that, we had about 40% of the fucking episode devoted to Team Hera wandering about. But who cares? We've got Anakin's...
I mean, you haven't really covered that, so that's the first...
Yeah, I'll actually agree. The hair stuff is annoying. The sort of search for it. Not gonna disagree with that.
I've heard of that. Okay.
Skywalker and Ahsoka dueling. We had live-action Clone Wars. We had Darth Vader.
Ahsoka heart. Hashtag Ahsoka. Hashtag Clone Wars. Hashtag the Clone Wars. Ahsoka's eyes change after stealing Anakin's saber in
It's a long way to say I'm coping with the fact that people like this.
episode 5 of hashtag Ahsoka. Hashtag Ahsoka Tano. Hashtag Ahsoka spoilers. I love the LOTR reference.
Yeah, I know. It's like complaining that he called her Snips, and it's like that's just seems like a character thing to add. That seems nice.
Yeah.
It's where she is now, cleansed, and is now Ahsoka the White. Also love the baptism imagery to show how she's washing off her sins. Ahsoka the White heart. Hashtag Ahsoka. Am I the only one who wants a Darth Vader show? Hashtag Ahsoka. So Mike, are those prequels still the worst soulless cash grabs full of nostalgia bait? You fat fuck. Hashtag Ahsoka part 5. Shadow Warrior is currently at a 9.5 rating on IMDb, making it one of the highest rated.
Okay, I do feel a little defensive of Red Letter Media. I think they actually do a decent job breaking stuff down. If you disagree, that's fine, but there's no need to go after Mike Stillcasta.
Star Wars episodes ever. Really should be 9.7 or higher. It's unreal how epic and great this show is. We won, man. Hashtag.
Oh yeah, just because reviewing systems are broke.
For past work or IPs is what allows me to experience these stories. I need the structure, the foundation for substantive elements to actually fucking be there. It can't just be the goddamn jangling of tired old keys.
Yeah, there is a subtle... They try to do subtle visual
It sounds like a
storytelling.
thoughtful episode, kind of exploring her past with Anakin and her dealing with her issues with Anakin and the guilt she feels over Anakin.
And this just shows Bob will defend anything, even if he hasn't watched it.
No,
just
but
seems
MauLer's
amazing.
explanation of it seems so thoughtful. That was very generous of Bob to say that, MauLer's interpretation of this makes it seem very thoughtful. I think that just shows that MauLer actually did a good job explaining what he thinks is going on here. Apparently, it's piqued Bob's interest. So, hell yeah. Way to go, MauLer.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you can explain it in such a negative terms and Bob can somehow find a way to turn that around, beautiful. Oh, God.
Anakin, even though what happened to him is clearly not her fault, but like she would still, just because she was so close to him, have feelings about that.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. It's not supported by the text, but you're just going off of MauLer.
But at least Anakin finally gets to save those he loves from death, like he always wanted. Bitch, he already did that. And Ahsoka wasn't even remotely close to death. They're making that shit up as much as they made up the mechanics of this.
Wasn't close to death. She was knocked off a cliff. I was actually kind of wondering how they would have her not dead, because it seemed kind of fatal.
Retarded fucking worlds between worlds shit too. There it was.
Yeah, they don't show it.
No explanation. But hey, you get that resurrection, baptism image. So it's all good. Everything works out.
I think it's a little bit too artsy, but still, I don't think they need to show it necessarily. But that's just me. Not going to blame him for you and everyone who wants to see it. I think it's unnecessary, but fine.
It was Anakin Skywalker, Darth Vader doing his thing, and everyone freaked out. Loved it, as much as I'm sure they'll love it weeks from now when it sours like a...
So are you offended that you didn't like the episode? Are you offended that people liked it? Because that's just, dude, grow up.
A foul piss that it is. Just like the beloved appearance of Anakin and Vader in Kenobi.
Grow up and learn to like
just like
it.
The beloved appearance of...
You guys were railing hard against Kenobi. I think Kenobi's all right. I think it's got some really good stuff on it, especially the Obi-Wan Kenobi and Vader stuff.
Part?
I thought that did an excellent job, because there's that line in A New Hope where Obi-Wan Kenobi talks about how Darth Vader killed Anakin. And that line in A New Hope always felt like, because Vader was supposed to be Anakin, but they retconned it so he was. And so that line always felt a little wonky. It felt like Obi-Wan just kind of hiding the fact that Anakin and Vader were the same person. But Obi-Wan Kenobi in that final fight scene kind of helps explore why Obi-Wan views Vader and Anakin as very different people. And say what you will, there's lots of shit about that series that you can complain about. Like why does Reva go after Luke in the last episode is a weird one. Why does You know, obviously you can make fun of the weird thing where he like hid Leia under the cloak. That was wonky. There's lots of wonky stuff in that series. Absolutely. But like that like moment is fucking gold. I'm sorry.
What
It's
moment was
really
gold
not
again?
though. Like that's so in A New Hope, Obi-Wan explains that Darth Vader killed Luke's father.
Yeah.
So they try to basically square that circle and make that a hole in Obi-Wan where they make a line where now Obi-Wan justifies that no, you have killed Anakin, Darth Vader. So they basically just like shoehorn this line in there to make it seem like, hey, this was the plan all along, even though it was retconned at the time that A New Hope came out. They didn't know that, so it always kind of doesn't make sense. Just like in A New Hope, he also says when he met his father, Anakin was a great pilot, and then when he meets him, he's this child. I guess he gets in a plane and hits a button, and it magically takes him to a base, but that wouldn't be a great pilot. I don't know. I guess you could try and say that maybe he meant of what the hell were those things called?
So
pod
the
racers.
golden moment is the fact that Obi-Wan tried to actually tried to sort of explain some of it. Explain away some of those.
Apparently, to Bob, it was done masterfully and so eloquently that he somehow said that, like, well, I'm now viewing it as you have killed Anakin. You are now Darth Vader. I don't remember
And
the
that
exact
somehow
lines,
redeems
but
all the
I
other
remember
fucked
thinking
up
it was
shit in the series.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
So because you
Yeah.
got that line, the whole series is worth it.
Oh,
Good
beautiful.
times.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Okay. That sounds more like a cope to me, but that's subjective, I guess.
No.
In Boba Fett
Bob's
until everyone
being
soured on
very
that, just like the beloved
open-minded. No
appearance of
cope.
Luke Scott
Oh, I'm sure.
2 until everyone soured on that, just like the
Okay, so like Luke popping up at the end of Mandalorian season 2 still is pretty cool in my book. The only thing that holds it back is I wish they'd done a better job of de-aging. You know what I wish they'd done? I wish they brought in
Consumer.
Sebastian Stan to play Luke instead of the de-aged Mark Hamill. I think that would have been less distracting.
just trace it, guys. Trace it all the way back to Patient Zero.
Ooh, Disney Star Wars. What a twist. I never saw that one coming.
Huh? This always been Disney Star Wars. The Force Awakens.
And prideful ignorance floundering at
MauLer, I'm not sure what your opinion is on Disney Star Wars. Can you give it concisely? I'm
I
not sure.
did
Do you
make
like
a few
it?
cuts, if you noticed. I think that's my cuts, not his cuts.
every turn to create something
That makes
meaningful.
sense.
There's no reason they can't do this forever. There's nothing but reward for the simplest and most surface level mockery of what once was. When they can grip an entire fan base by the balls with just the sounds of breathing, the colors of light, and a handful of lines, I think it becomes pretty.
Well, it sounds like there was more going on in that than just that.
That's why.
But that was his point. That's why he was showing all those tweets. That's why he was showing those clips. It does appear that that is all it takes. And that does seem like it's very consumer based. Like, I remember this. Yay, you're rewarding me. I don't know. It just, it doesn't feel honest. It could be earned.
Okay. Fair enough. The jingling keys. The jingling keys effect. I understand why it seems to take a priority for everyone else. I just think media should be judged on its own. Not that
Sometimes
Bob
the
does the
jingling
same.
keys is cool, but I would hope that there is more substance than just the jingling keys. He isn't saying the substance of why Obi-Wan was cool. He said, hey, remember this one line?
Yeah,
that
I'm not
kind
going
of
to agree
changes
with
this
Bob
problem.
on that retarded take. Okay. Obi-Wan.
I'm just saying, like, it seems like he likes that jingling key. But
yeah, absolutely.
Perhaps
he
you
is
could
the consumer that lets Disney go.
Perhaps you could use those keys on a great foundation that is built up and solid. I don't know. I don't see any issue with having fan service, but you can't just build it around that. And I think that's kind of Muller's point. But fair enough. I don't want to assume what Muller is saying.
Yeah, I shouldn't assume he's trying to mock the fans. He's trying to prove a point, but it just definitely reeks of should I say, no matter what intent Muller had, if you put yourself in the shoes of someone who actually likes Ahsoka and thinks, even if you think Andor, you agree with Muller that Andor was better overall, but you still like a lot of the elements of Ahsoka.
Sounds like Bob's saying. Like, Bob also agreed
he
with
seems
that.
to agree with that also. But he also co-signs fucking Kenobi and all the other Disney properties, except for maybe Mando season 3.
Oh, but you got to see, the Baby Yoda do so many cool things. Like, come on, Baby Yoda got to actually like flip around. It was amazing. Yeah,
It
I
wasn't
think he could
amazing when
find a
Yoda
jingling
did it in the
key.
original series. It sort of took
Yeah,
away the wise man persona, but that was
exactly. I
more
didn't like it in the
less egregious.
prequels, but
It was
yeah, I
less
agree. That does seem
egregious, and
less
I think it
egregious.
had more impact, but it still
It still
wasn't
seemed
great.
wrong
And
to me at the time.
and
Yeah,
making Baby
I
Yoda
think
do shit like that,
I think
imitating
Bob could
something that
find the
wasn't like
jingling key in each series. Like we've kind of talked about it. Like, in Mandalorian, they bring out Bo-Katan and like all these other characters from, I believe it was Rebels, or was it Clone Wars? I always get them confused. But anyway, they bring out these characters and they introduce them in live action. In Book of Boba Fett, all of a sudden they have Boba Fett riding the Rancor. There are these jingling keys in all of them. Is that enough for him to say that it's good?
okay, but I think just the
I
time
think we're gonna
MauLer
finish
actually
Tiamat before 7 hours. We've only got 2 minutes left on this thing.
yes,
2 and a
we'll
half
probably be done in 10 minutes. Okay, sorry, I want to extensively cover this full out, no matter how long it took. And sorry to drag Gray, but you're the man, Gray,
Oh,
for
Bob
hanging
deserves
out.
a thorough fapping. So, I agree with Tiamat. We're e-fapping Bob.
Yeah, and we're even speeding through this last section and hyper speed. But ultimately, I just think the time he did to sort of, I agree. You should bring up some of the sort of fanning out. I just think some of the time that he spent on that could have been better used to try to do the sort of a compliment sandwich, the sort of criticism along with the compliment, that sort of uh, with the sort of criticism to bounce off the actual thing and
It would be
explain
nice if
things
he
a
did have
little
some
bit more
positives.
thoroughly, and
Every
maybe
single
find
element is not incorrect. I agree with
and
you. Maybe it doesn't have to
and
be a compliment
maybe
challenge, but maybe weigh them up at
and
the end.
and maybe find a few flaws he had in both his two examples, and maybe some surrounding context that might make it better or worse for those episodes. It probably wouldn't be doable in Futurama, but now that I think about it, you can make an argument the sort of death of Buffy's mother was sort of the start of the breakdown, and that was the reason for that. Be like, oh, some people would say Buffy's been so much, but her mother died. And even though Dawn, it would have seemed more honest. This sort of thing. This might not make like argue against your point just a little bit to make it seem like you have some criticism for how the Futurama and the Buffy was, and give a little bit of praise to Ahsoka instead of spending probably in might be just in my opinion too much time harping. It's just about the amount of time. I'm not saying he shouldn't have done it at all. It's definitely a important element towards his argument, and is an important argument to make about how the fans just wigging out about the littlest things and all these Disney properties is definitely encouraging Disney to just keep doing this fan service and key jangling instead of actually putting money into the writing. But I think Disney has no hope. It's best just to give up on it and hope someone else takes over for that. But that's my main, and let's finish this up.
Deal.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to figure out how to play this.
Oh, sound.
I'm losing it.
Also, I didn't really think they knew where they were going with it.
I'm fine with no sound. Okay.
Yeah, but this is amazing. So just jingly keys.
We were talking Mara Jade earlier on, and who knows? There's always guys said yes. Yeah. See, I knew this would happen, which is I give Thrawn, and it's like as soon as you give them, it must be like if you have a child, and you give them a toy, and they're like, "Yay! What else have you got?" And it's like, no, play with Thrawn for a little bit. That's like 30 seconds. Yeah. Red. That's red.
Okay.
I think he really should have just
was
ended
that-
with the Dave Filoni scene. But
Yeah.
oh well, that's besides the point.
I mean,
Let's hear
to each
what
their
Bob's follow-up is. Yeah, I'm not going to judge him too harshly for that. Let's see.
Bob's complete summary. He's got 2 minutes to wrap this all up. Okay, now he's seen it in its entirety. I'm sure he's going to have a great summation of his entire argument here.
I'm sure.
Let's go, Bob.
Let's give it a go.
Bad take in my opinion. Even like I haven't even seen it, so
Okay.
I
Sorry.
may not
It's a
even
bad
like the
take,
goddamn
I'm
episode, but
assuming.
even based on your take, I'm kind of like, it's not a great review. Like you, for 45 minutes while you're bashing it, you don't even really cover the actual episode. It's a very
not a
surface
review
level.
of the episode, you ass. Like, I don't understand. It's like, okay, hey, Bob, this didn't do a great job of converting me to the cult of Star Wars. What the hell? That wasn't what Bob set out to do here. I think that would be really dishonest to say that he failed in this thing that he wasn't trying to do.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just not a big fan of the way Bob likes to frame things and then build strawmen.
Yeah,
he should
I
get over that.
absolutely disagree. Sorry, I absolutely agree. My brain is melted now, but yeah, his sort of framing technique and sort of his takeaway when he ignores certain arguments and pretty much straw mans and certain hints at a certain
But this
thing based
review of
on his
episode
association.
5 wasn't great. Come on. I don't know. Yes, it dealt with a good portion of episode 5, but it wasn't a review of episode 5. Like, I don't know.
Yes, it's
It was
just the
a
peak.
concept.
It's
Yeah.
just like the straw that broke the camel's back. And people keep telling me that's what Starfield was with Az, so it doesn't quite ring true.
I don't know.
Sorry.
Yeah, we've kind
No,
of
let's
talked
not
about it.
get
I
into that.
guess let's not tangent on that. But yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're
that
almost
everyone
done. We're
is
almost
viewing
done.
it
Let's
correct.
listen to him.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Bashing of it, and it's kind of amazingly poorly done. It's amazing how you can go on for 46 minutes and really not say a whole goddamn lot. And it really seems like your goal is to shit on people.
Literally,
More amazing how Bob
you-
can listen
it-
to something for 40 minutes and get nothing out of it. I think that's the more amazing part. Do you think that that's a good summary of what MauLer did there? That he talked for 42 minutes and said nothing.
Do I have a brain? Yes, I have a brain. So no, of course I would not think that. Even what Bob's saying would contradict that. He explained the episode well enough that now if Bob wanted to make this argument, I still think it's a fail. Is MauLer talked for that long and not given any serious criticism besides fan service is bad. That would sum up Bob's argument much better, even if it was incorrect. There was so much more there. I think if some of the fan service stuff, the fans fanning out is a little bit too extreme. He could have shortened
Fair
that
enough.
down, and
I
it would
think
have
a
had
lot of the summaries he could have kind of cut down. Also,
Yeah.
like it's a lot of the same repeating footage. I think most of it's from trailers, so it kind of isn't
copyright and all. I don't blame him for
Yes.
that. As
Yeah,
long as
exactly.
he's talking about it, I'm not going to
Mhm.
criticize him for that. But for him to say that's poorly made when he does this sort of
Yeah.
slop content is just mind-bogglingly stupid.
People who do like it.
Yeah.
Which honestly, I feel like maybe it might have been better that I haven't seen it because now I can look at it, like you like to say, a bit more objectively. I don't really have any emotions toward that episode. My only emotions is that I like the stuff leading up to that episode. And just simply from what you described, it sounds like kind of a cool episode. Like you're complaining, and it's what you're going over sounds kind of cool and logical and a logical
So if we were to take a page out of Bob's book, we could say that Bob really likes jingling keys, and he thinks it's better to be ignorant. I don't know. Like, if you want to be uncharitable, that is a way of interpreting what he just said.
Yeah, I don't care anymore. Let's go with that. Fuck him. Okay. I mean, this is just bad. Okay. This is just willful ignorance. It just like an inverted, delusional fucking prism that's creating like this rainbow that shines on the top of Bob's domed head where his brain should be. Okay. That might be even less charitable to Bob, but funny imagery if it came out right, which I can't be certain of that at this point.
story progression for her character. That's just what it seems like to me. And and you'll complain, this is pure plot driven, and now we have an episode that's character driven. Oh well, this episode's filler. It's like pick a lane. Literally pick a lane. It really comes off like you are upset that people like this thing that you don't like, and that's got you.
No, I don't even need to. I don't even disagree. His argument is definitely that these fans will praise anything, no matter how sloppy it is, like yourself, Bob, enables Disney to make these properties. Personally, I think trying to convince them that it's not as great as that they all fanned out on would be much better, but that might be actually be a fruitless task. Okay, because obviously, great. You know the George Carlin quote about 50% of the people.
I do, not off the top of my head, but keep in mind, like, that is
Think
the
about
average.
how smart the average person is, and think
Mhm.
50% of the population is dumber than that. Love that
True.
quote from George Carlin because that is horrifying, but depends
Mhm.
on what you consider average. Okay, and how
20
maybe he has a few
seconds
more.
left. You got
Really
this.
like offended. How dare they like this thing I dislike? Well, deal with it. This shit is subjective. No matter how much you want to push the idea that you can judge this shit objectively, you can't. It's purely subjective, and you're gonna have to just deal with that.
Okay,
Muller actually.
done. Go away, Bob.
Could you not try to use objective tools, though, so that, every
Oh, that's
time you measure
beyond
it
that.
isn't
That wouldn't fit
subjective?
into his model of MauLer. He just thinks he's objectively
Fair enough.
correct, not that he uses objective tools. Yeah, Jab Slate.
Hey,
I
Jab.
am
It's been a
finishing up
while,
my
sir.
trilogy on this. I do not want to deal with Star Wars cannot grow up again. I did my trilogy on this. This is my big epic stream, and I'm done. I made all my arguments. I've gone over extensively. I've talked with, I made fun of comments. I've argued with various people to sort of sustain my perspective. It has shifted somewhat. The one Leighton sort of conversation that didn't come up because I probably cut it out is him talking about Leia wouldn't actually. Muller saying Leia wouldn't support this sort of general here. I'm like, there's no supporting evidence to really support that Leia would be against this woman. And Leighton sort of put out there's no supporting evidence that she would support her. Maybe it's in supplemental material. So I just agreed. Yeah, I don't think I nor Muller can make a confirmation of what Leia would do. He said maybe his criticism is she should have just been left out of it. Her name being invoked is sort of like fan service. I'm like, fine. I can agree that her name shouldn't have been dropped for that stupid fan service purpose. And I just thought I would bookmark that at the end of this long, arduous journey.
I appreciate you Sherpaing me through Bob's take on this. I really
dragging
like
you
this.
through the 6 well, we're not going to make it to 6 hours.
You were my guide. No, I hope we will stop before 6 hours, but you were my guide into the wonderful world of Bob's reviews, if you will.
This is just so brain dead. I was hoping there would be something of value. Oh, well, there was that one thing that I agreed that he had, but he used it 3 times, and I think maybe one time it was sort of related to something Muller was saying, but then he brought it up 2 other times, which didn't seem like had a very good correlation. He just knew it was the only thing he knew about sort of critically to say about it. The rest of the time, he just, made assumptions, ignored actual arguments made by Muller, hyper focused on the fandom thing, which a lot of normies like Bob are probably going to do. Most people do. If you're a fan of something, take a look at this. Yeah, you're going to get offended. As I said, my criticism isn't I disagree with Muller's video. It's just shit. Could have been done better, but he did get popular. Hopefully his talk with Star Wars Theory. Have you watched any of that? His discussion with Star Wars Theory?
I have. So I think I saw the second one where he was talking with Ryan Cannell and Muller. Yeah,
didn't
I
watch
would
that
like
one.
to see that first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also have not completed that whole arc or whatever, but it was interesting. I don't know that I agree with both of them, but they brought up some interesting points that I hadn't necessarily thought of.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
even
well,
Ryan Cannell. I really was not that familiar with Ryan Cannell, except for
mm,
Bob's kind of opinion of him. But
yeah,
yeah, he
he's
also
had
brought
some
up some
edgy
interesting
jokes.
points, and he seems to be a real fan of Star Wars for sure.
Okay. Yeah. You have to admit in content creation to sort of stay in the game, there's some things you do that might not be completely efficient, effective, other things like that in general. But sometimes the things you don't want to do will get you into a place where you can do things that you do want to do. And and why I have my criticism of this, Bob's sort of coverage of it made me lose all faith that he has any ability to do anything of any efficient glee of anything of value and criticism. There was just so many places where I found issues with this video, and Bob did not seem to pick up on a single one. So I don't even know what to say about that. So, any closing remarks?
Well, yeah, I think we can all come to the conclusion that and Bob laid it out that he prefers to be ignorant. He thinks he does better in a state of ignorance, and he likes jingling keys. That's basically what I got out of this video, and that's sad.
Yeah, and obviously he has no concept of fair use. I mean, he did put in some a commentary and maybe criticism at some point, but especially in that first section with the setup, there's just really so much you could have gone over to sort of comment on it. But he just complained, and the fact that you seemed probably one of the more better parts of it, where Mueller tried to go over how he would have tried to rewrite it to give it more
Oh, you
emotional
mean the
impact.
part where he was coping?
Oh yeah, he sort of found a reason to sort of just tune it out. One point he was reacting to a comment, but it made him numb. But blame, I agree. Having the 6 minutes, the 12 minutes in whole, probably a mistake. I mean, most people who has a good faith would just watch it and be like, okay, I'm watching the setup. Okay, some of them would be turned off that Mueller brings up two things unrelated, absolute fact. But some people would get more curious why he's bringing up these two things in a Star Wars film. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see the sort of appeal of what Mueller's doing. You would get curious, and he definitely has the talent to actually pull people into what he's saying. So it might actually be
Well,
efficient. Go on.
I like the idea. Like it is kind of cool to take like a concept that you see in like three different forms of media and kind of analyze like, hey, which one is kind of done the best, or hey, how could this one be improved? These ones were done more stylistically and substantially better. So what is the difference between this? That seems like a really cool analysis that you could do. Um, I agree with what you're saying that it may turn people off to not have their hand kind of guided to let them know like, hey, this is what we're going to do in this video. But it's hard to argue with Mueller's success. I think obviously
Yeah.
he knows a little bit more of what he's doing than I do. I think it's hard to fault him. I think it's a really cool concept, and I think if I had approached this, I would have done it a little bit differently. But I can guarantee it would have gotten less views. So I don't know if
Oh, I
I
can
can
guarantee
objectively
if
tell him what's right.
I guarantee I would be I'm never going to get anywhere near to Mueller's status. Okay. I know I don't know, but it seems what it takes to actually really succeed. There's a lot of things that I legitimately wouldn't want to do and probably don't even have the talent to even attempt to do, even if I did have the knowledge to execute anything Mueller has. But with that being said, I'm just dude on the internet trying to get a good idea of criticism, how it works, and whole bunch of other bullshit. Don't know what I'm doing next weekend. Do you have any plans, Gray, that you want to plug? Not that
Just
anyone will
enjoying
get
this
in.
December.
Hmm?
Yeah, I think me and Tiamat are doing, I guess it's today now. We're doing some sort of news thing at some point today. There's some really fun stories that we were going to go over. But yeah, that's about the only thing I have planned. Other than that, some random videos at some point. But you know, things, they take a while.
Yeah, and I made a mess, and so if I can get together my YMS sort of a MauLer discussion, I'll be doing that
I
sometime
thought that was a really
ne-
cool discussion. It
next
seemed like
Saturday.
I thought it was going to be a lot more what would you call that, vitriolic than it was. I thought Mueller really handled that diplomatically well, but I could understand others having different opinions.
Yeah, I think
I've
the
heard quite a
way
few
it's gonna
opinions on that one.
go is a lot of the fandom, the fans sort of probably both YMS and MauLer or EFAP fans have sort of shifted the narrative and created some stirrings out there. But I thought I would. I'm probably taking up the pro YMS argument. I originally asked CT, can't get anyone else. I'm pretty sure I can hopefully find someone to do the MauLer side. I know enough of your fans, unless people just don't want to deal with that sort of discussion. I'm sure I can pull someone. But and that Leighton, yeah, I might actually show up to sort of rep for Critical Drinker, but all that's in the air. No matter what I do around that discussion, it's going to be next Saturday, December 9th, and then I'll be done with EFAP and MauLer for a while. I'll have to look around for other interesting, but there's all the EFAP related things, and I didn't even plan on turning this into a trilogy. And now that it's done, I am done. Bye.